HQN Books and Harper Audio are proud to bring you Herons Landing by JoAnn Ross, performed by Ashley Klanick. Chapter 1. Seth Harper was spending a Sunday spring afternoon detailing his wife's rally red Honda Civic when he learned that she'd been killed by a suicide bomber in Afghanistan. Despite the Pacific Northwest's reputation for unrelenting rain, the sun was shining so brightly that the Army notification officers, a man and a woman in dark blue uniforms and black shoes spit-shined to a mirror gloss, had been wearing shades. Or maybe, Seth considered, as they'd approached the driveway in what appeared to be slow motion, they would have worn them anyway. Like armor, providing emotional distance from the poor bastard whose life they were about to blow to smithereens. At the one survivor grief meeting he'd later attended, only to get his fretting mother off his back, he'd heard stories from other spouses who'd experienced a sudden, painful jolt of loss before their official notice. Seth hadn't received any advance warning, which was why at first the officer's words had been an incomprehensible buzz in his ears, like distant radio static. Zoe couldn't be dead. His wife wasn't a combat soldier. She was an Army surgical nurse, working in a heavily protected military base hospital, who'd be returning to civilian life in 2 weeks. Seth still had a bunch of stuff on his homecoming punch list to do. After buffing the wax off the Civic's hood and shining up the chrome wheels, his next project was to paint the walls white in the nursery he'd added on to their folk Victorian cottage for the baby they'd be making. She'd begun talking a lot about baby stuff early in her deployment. Although Seth was as clueless as the average guy about a woman's mind, it didn't take Dr. Phil to realize that she was using the plan to start a family as a touchstone, something to hang on to during their separation. In hours of Skype calls between Honeymoon Harbor and Kabul, they'd discuss the pros and cons of the various names on a list that had grown longer each time they'd talked. While the names remained up in the air, she had decided that whatever their baby's gender, the nursery should be a bright white to counter the Olympic Peninsula's gray skies. She'd also sent him links that he dutifully followed to Pinterest pages showing bright crib bedding, mobiles, and wooden name letters in primary crayon shades of blue, green, yellow, and red. Even as Seth had lobbied for Seattle Seahawk Navy and Action Green, he'd known that he'd end up giving his wife whatever she wanted. The same as he'd been doing since the day he fell head over heels in love with her back in middle school. Meanwhile, planning to get started on that baby-making as soon as she got back to Honeymoon Harbor, he'd built the nursery as a welcome home surprise. Then Zoe had arrived at SeaTac Airport in a flag-draped casket. In 2 years after the worst day of his life, the room remained unpainted behind a closed door Seth had never opened since. Mannion's Pub and Brewery was located on the street floor of a faded red brick building next to Honeymoon Harbor's ferry landing. The former salmon cannery had been one of the many buildings constructed after the devastating 1893 fire that had swept along the waterfront, burning down the original wood buildings. One of Seth's ancestors, Jacob Harper, had built the replacement in 1894 for the town's mayor and pub owner, Finn Mannion. Despite the inability of Washington authorities to keep Canadian alcohol from flooding into the state, the pub had been shuttered during Prohibition in the 1930s, effectively putting the Mannions out of the pub business until Quinn Mannion had returned home from Seattle and hired Harper Construction to reclaim the abandoned space. Although the old Victorian seaport town wouldn't swing into full tourist mode until Memorial Day, nearly every table was filled when Seth dropped in at the end of the day. He'd no sooner slid onto a stool at the end of the long wooden bar when Quinn, who'd been washing glasses in a sink, stuck a bottle of Shipwreck CDA in front of him.
Double cheddar bacon or stuffed blue cheese?
He asked.
Double cheddar bacon.
As he answered the question, it crossed Seth's mind that his life, what little he had outside of his work of restoring the town's Victorian buildings constructed by an earlier generation of Harpers, had possibly slid downhill beyond routine, too boringly predictable.
And don't bother boxing it up, I'll be eating it here,
he added. Quinn lifted a dark brow.
I didn't see that coming.
Meaning that by having dinner here at the pub 6 nights a week, the 7th being with Zoe's parents, where they'd recount old memories and look through scrapbooks of photos that continued to cause an ache deep in his heart, he'd undoubtedly landed in the predictable zone. So what was wrong with that? Predictability was an underrated concept. By definition, it meant a lack of out-of-the-blue surprises that might destroy life as you knew it. Some people might like change. Seth was not one of them. Which was why he always ordered takeout with his first beer of the night. The second beer, he drank at home with his burger and fries. While other guys in his position might have escaped reality by hitting the bottle, Seth always stuck to a limit of 2 bottles, beginning with that long, lonely, dark night after burying his wife. Because although he'd never had a problem with alcohol, he harbored a secret fear that if he gave in to the temptation to begin seriously drinking, he might never stop. The same way if he ever gave in to the anger, the unfairness of what the hell had happened, he'd have to patch a lot more walls in his house than he had those first few months after the notification officer's arrival. There'd been times when he'd decided that someone in the army had made a mistake, that Zoe hadn't died at all. Maybe she'd been captured during a melee and no one knew enough to go out searching for her. Or perhaps she was lying in some other hospital bed, her face all bandaged, maybe with amnesia. Or even in a coma, and some lab tech had mixed up blood samples with another soldier who died. That could happen, right? But as days slid into weeks, then weeks into months, he'd come to accept that his wife really was gone. Most of the time. Except when he'd see her from behind, strolling down the street, window shopping or walking onto the ferry, her dark curls blowing into a frothy tangle. He'd embarrassed himself a couple times by calling out her name. Now he never saw her at all. And worse yet, less and less in his memory. Zoe was fading away, like that ghost who reputedly haunted Herons Landing, the old Victorian mansion up on the bluff overlooking the harbor.
I'm having dinner with Mom tonight.
And had been dreading it all the damn day. Fortunately, his dad hadn't heard about it yet. But since news traveled at the speed of sound in Honeymoon Harbor, he undoubtedly soon would.
You sure you don't want to wait to order until she gets here? She's not eating here. It's a command performance dinner, he said. To have dinner with her and the guy who may be her new boyfriend. Instead of eating at her new apartment, she decided that it'd be better to meet on neutral ground. Meeting somewhere other than a brew pub owned and operated by a Mannion,
Quinn said.
Especially given the rumors that said new boyfriend just happens to be my Uncle Mike. That does make the situation stickier.
Seth took a long pull on the Cascadian dark ale and wished it was something stronger. The feud between the Harpers and Mannions dated back to the early 1900s. After having experienced a boom during the end of the 19th century, the once bustling seaport town had fallen on hard times during a national financial depression. Although the population declined drastically, those dreamers who'd remained were handed a stroke of luck in 1910 when the newlywed king and queen of Montaqua added the town to their honeymoon tour of America. The couple had learned of this lush green region from the king's friend, Theodore Roosevelt, who'd set aside national land for the Mount Olympus Monument. As a way of honoring the royals and hoping that the national and European press following them across the country might bring more attention to the town, residents had voted nearly unanimously to change the name to Honeymoon Harbor. Seth's ancestor, Nathaniel Harper, had been the lone holdout, creating acrimony on both sides that continued to linger among some, but not all of the citizens. Quinn's father, after all, was a Mannion, his mother a Harper. But Ben Harper, Seth's father, tended to nurse his grudges, even century-old ones that had nothing to do with him, or at least hadn't, until lately. "And it gets worse," he said.
Okay.
One of the things that made Quinn such a good bartender was that he listened a lot more than he talked, which made Seth wonder how he'd managed to spend all those years as a big-bucks corporate lawyer in Seattle before returning home to open this pub and microbrewery. The neutral location she chose is Leaf. Quinn's quick laugh caused two women who were drinking wine at a table looking out over the water to glance up with interest, which wasn't surprising. Quinn's brother, Wall Street wizard Gabe Mannion, might be richer. New York City pro quarterback Burke Mannion, flashier. And last time he'd seen him, which had admittedly been a while, Marine-turned-LA cop Aiden Mannion had still carried that bad boy vibe that had gotten him in trouble a lot while they'd been growing up together. But Quinn's superpower had always been the ability to draw the attention of females, from bald babies in strollers to blue-haired elderly women in walkers, without seeming to do a thing. After turning in the burger order and helping out his waitress by delivering meals to two of the tables, Quinn returned to the bar and began hanging up the glasses.
Let me guess,
he said.
You ordered the burger as an appetizer before you go off to a vegetarian restaurant to dine on alfalfa sprouts and pretty flowers. It's a matter of survival. I spent the entire day until I walked in here taking down a wall, adding a new reinforcing beam, and framing out a bathroom. A guy needs sustenance, not a plate of arugula and pansies. Since I run a place that specializes in pub grub, you're not going to get any argument from me on that plan. Do you still want the burger to go for the mutt?
Bandit, a black lab/boxer mix, so named for his penchant for stealing food from Seth's construction sites back in his stray days, including once gnawing through a canvas ice chest, usually waited patiently in the truck for his burger. Tonight, Seth had dropped him off at the house on his way over here, meaning the dog would have to wait a little longer for his dinner. Not that he hadn't mooched enough from the framers already today. If the vet hadn't explained Stray's tendencies for overeating because they didn't know where their next meal might be coming from, Seth might have suspected the street-scarred dog he'd rescued of having a tapeworm. They shot the breeze while Quinn served up drinks, which in this place ran more to the craft beer he brewed in the building next door. A few minutes later, the swinging door to the kitchen opened, and out came 2 layers of prime beef, topped with melted local cheddar cheese, bacon, and caramelized grilled onions, with a slice of tomato and iceberg lettuce leaf tossed in as an apparent nod to the food pyramid, all piled between the halves of an oversized toasted Kaiser bun. Taking up the rest of the heated metal platter was a mountain of spicy French fries. Next to the platter was a takeout box of plain burger. It wouldn't stay warm, but having first seen the dog scrounging from a garbage can on the waterfront, Seth figured Bandit didn't care about the temperature of his dinner.
So you're eating in tonight?
A bearded giant wearing a t-shirt with "Embrace the Lard" on the front said in a deep foghorn voice.
I didn't see that coming.
Everyone's a damn joker, Seth muttered, even as the aroma of grilled beef and melted cheese drew him in. He took a bite and nearly moaned. The Norwegian, who'd given up cooking on fishing boats when he'd gotten tired of freezing his ass off during winter crabbing season, might be a sarcastic smartass, but the guy sure as hell could cook.
He's got a dinner date tonight at Leaf.
Quinn, for some damn reason, chose this moment to decide to get chatty.
This is an appetizer.
Jarl Bjornstad snorted.
I tried going vegan,
he said.
I'd hooked up with a woman in Anchorage who wouldn't even wear leather. It didn't work out.
Mine's not that kind of date. Seth wondered how much arugula, kale, and flowers it would take to fill up the man with shoulders as wide as a redwood trunk and arms like huge steel bands. His full-sleeve tattoo boasted a butcher's chart of a cow, which might explain his ability to turn a beef patty into something close to nirvana. And there probably aren't enough vegetables on the planet to sustain you. During the remodeling, Seth had taken out 4 rows of bricks in the wall leading to the kitchen to allow the 6'7" tall cook to go back and forth without having to duck his head to keep from hitting the door jamb every trip.
On our first date, she cited all this damn research claiming vegans live 9 years longer than meat eaters.
Jarl's teeth flashed in a grin in his flaming red beard.
After a week of grazing, I decided that her statistics might be true, but that extra time would be 9 horrible baconless years.
That said, he turned and stomped back into the kitchen.
He's got a point,
Quinn said.
Amen to that.
Having learned firsthand how treacherous and unpredictable death could be, with his current family situation on the verge of possibly exploding, Seth decided to worry about his arteries later and took another huge bite of beef and cheese heaven. Chapter 2. The bride was beautiful, as all brides are. It was, of course, easier when you had unlimited funds at your disposal. The white couture gown, flown in especially for the event from Paris, was a cloud of diamond white tulle embroidered with seed pearls and Swarovski crystals. The Belgian lace veil was attached to a diamond tiara that was a duplicate of the one worn by Audrey Hepburn in Breakfast at Tiffany's. As chief concierge of the butler floor at the Las Vegas Midas Resort Hotel and Casino, Brianna Mannion had arranged for a stylist to ensure perfect hair and nails for the bride and her 7 attendants, all in poofy pastel taffeta gowns that would never be worn again. The groom, while not as flamboyantly attired, nevertheless was handsome in a black tux. His concession to glitz was the crystal-studded bow tie designed to coordinate with the bride's gown. There'd originally been plans for him to wear a top hat, but when he'd steadfastly objected, the bride's harried mother had thrown up her hands in defeat. "Well, I did want our princess to marry an alpha male," she'd said to the bride's father, who, Brianna noted with a bit of trepidation, was pouring his 3rd scotch since arriving at the wedding preparation suite. Typically, the suite was a women-only zone, but this was far from a typical wedding, and since the bride's mother, who had a strong alpha streak herself, had insisted her husband be there for the preparations, he'd apparently caved rather than risk a scene. Because the Midas prided itself on the extreme level of privacy afforded to its guests, this particular suite had its own high-speed elevator that opened onto the ballroom booked for the event. Although it took 4 trips, Brianna managed to herd the party down the 65 floors to the ballroom, which took some logistics when a trio of bridesmaids, having lost patience during their styling, had begun nipping at each other. Fortunately, she was able to calm things down before the pink, yellow, and aqua taffeta started getting ripped apart. The ceremony, presided over by the top Elvis impersonator in the country, no mere local Elvises, Elvi? Need apply, amazingly went off without a hitch. And although the reception might have gotten a little rowdy, both the wedding party and the guests invited to this special occasion all seemed to enjoy the tiered white wonder of a wedding cake, created by the Cordon Bleu-trained top chef. But it was the gilt doggy bags filled with a variety of gourmet dog biscuits dusted with edible 24-karat gold that proved the hit of the party. After escorting the happy couple up to their honeymoon penthouse suite that adjoined that of the bride's parents, Brianna finally blew out a long breath of relief. The good news was that the wedding of the tech mogul and his wife's award-winning King Charles Spaniel to a male belonging to a distant member of the British royal family, the first high-end dog ceremony Brianna had arranged, had gone off without a hitch. The bad news was that if word got out of its success, it might not be her last. She'd just returned to her desk, which, like everything else in Midas, was heavily gilded, when a guest she recalled from yesterday came marching toward her. Unfortunately, the man's lobster-red complexion, furious scowl, and steam she could practically envision coming from his ears were not encouraging signs.
"I have a complaint,"
he bellowed as he approached the desk, like she couldn't hear him from 3 feet away. "I'm so sorry to hear that." Brianna pasted on her most conciliatory, caring smile. "What can I help you with?"
"The concierge from yesterday was terrible. I want her fired."
"May I ask why?"
"Because she's obviously not working up to the standards of this hotel."
"Sir, I'm the concierge you spoke with yesterday. And again, I'm sorry that you had a less than satisfactory experience. What's the problem?" He gave her a long, hard look, leaned over the desk and squinted at her gold-plated name tag, then straightened and squared his shoulders like a man about to go into battle.
"It's about that restaurant you sent us to last night."
"Bombay Spice."
"Yeah, that one."
"You didn't care for your meal?" Bombay Spice, located a block off the strip near the Taj Mahal, was one of Brianna's personal favorites, serving deliciously prepared authentic Indian cuisine.
"It was fucking vegetarian."
His tone rose again with indignation. Having grown up working on the Mannion family Christmas tree farm, Brianna had learned at an early age how to deal with difficult customers. She'd also discovered, while working her way up the chain of the hotel hospitality business, that in some cases, the higher the income, the more escalated the sense of privilege. Apparently, this was going to be one of those cases. "I believe I mentioned that when you asked about it," she said with measured calm.
"Well, damn it to hell, I expected them to serve some meat dishes. None of the 5-star reviews my wife read online said anything about them not at least having a damn ribeye steak."
His color rose to a hue that had her prepared to call 911 in case he keeled over from a blood pressure spike. "I suspect the reviews didn't mention the lack of meat because online diners were reviewing the restaurant's vegetarian dishes." Brianna wished she'd had $1 for every time a guest came up to her with a list of restaurants in hand, asking her to recommend one. The problem with online review sites was that they reflected only the experience of the person writing the reviews. She'd spent her first 6 months in Las Vegas eating at as many restaurants as she could, meeting the owners and managers in order to get first-hand knowledge. Some guests might like a noisy, busy brasserie, while others might prefer a quiet, romantic dining experience. Some might like bright lights. Others might go for candles on the table. Her job was to ask questions to determine what restaurant might work for that particular guest, which she'd tried to do with this agitated man yesterday.
"You shouldn't send people there."
"I did recommend 2 steakhouses," she reminded him, practically having to bite her tongue at this point.
"But Bombay Spice had great reviews,"
he insisted.
"Which is why my wife wanted to go there. She was determined to try the gobi matar masala with truffle rice because it had all 5 stars. But if a restaurant doesn't have meat, you should warn people. You ruined our anniversary dinner."
"I'm sorry you had a less than satisfactory experience." The cauliflower, green peas, cumin, ginger cashews dish was one of Brianna's personal favorites, but she did find the truffle rice a bit rich for her taste.
"Less than satisfactory? It sucked. Of course we left the place, but by then it was impossible to get a table anywhere decent, so we just came back to the hotel."
"We have several fine restaurants in the hotel," she pointed out in her most cordial, professional voice. "All which have received excellent reviews by both critics and diners alike. I or the night concierge would have been more than happy to arrange for you to have dinner on us if you'd only let us know you were dissatisfied.
My wife had lost her appetite by the time we got back here and just wanted to go to bed.
He ripped off his black-framed glasses. If fiery glares could kill, Brianna would have burst into flames on the spot.
Which is why you owe me $50,000.
That got Brianna's full attention. Excuse me?
My wife went to bed alone.
He stressed in the event Brianna hadn't gotten his meaning.
Since our anniversary night was toast, I decided what the hell. I might as well go down to the tables.
Where he'd lost $50,000. Brianna restrained herself from suggesting he Google the meaning of gambling.
I'm thinking of reporting this place to the State Gambling Commission for rigging the games.
That's certainly your right, but I can assure you that nothing at the Midas is rigged. Her roots may be Irish, from a many times great-grandfather who'd arrived in the Pacific Northwest, where he'd gotten the dangerous job of driving the dynamite wagon for the construction of the railroad. But somehow Brianna must have been busy meeting and greeting people when God had handed out tempers, because she hadn't inherited the trait. Still, this man was beginning to test her limits.
I've never lost that much in any casino in 2 fucking hours.
Wow. He'd really been tossing down the high-dollar chips. And, from the red veins crisscrossing his eyes like lines on a Nevada road map, he hadn't turned down any of the free drinks handed out to high rollers. I'm sorry for your bad luck. Having never dropped as much as $1 in a slot machine, Brianna didn't comprehend why anyone would want to risk hard-earned money when everyone knew that in the end, the house always eventually won. But enough people seemed to feel different to allow her to be paid a very lucrative salary with benefits and generous tips from happy guests. Especially those who'd walked away after a winning streak. But it certainly wasn't due to any rigging. He shoved the glasses back on his face.
I'm going to report you to the manager.
Again, that's your right. Having received not only high marks, but a bonus at her annual review, Brianna wasn't concerned about her job being in jeopardy. Usually before a guest arrived on the butler's floor, she'd wade through her files of past likes and dislikes to ensure a stay tailored to that particular party. But because this man and his wife were first-timers, there was no previous record. And unfortunately, he'd added nothing to the comment section in the online reservation form, such as his intense dislike of vegetarian meals.
And after I report you, I'm going to write the worst goddamn review ever published on Yelp.
He spun on a heel and stomped off toward the gold embossed elevator. I hope you have a safe and uneventful trip back home, sir, she called after him. It was the same thing she told all the guests as they'd leave.
I intend to, since you won't be the one doing the planning. And quit calling me sir, bitch.
He roared back over his shoulder.
I'm an orthopedic surgeon, damn it.
Dr. Dick? Brianna murmured under her breath, reminding herself that although this might not be her most fulfilling day, she was exactly where she'd always dreamed of being. Working at the family tree farm had taught her she enjoyed working with people, helping each family find the perfect tree just for them. Watching Gilmore Girls, she'd always identified with Lorelei's dream of creating a warm and caring environment in her very own inn, rather than working for someone else. And she'd even had a specific house in mind. Then, while earning her degree in hospitality and hotel management, classmates and professors had tried to convince her that she'd be wasting her talents on a small town of 7,000, plus stuck out on the Washington Peninsula where guests would have to travel by ferry or a long car ride over twisting mountain roads to visit. No, she'd been born for more important things, she'd been told. All she needed to do was give up those childish dreams of creating a life in the Pacific Northwest's version of Star Hollow and dream bigger, bolder, brighter. It was during summer break between her sophomore and junior years, with more time to watch TV, that she'd become hooked on the Travel Channel, drinking in the splendor of the world's grand hotels. By the time she returned to UW, she'd changed her focus, and after graduation and playing maid of honor at her best friend Zoe's wedding to Seth Harper, she'd begun her gypsy life of traveling the country, working her way up to this gilded desk. Dealing with demanding high rollers who expected their needs dealt with immediately, if not before they even realized they were going to want something, she'd honed her skills at making the impossible possible. But while she might be near the pinnacle of her specialized hospitality world, there were times Brianna found herself missing those early days when she worked in less luxurious surroundings, dealing with more cordial families. Parents who'd appreciate a bowl of chicken noodle soup sent up to the room for a sick child, or honeymooners excited about something as simple as a bottle of house-labeled champagne and chocolate-dipped strawberries in their room, and later showing her that they'd put a photo on their wedding Facebook and Instagram pages. Be careful what you wish for, she thought as she cleared the desk of her planner and files to make room for the night shift concierge to take her place. Although she'd been offered housing in a wing of the sprawling resort away from the casino, Brianna had opted to rent a studio apartment away from the noise and bustle of the Strip. Along with the rise in income, each step up the hospitality ladder had brought additional responsibility and increased stress. But whenever she drove into the quiet green environs of the sanctuary, with its sparkling blue pools and xeriscape drought-resistant gardens that appealed to her inner environmentalist, the stress of her workday began to flow away. But not tonight. She'd always been a positive person. Anyone who had a flash-fire temper or was even easily annoyed would never succeed in her career. But as she reran the conversation with the doctor, who wore his privilege the same way he undoubtedly wore his white hospital coat, a low, simmering irritation flowed through her, and had her thinking yet again of those happier early days. She considered going to the resort's exercise room and working it off on the treadmill and elliptical, but opted instead for takeout pizza, a glass of wine, and streaming a movie. Another reason she'd chosen this apartment was that its white walls offered a blank canvas, as did the white furniture and white kitchen. A person could do anything they wanted to make it their own. But she realized now, though it was a respite from the over-excessive guilt of Midas, it didn't offer a single clue to the person who lived here. She hadn't bought any posters or paintings or even colorful throw pillows. And although she'd practically grown up in her mother's farm kitchen, she owned one frying pan, 2 pots, a tea kettle, a coffee maker, and a set of 4 white dishes and bowls she'd bought online. A nun's room at a convent would undoubtedly have more personality. Then again, she reminded herself as she kicked off her sensible black pumps, changed into yoga pants and an oversized Gotham Knights football jersey her brother Burke had sent her. She didn't exactly live here. She ate takeout and slept. Her life was at Midas, same as it had been at every other hotel she'd worked at over the years, which was fine with her. Dedication to her career had paid off in escalating achievements and money. And although she experienced a sense of satisfaction when she waved her magic concierge wand and provided a magical happy outcome for guests, when was the last time she'd felt happy? "You're just in the dumps because of Dr. Dick," she assured herself as she poured a glass of Chardonnay. After calling in her takeout order, she sat down on the hard, snowy white couch, turned on her iPad and logged into the Honeymoon Harbor website, which she'd been doing more and more often since moving to the desert 2 years ago. Clicking on the link to the town's newspaper, the Honeymoon Harbor Herald, she scrolled through announcements of births, weddings, anniversaries, and deaths, recognizing the names of people she'd known all of her life, people she'd grown up with. Harper Construction had renovated the old library, which had earned a national award for innovative green historical renovation. Seeing the photo of Seth Harper appearing uncomfortable in a suit and tie caused a twinge in Brianna's heart. She'd had a crush on him going back to the first grade, when he'd shared his lunchbox ding-dong with her. Her mother was a farm-to-table cook who hadn't allowed processed food in their home. Even now, looking back, Brianna wasn't sure whether it was Seth's dark chocolate brown eyes with their ridiculously long lashes, or the sudden burst of sugar on her tongue that had caused her to fall. Despite being a Harper, he'd been friends with her brothers, which had him around the farm a lot. During her elementary school years, whenever she'd play with her Barbies, she'd be Bridal Barbie and Groom Ken had been renamed Seth. Unfortunately, he'd always viewed her as either his friend's sister who'd insist on tagging along with them, or worse, one of the guys. By middle school, she still hadn't caught his attention, but Brianna knew with every fiber of her young, not yet budding body that once they got to high school and her breasts grew larger than the puny little bumps sticking out from her chest and she got curves in other places, like maybe some hips that didn't look like a boy's, Seth Harper would finally look up and notice that the girl of his dreams had been in front of him all along. Maybe she'd even get a locker next to his. Those things could happen, right? After all those book writers and movie makers had to get the meet-cute idea from somewhere. And one day, while he was taking out his book for their shared first-period English class, their eyes would meet, bells would chime, Disney bluebirds would sing, and forever and ever afterward they'd be known to one and all as Sethana. Unfortunately, when they'd returned to school after the Christmas break, their last year of middle school, he'd looked up all right. But instead of being blinded by her not yet achieved perfection, instead, he'd noticed Zoe Robinson, a new girl from Astoria, Oregon, whose father had brought the family across the Columbia River back to his hometown. From the moment Zoe had walked into that first-period homeroom, Seth's swoony brown eyes had locked onto her, and Zoe had tumbled just as fast. Brianna could have hated her. At first, she'd wanted to hate her, but the petite girl with the long, dark curls turned out to be as friendly as she was pretty, with Seth seeming destined to forever stay in brother mode and unable to ignore the little sparkly hearts that appeared to follow the couple around like fairy dust. By the summer of their sophomore year of high school, Brianna had resigned herself to the fact that the two were, in fact, the perfect couple. And over that time, Zoe had become like the sister Brianna had always dreamed of. Not that any of that had stopped her from dreaming of Seth. Mature audience-only dreams. She hadn't had the experience to imagine the R-rated yet. That had her feeling guilty when she woke up, and making it hard to face either one of them the next day. After graduation, Zoe had joined the Army, something she'd been talking about all through school, but Brianna hadn't really believed she'd go through with. And from what she could tell, her visit to the Port Angeles Recruiting Center had surprised even Seth. She'd always wanted to be a nurse, but loggers didn't make that much money, and even with her part-time job waiting tables at the diner, her family hadn't had the money for nursing school. Beginning with a descendant who'd first arrived on the peninsula from Seattle to serve at Port Townsend's Fort Worden in the early 1900s, theoretically to thwart any invasion from the sea, every succeeding generation of Robinsons had had at least one military family member. Which was why Zoe, an only child without any brothers to carry on the tradition, had decided that letting the Army pay for college only made sense. She and Seth had continued to date while she'd gone to school at UW, returning home on the weekends and for holidays. Although everyone in Honeymoon Harbor knew they were destined to spend their lives together, Seth had officially proposed on New Year's Eve of Zoe's final year, and after her graduation, once she'd been commissioned as a second lieutenant, they'd married in a simple ceremony held in the Moments in Time meadow at Lake Crescent Lodge in Olympic National Park. Because Seth was a civilian, rather than wear her dress uniform, Zoe had chosen to be married in a simple white silk shantung sheath, while Brianna, who'd returned home from her job at the Winfield Palace Hotel in Atlanta to serve as one of Zoe's 2 attendants, had worn a sleeveless dress with a flared skirt in a soft, dusty pink that mirrored the mountain's icy glaciers at sunrise. The other bridesmaid, Kylie Campbell, had gone with a matching style in a Kelly green that echoed the bright new needles on the fir trees surrounding the town. After a weekend honeymoon at the lodge where President Franklin Roosevelt had once slept, Seth had stayed behind on the peninsula while Zoe headed off to San Antonio for more training. Afterward, she'd gotten her choice assignment to serve at Joint Base Lewis McChord's Madigan Army Medical Center north of Olympia. So they'd moved into a rental near the base and considered themselves even more fortunate when she'd gotten to stay there for all 4 years of her active duty. Although Brianna was busy moving from town to town, hotel to hotel, Zoe had kept her up to date with phone calls and texts. After finishing her active duty, the couple had returned to Honeymoon Harbor, where they moved into a house Seth got busy renovating. Zoe had been so excited about the house, texting pictures of the progress and links to Pinterest pages of ideas she had for making the small cottage perfect. She still owed the Army 4 years of individual ready reserves, which apparently hadn't seemed any big deal because it only involved mustering once a year, which she could even do online. Tragically, just as her IRR time was coming to an end, she'd been deployed to Afghanistan, only to be killed in a suicide bombing at the hospital while on duty. In the midst of transitioning from the Ritz-Carlton Kapalua on Maui to the soon-to-be-opened Midas, Brianna had flown home across the Pacific for her BFF's burial in the veterans section of the Harbor View Cemetery, where generations of Robinsons were buried. At the time, Seth had appeared numb. Now, looking more closely at his face on her iPad screen, his face appeared haggard, his dark eyes haunted. Brianna sighed at the painful memory, swiped at a tear, checked her watch, and saw that she still had another 10 minutes before the pizza delivery. While Vegas might be a 24/7 city, when it came to takeout, weekend nights were especially heavy. So rather than have to interrupt her movie when the delivery guy finally arrived, she took another sip of wine and impulsively clicked on the link to the town's real estate listings. When she saw the Victorian on the bluff overlooking the harbor at the top of the for sale column, Brianna's heart, which had been hurting for her lifelong friend and former crush, took a leap. Despite the unfortunate color choice someone had chosen for the exterior, it was her house. Growing up Catholic, with a high school principal for a mother, Brianna had tended to be a rule follower. One exception had been all those times she'd sneak into the abandoned 3-story house with her brothers and Seth. Her brothers had claimed the house was haunted. Brianna hadn't believed in ghosts, but even if it did have a resident wandering spirit or two, she wouldn't have cared. The creaky old Victorian spoke to her in some elemental way, much as that first amazing taste of a ding-dong had done. Even in those days, as she'd wandered through the dusty, cobweb-strewn rooms, she'd pictured it as it must have once been, and could be again. All it had needed, she believed, was some love and tender care. The house, named Herons Landing by its original timber baron owner for the many great blue herons that would roost in nests in the property's towering Douglas fir trees, was, quite literally, Brianna's dream home. But, like her youthful dreams of Seth Harper, it would remain someone else's reality. The doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of her spicy buffalo chicken pizza with Greek yogurt dressing. She logged out of the computer, paid for the meal, and settled down to watch the opening of the Dragonfly Inn Gilmore Girls episode, which had inspired her to get into the hotel business. By the time all the first guests had arrived, Brianna had managed to put her encounter with the rude, gambling doctor behind her. Spoiler alert, it wasn't going to prove that easy. Chapter 3. The Leaf Restaurant was located on Rain Shadow Road in a bungalow in the center of town across from Discovery Square. In contrast to the Victorian gingerbread exterior, which the town's Historical Planning Commission had refused to allow to be modernized, the owner of the restaurant, a transplanted chef from the San Francisco Bay Area, had opted for a clean and simple Scandinavian look. Posters of vegetables, framed in light wood, brightened the glacier-white walls. Harper Construction had done the work, and although the furniture chosen by the Portland designer made Seth feel as if he were having dinner in an IKEA store, he was nevertheless pleased with how it had turned out. He spotted the couple as soon as he came in. They were seated at a white table by the window overlooking a garden from which the chef sourced much of the restaurant's herbs and vegetables. When Mike Mannion leaned across the table to take hold of his mom's hand, Seth felt a very familiar twinge of loss. There were too many reasons he'd missed Zoe 2 years after her death to catalog, but one of the worst was those random, impulsive moments when the two of them would get lost together in their own private world. He missed touching her, tasting her. No, don't go there. Remembering making love to his wife while having dinner with his mother and her maybe boyfriend, who she might even be having sex with, and didn't that idea make him want to wash his mind out with bleach, made this already awkward situation even weirder. He cleared his throat as he approached the table. They moved apart, but easily, naturally. Not at all as if they'd been caught in any inappropriate display of affection. Yet another possible indication that they'd moved beyond dinner dates that ended with a chaste goodnight kiss at the door. "There's my handsome boy now." Looking like a wood nymph in a long green suede dress, and some sort of colorful stone hanging on a black velvet cord around her neck, his mother rose with a warm and welcoming smile. It had been a long time since he'd seen that smile. Having been wallowing in his own dark pit of grief for 2 years, Seth hadn't paid all that much attention to gradual changes in his mother. Seeing her now, so vibrant and joyful, as she'd been while he'd been growing up, he realized that her vibrancy had been fading away the last few years. "I'm so glad you could join us." Despite having lived nearly 4 decades in the Pacific Northwest, Caroline Harper's Southern roots occasionally still slipped into her voice, bringing to mind mint juleps on a wide wraparound porch while a paddle-bladed fan spun lazily overhead. Seth had visited his mother's childhood home a few times as a kid, but hadn't been back to the South since his grandparents had died. Both on the same day, he remembered now. His grandmother had died of a sudden heart attack while deadheading roses in her garden. Her husband of 60 years had literally died of a broken heart that same evening. Maybe, he considered now, deep, debilitating grief ran in his family's DNA. If so, his grandfather Lockwood had been more fortunate than he. At least the old man he remembered, always smelling of cherry tobacco from his pipe, hadn't had to linger for years and years, suffering the loss of his soulmate. Unlike so many in the Pacific Northwest, whose wardrobes tended toward hoodies, flannel, t-shirts, and jeans, his mother had started dressing all new-agey, which could have looked ridiculous, but suited her perfectly. Going up on her toes, she kissed his cheek, then leaned back and sniffed what he realized was undoubtedly the aroma of grilled beef he'd brought with him from the pub. Laughter danced in her green eyes. "Seems this is your second meal of the night." "Consider yourself busted," Mannion said on a laugh as he stood up and held out a hand. "I stopped in Port Angeles on the way back from the coast last week for some ribs and brisket, and I'd no sooner walked in the door of your mother's place when she asked me if I had a death wish." "You smelled of pit smoke," she scolded him. "And that barbecue platter is a heart attack waiting to happen."
At our age, we have to start taking care of ourselves. I don't want you keeling over on me." "Not going to happen," the older man countered. "You're not going to get rid of me that easily." His mother's obvious concern, along with that casual mention of him spending personal time at the apartment she'd moved into, as if they might already be a couple, was yet more indication that she'd moved on. Meanwhile, her husband continued to insist that his wife had merely gone menopause crazy and would return home any day. "What do you mean at your age?" Seth asked, determined to stay out of his parents' personal lives as much as possible. "You look as terrific as you did back when I graduated high school." "And isn't that exactly what a dutiful son is supposed to say?" she said, dimpling prettily. He'd heard it said, down at Ole Nilsson's barber shop, that when Caroline Lockwood had hit town, there'd been a stampede of single men vying to pass time with the pretty Georgia peach. But for some reason, he'd never figure out his gruff, uncommunicative contractor father had won not just Caroline Lockwood's hand, but apparently her heart as well, until recently. As he slipped into the booth next to Mannion, she turned toward him, her smiling eyes turning as serious as a heart attack as they moved over his face. "How are you?" "Fine." Another thing that might be in his Harper DNA was that the men in their family would rather have their fingernails pulled out with a pair of needle-nose pliers than ever talk about their feelings. He'd never cried over Zoe, not even when he'd insisted on seeing inside the polished wooden casket that didn't carry her body because it had been blown to pieces, but merely an empty starched green uniform carefully pinned to the sheet and blanket inside, which he knew from reading up on the topic online, carried a plastic bag with what little searchers were able to find of his wife after the explosion. Some caring soldier who had to have one of the toughest, most unappreciated assignments in the military had shined the buttons to a bright, glossy sheen, never knowing if anyone would see them. It was, Seth had recognized, even through the cloud of pain, a matter of respect. He hadn't cried when he'd placed her wedding band, which had been recovered and delivered to him in person, along with some rescued uniform patches, into the casket. Although the heat of the blast had turned her ring into a metal lump, since she'd never taken it off from the moment he'd slid it on her finger during their Crescent Lake ceremony, he'd felt it belonged with her. And, truth be told, he wasn't about to let her parents see it. They probably had the same horrific images in their mind as he did in his, and the least he'd felt he could and should do was spare them this one piece of pain. He did, however, save out the Purple Heart and Bronze Star he'd received, knowing the Robinsons would want them. As far as he was concerned, they were of no comfort, and he wouldn't mind never seeing them again. He hadn't so much as missed it up when the uniformed officer had handed him the flag that had seemed to take freaking forever to fold. Nor during the ceremonial volley performed by a team of 8 volunteer soldiers who'd shown up from Fort Lewis McChord to honor one of their own. All around him, people, even men, had been sniffling. Others, like his mother, had openly wept, while Helen Robinson, Zoe's mother, keened in a way that had him afraid she'd throw, prostrate, herself over her daughter's casket. Brianna Mannion, Zoe's best friend who'd flown in from Hawaii, had had silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Burke, Brianna's older brother who'd gone on from being a high school quarterback to play in the NFL, had flown in from a spring skiing vacation in the Swiss Alps, arriving in town minutes before the funeral due to flight delays. Even he'd been uncharacteristically somber and had bitten his bottom lip during the gravesite military ceremony. But not Seth. He'd felt as if he'd turned as dry as dust. As dry as that damn violent, fucked-up country that had killed her.
His only emotion was a low, seething anger that Zoe hadn't just taken out a student loan like any normal person. It wasn't like he didn't have a good job, he'd told her during their many heated arguments over her decision. With his income from the construction company and her earning a civilian nursing salary, they could have paid off the damn loans. Sure, it would have taken time, but they could have done it. Together. Unfortunately, that same tenacity he'd always admired had a flip side. She was, hands down, the most stubborn person he'd ever met. And once Zoe Robinson decided on something, heaven and earth couldn't have budged her. Now, as a line furrowed his mother's forehead, he dragged his thoughts back to their conversation and ratcheted up his blatantly fake response. Seriously, things are going great. We've got a lot of work lined up, which is always good. Seems everyone wants to be ready for summer. And punching holes in other people's walls kept him from abusing the ones in his and Zoe's house. Another furrow etched its way between her eyes. You work too hard. When you love what you do, it's not work. Terrific. Now he was talking like that motivational desk calendar his insurance agent had sent him at Christmas. Yet it's necessary to have downtime. She scolded him gently. Silence is important. We need it to connect with our inner selves, which then allows us to make sense of the disturbances surrounding us. Seth had many words he could use to describe Zoe's murder. Disturbance didn't come close. You used to like to sail and hike, fish, go over to the coast or the park. He used to like to do a lot of things. Some of those with the Mannion brothers, others with Zoe. The first time he'd touched her bare breasts had been one sunny summer afternoon he'd dropped his boat's anchor in a hidden cove, rumored to have once been a pirate hangout. 2 years later, they'd returned to that same cove and lost their virginity beneath a huge white moon. But that was then, and this was now. And rebuilding other people's houses was what was left of what had once been his life, which was working for him just fine. I still make it up to the park, which he did every weekend, but she didn't need to know why. Good. She patted his cheek. Because I worry. You don't have to. Which shows how much you know. Mothers are genetically programmed to worry. Seemingly unaware she'd sent a dagger straight to her heart as he thought about that nursery Zoe had designed, waiting behind the closed door for a baby that would never come. She reached down and retrieved a gift-wrapped package. I brought you a present. It's not my birthday. Well, of course not. I'm not so old and senile that I'd ever forget that day I took part in a miracle. This is a just because gift. Her smile wavered, giving him the feeling that she might be concerned about how he felt about whatever it was. He untied the cord, sliced the tape, and gingerly pulled back the brown craft paper. Wow, this is nice. A huge whoosh of cooling relief came over him as he looked down at a misty painting of the Olympic rainforest that suggested at any moment fairies would come out from behind the moss-draped trees and begin dancing in a magic circle. It was, to his admittedly untrained eye, really, really good. It's my first watercolor, she said. I've been taking Michael's classes. Along with his real estate investments and his own painting, Mike Mannion taught various art classes, charging only for the supplies. Seth's father, unsurprisingly, claimed it was a ruse to meet women. Given that the artist had inherited the Mannion men's black Irish looks, Seth was pretty sure he wouldn't need to go to that much trouble to attract a woman. But why did the woman in question have to be his mom? Your mother's got a natural talent, Mike said. I don't know about that, she said, patting her newly streaked blonde hair in a way that was as close as Seth had ever seen her come to preening. It also called his unwilling attention to the gold wedding band on her left hand. At least she hadn't taken it off. Yet. That was something, right? It's more that Mike is a marvelously patient teacher. And so inspirational.
I keep telling Caroline that she needs to overcome all that Southern Belle breeding to work on her artistic arrogance,
Mike said on a hearty laugh.
She is, hands down, the best student I've ever taught. I'm trying to talk her into exhibiting at the annual boat festival for Harbor Days.
I'm certainly not at that level, she protested.
There she goes again, underestimating herself.
The artist-entrepreneur shook his head.
That's something we're going to have to work on.
As they smiled across the table at each other, getting lost in each other's eyes. Oh, hell, they could have been two teenagers in the throes of first love. Seth had no problem remembering that morning Zoe had walked into middle school class. Their eyes had met, and at 13, he'd fallen like a stone rolling down Mount Olympus.
Well, not that you asked me, but if Mike thinks you'll be ready to take part in the exhibition, I think you should go for it,
Seth said.
As for your natural talent, you did, after all, attend the South Carolina School of Art and Design.
Only for 2 years, and I was studying fabric design, not painting, before I dropped out. To marry his father. No way Seth was going to go there.
Their loss. And you've always drawn the architectural renderings of the company's projects.
Not just to promote the company on its website, but to give clients an idea of how their buildings would turn out. Those are only illustrations.
Only snobs draw a strict line between fine art and illustration,
Mike said.
Both forms need the same elements: successful lighting, color, and composition. And while the argument will probably rage forever, because everyone's definition of art is a personal one, if art is about communicating a message, then illustration is definitely fine art.
They were getting over his head, but there was one thing Seth did know.
Blueprints don't tell anyone who can't envision them in 3 dimensions anything. But when clients see your illustrations, with the interiors, exteriors, even landscaping, they can imagine themselves living there. They see themselves on that porch swing, or playing with their children in the backyard, or having summer dinners on the deck or patio. You bring the blueprints alive and allow them to keep the faith during all the hectic months of construction, which can be depressing for even the most optimistic buyer.
All the years he'd been growing up, she'd carried around a sketchbook in her oversized purse so she could draw scenic sights around the peninsula. When had she stopped doing that?
Your son,
Mike said,
just made my point. You're definitely an artist.
My son is prejudiced.
Probably so, but that doesn't mean he also isn't right.
And hey, Seth said, when you're a famous watercolor artist, I'll be able to boast that your very first painting is hanging on my wall. Caroline laughed, then opened her menu, which Natch boldly proclaimed to be printed on recycled paper, and began pointing out items that he'd enjoy. She'd always been a warm and caring person, but this laughing, happy, new-age druid Earth Mother sitting across the wooden table reminded him of a bright butterfly newly emerged from a chrysalis. Michael Mannion was a long way from a starving artist. Although Seth wasn't into Honeymoon Harbor's art scene, he knew Michael's work must sell well enough to allow him to spend years traveling the world. And now, he'd returned home to buy another of the abandoned warehouses rebuilt by one of Seth's ancestors after the fire. Unlike the pub's bricks, it had been built with rocks that had originally served as ship ballast. A gallery featuring not just Mike's, but other local artists and artisans' work took up the street-level floor. His loft and studio took up the entire 3rd floor. At the moment, the 2nd floor was vacant, but plans were for Harper Construction to turn it into a communal workspace for Olympic Peninsula craftspeople. The conversation, which Seth had admittedly not been looking forward to, flowed easily, covering the weather, always a topic in the wait a minute and it'll change Pacific Northwest. The pod of orcas they'd seen this morning, 3 calves breaching playfully, and the news that an award-winning woodcrafter from Seattle, who'd created artisan furniture for some of Seth's wealthier clients, was close to becoming the first tenant to take space on the 2nd floor of Mike's building. Since he'd been hired for the initial work, Seth had come to know both the building and the painter well. Remodeling, especially a building dating back to the late 1800s, was not for the faint-hearted. Having been forced to be the bearer of bad construction news on more than one occasion, Seth knew Mike Mannion to be a patient and good man, one who'd treat his mom well. Still, as he dug into his surprisingly not bad cremini mushroom meatloaf, topped with cornbread made with organic cornmeal from Blue House Farm outside town, Seth realized that wherever this budding romance was headed, Caroline Harper might not be returning home. Which, as happy as he was to see his mother enjoying her life, meant that his already strained situation with his dad was about to get a whole lot worse. Chapter 4. One of the things Brianna loved best about her profession was that on any given day, she never knew what was going to happen at work, which typically was nonstop. She needed to be ready for any question, any request, because, as she'd discovered, any guest could ask her anything. This morning, as she arrived at her office, her assistant Brad was waiting with her coffee. Something she'd never requested, but since he'd started the habit his first day and was inordinately proud of his French press, she certainly wasn't going to turn him down. "The man called," Brad said before she'd even sat down at the cluttered work desk guests never saw, which, because she'd insisted she couldn't work on something that looked as if Marie Antoinette might have chosen it, was simply painted a fresh, clean white. The Cape Cod style reminded her of her honeymoon harbor roots and helped keep things in perspective when she spent 60 hours a week in a gilded palace. "He asked to see you as soon as you got in." That in itself wouldn't have triggered any concern. Hyatt Huntington, general manager of both the resort hotel and the casino, was even more of a workaholic than Brianna, often boasting that he had no trouble getting by on 3 hours of sleep a night. There were many days when she'd arrived early to find a stack of messages already waiting. She had, after several weeks of sleepless nights, convinced him that she didn't have his superpowers and could do her job much better if he stopped texting her all night. Still, she couldn't miss the seeds of worry in Brad's normally smiling blue eyes. "Sure, would you let him know I'm on my way?" "Of course." With his romance cover model looks, Brad could have made a bundle in tips if he'd chosen to work on the casino floor. But as she'd once done, he'd opted to work his way up the ladder, learning the ropes at previous hotels before this one, that would hopefully someday earn him entry into the prestigious Les Clefs d'Or. It had been Brianna's membership in the International Organization of Concierges at the pinnacle of the profession, along with stellar recommendations from previous employers, that had won her this job, which had been the most sought-after position in the city. Grateful for the burst of caffeine before meeting with the high-energy hotel manager, she took a sip of the perfectly brewed coffee. Oh yes, with his ability to anticipate every need, Brad had a successful career ahead of him. "Did he mention what it's about?" The general manager usually sent her a blizzard of messages every day. Ones that Brad, who had to triage them by importance, had taken to calling Huntington's snowflakes. "No, but he didn't sound very happy." "Then it's situation normal." Brianna never got called to her boss's inner sanctum to be rewarded for a job well done. She was expected to provide guests with perfection. Anything less was unacceptable. Wondering if her furious physician had followed through on his threat to report her, she paused before leaving the office. "Would you please check the latest Yelp reviews?" she asked Brad. "And text me if we've gotten a new negative one?" "Sure. Let me do it now. It'll just take a sec." Without missing a beat, not bothering to inquire why, he began tapping on his computer. Hopefully he wouldn't find anything, but it was always good to be prepared. Unfortunately, the review was already there. As soon as she got back from her meeting, she was going to have to take several deep breaths, switch from coffee to more calming tea, and respond. Bad reviews were never a good thing. But letting them go unacknowledged suggested the hotel didn't care about its guests, which was even worse. Brianna buttoned her jacket over her ivory silk blouse, smoothed out non-existent wrinkles in her black pencil skirt, and ran a hand over her hair, which she'd coiled into its usual tidy chignon. Then, after changing from the flats she'd worn for driving into her official work pumps, she squared her shoulders and headed toward the express elevator leading directly to the executive floor. Her boss's secretary waved her right into his private office. The sympathy in the woman's eyes was not encouraging. The office, which was spacious enough to hold Brianna's entire apartment, was situated at the very top of the Vegas Strip high-rise, which not only offered real-time viewing of all the hotel's public places on the multi-screen TVs that were duplicates of the ones in the security offices, but also a stunning view of the entire valley out the glazed window wall.
"Brianna."
Hyatt Huntington didn't get up from behind his huge, imposing desk. Having seen the invoice when the Louis XIV's polished black desk, covered in ornate gilded friezes of lion's heads and acanthus leaves, had arrived, Brianna knew that the cost had topped $20,000. Paid for by gamblers like the angry Yelp-reviewing physician. Not only had Hyatt not stood up, as he usually did, he hadn't wished her a good morning. "Mr. Huntington." Her 3-inch heels clicked on the miles of marble as she approached the desk. Then, unsure whether or not she should sit down, Brianna stayed standing in front of him.
"It's Hyatt,"
he said on an exasperated breath.
"I told you when this place opened 2 years ago that you needn't be so formal when we're in here alone together."
His brows dove toward his blade of nose.
"And would you please sit down and stop looking as if you're on the way to the guillotine?"
Resisting mentioning that the furnishings brought to mind all those executions after the French Revolution, Brianna sat down in the neoclassic reproduction chair on the visitor's side of the desk. His own high-backed Baroque chair with its red velvet upholstery could have belonged to the Sun King himself. He might not be about to chop off her head, but the fact that he hadn't offered her coffee and his hands were folded tightly atop the gilt leather desktop told Brianna what was coming. But rather than volunteer and risk telling him something he might not yet know, like that damn Yelp review, she folded her own hands and waited.
"I received a call first thing this morning,"
he said. Still, she waited.
"From a guest. Does the name Dr. Aaron Michelson ring a bell?"
Yes, he was unhappy about a less than satisfactory experience he had at Bombay Spice.
"Which he says you highly recommended."
No. Brianna was not going to back down on this point. He came to me with a printed-out page of reviews. As you undoubtedly realize, online reviews only reflect that one diner's experience. I told him that Bombay Spice was one of the better Indian restaurants in the city. Then, after asking him what his favorite restaurants back home were, in order to get more information on his personal tastes, which turned out to be all steakhouses, I recommended a few of those as well, including our own Chops, but I could tell that his mind was already made up when he arrived.
He was angry because there wasn't any meat on the menu.
It states quite clearly on the restaurant's website and the menu that it's vegetarian. Perhaps he's never heard of the concept of sacred cows? Realizing she'd come off snarky, Brianna held up her hand and took a deep breath. Sorry, did he happen to mention that I offered him a free meal here?
On a day he was checking out.
If he'd first complained when he'd returned from Bombay Spice, Greg, the night concierge, would have done the same thing. He'd even have had his overpriced, dry-aged prime steak delivered to the doctor's damn room, which could have prevented him losing a bundle on the tables out of pique.
I get your point, but he's insisting you owe him $50,000.
To which you told him, no way, right?
Of course. The idea is ridiculous. You didn't drag him down to the casino and force him to keep throwing his chips around the roulette table.
She breathed a sigh of relief. Not that she'd expected Hyatt to take that complaint seriously, but it was encouraging that he found the idea as ludicrous as she had. Her relief was short-lived.
We came to a compromise.
Her knuckles whitened from the pressure of her hands being squeezed together so tightly. Oh?
I offered him the Golden Treasure Suite on the house, the next time he's in town.
I assume he accepted. King Midas himself might have found the suite blindingly over-gilded, which undoubtedly would suit the status-conscious doctor and his apparently privileged wife to a T.
He did, after I assured him that you'd write him a note of apology.
What? Brianna crossed her arms. No, period, way. He arched a blonde brow. It was not often that they were at cross purposes, and never in her 2 years of working together had she ever refused a directive. He called me a bitch.
That's unfortunate, but it was obviously in the heat of the moment. He was a guest, and the single most important tenet of any business, but especially hospitality, is that guests are always right.
No, not always. This one had been rude, sexist, and wrong.
Give me a break, Brianna. The guy might be an asshole, but he also just happens to be one of the biggest whales in this town.
That she hadn't known. Not that it made a difference in the treatment she would have provided. Still, while all the elderly men and women who came on the chartered buses to add some excitement to their retirement brought in a nice bit of change, it was the high-stakes gamblers, a.k.a. the whales, who couldn't stay away, who'd keep betting, even when they were losing, that kept all those chandeliers lit and indoor fountains flowing, not to mention paying her salary. Why didn't I know him? She was familiar with all their regulars. She created files for every one with all their likes and dislikes. She never missed sending birthday or anniversary cards. Not always easy to keep up with, considering the number of divorces many went through, enclosing vouchers for chips. Some took advantage of their status to the point her dentist had warned her that if she didn't stop grinding her teeth, she'd end up eating baby food. Others, more reasonable, nice ones, Brianna had become close with. Enough that she'd spent part of her Christmas holiday in Florence, shopping with a bond fund manager's wife and taking care of their children while they'd gone on a Tuscany wine tasting tour. All expenses paid, of course, along with a nice check and a gold mesh bracelet the wife had insisted on buying her at one of the shops on Florence's Gold Bridge.
You don't have him in your book because he's from Des Moines and usually stays at Wind Tower Suites or the mansion at MGM Grand, which, given his tendency to jump back and forth, suggested that he might be induced to make us his home base when in town.
He's a doctor. Granted, it's a good profession, but he's not exactly the type of gambler either one of those places or we would be vying for.
But he's a doctor who happens to have established a national chain of for-profit medical clinics, and is part owner in 3 more hospitals in Miami, Phoenix, and Honolulu. The guy's rolling in dough, which, as last night proved, he's more than willing to throw around. We want him throwing it around at our tables. It made sense. And surely Dr. Dick hadn't been the first rude or even obscene guest she'd dealt with over the years. But as she sat across from this man she knew to be the son of 2 high school teachers in Mesa, Arizona, Brianna realized the incident yesterday was close to becoming her last straw.
What happens if I refuse to write the letter?
Of course I can't force you.
She could tell that Hyatt wasn't enjoying this any more than she was. One difference was that she was single, responsible only for herself. While with 2 kids in college, one of whom was currently in Italy studying for her PhD in art history, her boss had a great deal more to lose if the gambling doctor went over his head to Midas's owner, a billionaire who always ranked in the top 50 on the annual Forbes richest list.
Not that you'd ever try,
she allowed. Hyatt was a good guy who, through no fault of his own, had landed in an untenable situation, which was only one of the reasons she decided to help him out.
But you would accept my resignation.
He stared at her for what seemed a full minute, then dragged his hand down his face.
Oh, hell. You don't want to do that.
The idea hadn't occurred to her as she'd taken the elevator up to this floor. Neither had it crossed her mind as she'd made the long trek across the ocean of pink marble and sat down in the fake antique chair. But as soon as she'd heard the words leaving her mouth, Brianna knew it was exactly what she wanted to do. And fortunately, thanks to a recent surprise inheritance from another favorite guest whose family she'd become personal friends with, she could afford to walk away.
Yes,
she said.
I do.
I assume you'll want me to leave immediately so you can assure Dr. Michelson that I no longer work here. Hell, tell him you fired me. That should gain you points over the MGM Grand and win.
Does it matter that I don't want you to leave?
Yes.
He did not, she noted, insist that he wouldn't play the fired card. She watched the tension in his shoulders, clad in a suit that she guessed cost as much as either of his parents' annual salaries, loosen slightly.
It matters a great deal, and I appreciate it, but it doesn't make any difference, Hyatt.
It's not the first time I've felt that I'm not the best fit here at Midas.
So I think it's for the best.
He blew out a breath, then finally stood up, went around the desk, and instead of shaking her hand, surprised her with a hug. Not a creepy boss copping a feel hug, but the kind 2 close friends would share.
I'll miss you,
he said.
Back at you,
she said, meaning it. He'd been not just a mentor, but a friend. Perhaps she'd often considered because they'd both come from similar middle-class backgrounds. Her second thought, coming right on top of the first, was that although she was friendly with many people, she no longer had anyone she could consider a true friend. At least not the kind she could share secrets with, or who'd play designated driver while you got drunk because you'd been dumped by some guy your always loyal friend would assure you was a tool who'd never been and would never be good enough for you. Zoe had been that type of friend. But now, although she'd have been the first person Brianna would have called, she was gone. Forever. And although Brianna had exchanged emails back and forth with Seth for the first few months after the funeral, their correspondence had drifted off when he'd stopped responding, suggesting he'd moved on with his life.
You'll be impossible to replace,
Hyatt said, breaking into her thoughts. She laughed at that and felt the tension inside her melt away, like one of the glaciers on Mount Olympus back home at spring thaw. You know that's not true. No one's irreplaceable. Except possibly George Clooney. You might take a look at Brad, she suggested.
Are you sure he's ready?
He's young, Brianna allowed.
But he's been in the business since he was 18 and has worked hard to learn the job along the way. He's also eager to please and is a natural at this business. She knew he had 3 younger sisters and had often thought that when they'd played tea party, he'd have been the one setting up the table and pouring the pretend tea. If you move Greg to days, Brad should be able to handle nights, especially with Greg to act as a mentor.
I'll give it a thought. Thanks for the recommendation.
He'd already mentally moved on, as he should. You're welcome. She patted his arm. Take care. I'm off to write a polite, gracious response to the not the least bit truthful Yelp rant, pack up my desk, and be on my way.
I'll write a glowing referral. Just let me know where to send it.
It's not necessary. Again, an arch of the brow.
You already have a new place in mind?
I do. The answer was so obvious, she was surprised it wasn't flashing in neon bright lights over her head. I'm going home. Chapter 5. It was morning in Kabul, Afghanistan. Traffic was streaming through the Bagram airfield gates. Suppliers, contractors, civilian workers, local residents who were members of the ANA, the Afghan National Army. The sun was rising, the base buzzing as the day medical staff at the state-of-the-art Craig Joint Theater Hospital caught up with patients who'd transferred in or out during the night. Widely recognized as one of the most advanced hospitals in the U.S. Central Command, as well as the premier medical facility in Afghanistan, CJTH had the admirable record of a 95% survival rate. Thanks to dedicated medical personnel like Army Captain Zoe Harper, who was currently assigned to the intensive care department. She was busy mentoring a local nurse, teaching her to tend to one of the unit's favorite patients, a 9-year-old boy who'd been burned when the family's propane tank blew up, when shouts started ringing out through the wing, then automatic gunfire. Instructing the nurse to bar the heavy metal door, she threw herself over her patient just as the world blew up. When his phone alarm crashed into the all-too-familiar nightmare, Seth, drenched in sweat, dragged himself out of the inferno and threw the damn phone across the room. He resisted, just barely, taking a hammer to it. The events that invaded his sleep weren't real. Or maybe they were. He had no way of knowing because the only facts the Army would share with him were that his wife had been working in the IC ward when the security had been breached, allowing suicide terrorists dressed in medical uniforms to attack the hospital. She'd told him about her patients, both military and civilian, but he could tell that the little boy, whom she'd been treating for 6 months, had been a favorite. She'd even asked Seth to send a box of birthday party paraphernalia and Star Trek and Star Wars figures, which he'd done. She'd emailed pictures of the birthday party 2 days before her death. The boy had been grinning up at Zoe, who was wearing a silly, definitely not standard-issue Princess Leia wig with her military scrubs. It was obvious the kid had fallen in love with her, as everyone always did. Her stories had created endless possible scenarios of her death. All were violent and horrific and too often followed Seth throughout the day, which in its own way was even worse than the nights. And not just because mourning meant going out into the world where he might be forced to interact with people, but mostly because the one person he would not be able to avoid was his dad, who, if Seth arrived at the job site a nanosecond past the 7 o'clock start time, would spend all damn day complaining about the supposed lack of the younger generation's work ethics. Stumbling out of his side of the bed, he couldn't make himself breach his wife's cold, empty side. He let Bandit out to do his business, then opened a can of dog beef stew that had more vegetables than Seth ate in an average day. He figured he'd banked about a month's worth at last night's dinner. Drawn by the sound of the electric can opener, the mutt came racing back in, skidded across the wood floor, dove his head into the bowl and dispensed with breakfast in 3 huge gulps. He followed Seth into the bathroom and would have continued right into the shower if not barred by the ceiling-high glass door. The vet had explained that along with eating issues, separation anxiety wasn't uncommon in rescues, especially one who'd been all mangy skin and bones when he'd started showing up at the job site. Having learned to ignore the unwavering eyes watching his every move, Seth braced his hands against the tile walls of the shower, lowered his head and let the cold water pouring out of the rain shower slam down the hard-on that continued to taunt him every damn morning. Closing his eyes, he kept his hands flat on the walls because even getting himself off would feel like he was committing adultery. But not taking care of the ache wasn't easy as he fought against envisioning what he'd be doing if Zoe was in this multi-head shower he'd built solely with her in mind. She'd seen one on an HGTV makeover show and sexted him with ideas of how much fun it would be to work on their baby making in one. Graphic, hot ideas that had had him immediately driving to the plumbing supply store. There were days, and this was one of them, when he thought he ought to just sell the damn house. But then he'd wander through the rooms and see things like the rooster wall clock in the kitchen, and the trio of small, seemingly useless little porcelain boxes she'd bought for the bedroom side table, or photos of her planting the living Christmas tree they'd bought from the Mannion farm so their future children could grow with it. And he knew that there was no way he was ever going to be able to abandon this house that he'd remodeled, but she'd turned into a home. After he'd toweled off, dressed in boxer briefs and jeans, layered a flannel shirt over a black Harper Construction t-shirt and pulled on his socks and work boots, Seth took off his wedding band and put it into the box in the bedside table drawer. One of the few things he and his father agreed on was that wearing rings when doing construction could be dangerous. Seth himself had seen guys seriously bruised, had one guy on his sheet metal crew whose finger had been amputated when the ring caught in a piece of machinery, and his electrical contractor's finger was burned to the bone from an electrical arc during his apprentice days. So, every work morning since returning home from his weekend honeymoon, he'd put the ring away in its black box in the drawer of the table that still held a framed photo of Zoe and him on their wedding day. And every evening, as soon as he walked in the door, he'd put it back on. Although his main reason was that wearing that simple gold band was a way of keeping his wife close, of not forgetting her and all they'd shared together. The simple truth was that after all these years, it had become a habit. Not a habit, he decided as he walked, with Bandit following right on his heels out to the garage. Habits, both good and bad, became mere routines, something done without thinking. Taking off and putting on his wedding ring was more like a ritual, which was a good thing, right? Rituals were important. They were what bound societies together. Without them, the world would spiral into disorder, the type of chaos that could blow up a beautiful young woman who'd never done anything to hurt anyone in the bloom of her life. 2 years after its detail job, Zoe's Civic still sat in the second car stall. It was concealed by the cover he'd bought after seeing her off on her deployment, but he could still envision in all its rally red glory. Many people in town, including Quinn, who'd actually shared a personal opinion for once, had suggested he sell it. Easy for them to say. Seth would rather cut off a limb with a rusty chainsaw. He wondered what all those well-meaning folks would say if they knew that once a week he'd drive it to Olympic National Park, up to Hurricane Ridge and back, except in the winter when snow closed the road, to keep the battery charged and gunk from building up inside the various internal parts, none of which he knew all that much about, but it's what the guys on the car radio shows when he was growing up were always saying. The ranger at the Heart of the Hills entrance station, whose kitchen he'd remodeled, had quit asking for his park pass and merely waved him through. She'd also never, not once, asked him the reason for such regular visits. It wasn't easy keeping a secret in Honeymoon Harbor. But the fact that his mother hadn't known about his weekly trips to the ridge suggested he owed that ranger a debt of gratitude. Over the past years, Seth had learned a funny thing about death. The funeral, held in St. Peter's because Honeymoon Harbor wasn't a big enough town to have a Greek Orthodox congregation, had been packed, with every pew filled and standing room only in the side aisles and at the back. The townspeople, along with soldiers from Fort Lewis McChord who'd come to honor one of their own, had even spilled out into the church parking lot. Even more people from the peninsula lined the sidewalks on the way to the cemetery, holding their hands over their hearts, their kids waving miniature flags. Although much of that time was a blur, Seth remembered the members of the fire department, dressed in full uniform, standing at attention in front of their gleaming red trucks, having to stop for a freight train carrying a load of logs, and how the engineer had respectfully left his finger off the whistle at the crossing. He also recalled how, as the cortege wound its way along the waterfront, one old man, wearing fisherman's rubber overalls and black boots, stood on the dock beside his trawler, shoulders squared, back straight as a ramrod, briskly saluting as the hearse drove past. They were forced to hold the lunch after the internment in the parish community hall because neither his and Zoe's home nor her parents' house had enough room for everyone who'd wanted to attend. Tables groaned with casseroles, salads, and cakes, and although he'd protested, the women who'd planned the occasion with the precision that Eisenhower had probably used for the D-Day invasion had sent him home with Tupperware and foil-wrapped packages, labeled with the contents and name and mailing addresses of who'd made them so he could send thank-you notes. Yeah, like that was going to happen. Unwilling to allow people to believe their efforts weren't appreciated, his mother had handwritten notes on cards she'd made herself. Later, he'd learned from Ethel Young, who ran Harper Construction's office, that she'd taken time to write a different personal message on each card. The first few weeks after the funeral, everywhere he went, people would stop to tell him how sorry they were for his loss, and ask, with great concern in their eyes and sadly sympathetic expressions, how he was doing. To which he always lied and said something along the lines of, "Well, it's not easy, but I'm doing okay." To which all those who'd told him that if he ever needed something, anything, to give them a call, looked openly relieved that they wouldn't be roped into dealing with Honeymoon Harbor's youngest widower. Widower. Seth hated that word, which sounded like something from one of Zoe's downloaded Jane Austen movies that he couldn't bring himself to delete from their DVR menu. But time moved on, and apparently everyone had expected him to as well. Because, except on Memorial Day, when Boy and Girl Scouts put flags on all the veterans' graves and the VFW held a remembrance ceremony at the Harborview Cemetery, it was almost as if his wife had never existed. As if she'd never twirled across the stage in a tutu playing the Sugar Plum Fairy in the 8th grade production of The Nutcracker. Never waved her blue and white pom-poms while he was racing down the high school football field to catch Burke Mannion's passes. Never marched in perfect military formation in her JROTC cadet uniform. As if she'd never exchanged wedding vows with stars in her eyes. Dreamed about babies who would never be born. Never gone to war to save lives, only to lose her own. Fuck. Although it never got easy, some days were tougher than others. Realizing that this was going to be one of the tough ones, he yanked open the door for the dog, who jumped into the passenger seat. Then he climbed into the truck, punched the button for the garage door opener, and headed to work. As imagined images of the aftermath of the hospital bombing that had seemed to run 24/7 for days on cable TV and were probably burned forever on the inside of his eyes, Seth pulled up in front of Cops and Coffee, conveniently located next to the police station and across the ferry dock from the pub. The coffee shop was operated by 3 retired Seattle detectives, thus the name and the flashing red, white, and blue police light. They'd wanted to put the sign above the door, which the town's strict historical design committee had quickly nixed. But Seth, who'd done the remodel, had managed to get them to give him a permit to place it in the front window, where visitors coming in or leaving on the gleaming white ferry couldn't miss it. Bandit's ears perked up as soon as he cut the engine. His tail began to thump enthusiastically. And just in case Seth might forget the doggy bag, he reminded him with a loud woof.
Got it,
Seth reassured him. One thing about having a dog, it was hard to feel sorry for yourself when you lived with an animal that, despite an obviously rough background, could remain optimistic. It occurred to him, not for the first time, that Bandit would have been a good dog for his and Zoe's kids, which sent his momentarily uplifted mood diving again. The decor, if it could be called that, was a hodgepodge of 50s blue vinyl booths and red Formica-topped tables, a counter with the same blue vinyl on the swivel stools, and a separate room in the back where tourists could buy souvenirs. What elevated the joint from your average donut shop was the enormous stainless steel espresso machine with as many switches and dials as a fighter jet. Because, after all, this was Washington State, where coffee was the nearest thing to a religion, and Folgers in a carafe just wouldn't cut it.
You look like you're on the way to the chair.
Dave, a former homicide detective, sporting a Tom Selleck broom brush mustache, greeted him. The uniform of the day was a cop blue shirt with a badge that read Donut Patrol. The badge, Natch, was available for sale in the gift shop alongside the t-shirts and travel mugs reading Don't Dunk and Drive.
Just the job site,
Seth answered, handing over his oversized travel mug to Dave, who brewed him coffee just the way Seth liked it, pitch black and strong enough to stand a spoon up in.
Meaning the job you're doing with your dad.
The machine began pouring out the coffee.
The morning after you had dinner with your mom's new boyfriend.
Well, that didn't take long. One of the good things about Seth's hometown was that it was, in many ways, like small towns anywhere. The type of close-knit community where everyone would band together in a heartbeat to support and protect their own. The downside was that same closeness had everyone privy to everyone else's business.
What, did someone put it on the damn Facebook page? Not yet, but Emma Mae Graham, who came in for a mocha latte and a chocolate glaze to take on the ferry for a day in the city, told me she saw you with your mom and Mike Mannion at Leaf, which makes it the first time they've gone public after the past 2 months, right? Yet you already knew. Hey, I was a street detective before I got into this business.
He tapped his temple.
And detecting in this town is a lot easier than back in the day. Hell, if I knew that everyone who comes in for a cup of joe feels the need to tell a story, I would have suggested we open up a Starbucks in the cop shop back in Seattle. It would have saved us a lot of interrogation time.
Fortunately, Seth's dad was even more of a hermit than Seth, so there was a chance that it might take him longer to find out that his wife, who'd filed separation papers 3 months ago, had found herself a new man. He skimmed a glance over the donuts in the glass-fronted case.
I'll take a box of 6 glazed crullers and 6 apple fritters to go. Breakfast of champions.
Dave agreed as he began putting them into a dark blue box with the Donut Patrol shield printed in gold on the top.
The fritters have apples in them,
Seth said.
Which is a government-recommended fruit, part of the food pyramid, right?
That was his story, and he was sticking to it.
Works for me,
the former detective agreed.
Like carrot cake is a vegetable.
There you go. After boxing up the fritters and crullers, along with 3 donut holes in a small waxed bag for Bandit, Dave handed the complimentary baker's dozen 13 deep-fried donuts to Seth, who bit into a cruller and enjoyed the rush of fat and sugar. He drove along the water, turning up the hill to a gut job he'd been working on for a month. Great, his dad's truck was already in front of the house. Seth didn't know how the old man did it, but he often thought he could arrive at 2 a.m. and Ben Harper would already be there. He paused for a moment, studying the house, which was one of his favorites. Like the arts and crafts bungalows, folk Victorians were one of the most often found styles of historical houses in the country, and what home buyers usually thought of when they went looking for charm. The homes had ruled the day from 1870 to 1910. Unlike the better-known high-style Queen Anne, a folk Victorian was nothing more than a dressed-up ordinary folk house, so named because it had been built to provide basic shelter for the masses with little regard for changing fashions. As growing railroads brought machinery into towns where workmen could produce inexpensive Victorian detail to be grafted onto existing homes, the decorated houses began to spread like wildfire. What set the folk Victorians apart from the earlier ordinary houses was the decorative detailing on the porches and cornice line. Porch supports were usually turned spindles or square beams with beveled corners. Other porch details were lacy or unique jigsaw-cut balustrades. The possibilities were as endless as the craftsmen's imaginations and reflected their own particular region. In this part of the country, silhouettes of trees, mountains, animals, whales, and fish, along with stylized Pacific Northwest Native American symbols, predominated. Their uniqueness, combined with a simple floor plan, made folk Victorians as desirable today as they were when that first trainload of architectural trim had arrived in the 1800s. This particular house had been bought by a local photographer, Kylie Campbell, an old friend of Zoe's, and her photographer fiancé she'd met while traveling across Europe. While Kylie tended to focus more on portraits and the lucrative wedding business, Mai, her fiancé, was more into scenic shots she sold to magazines around the world. Some, taken in the national park and around town, were currently displayed in Mike Mannion's gallery. While bandits snuffled around the exterior, searching out any squirrels or raccoons that might have invaded during the night, Seth found his father inside what had once been a back kitchen and was in the process of becoming a darkroom. Although Kylie and Mai were both photographers, their methods were very different. Kylie preferred shooting digital so her clients could see the photo immediately, but Mai occasionally preferred working with black and white film, which she'd develop herself. While going over the plans for the darkroom, she'd jokingly told him part of the reason she preferred film over digital was that the cathinol, which apparently had replaced the funky old developer, smelled so damn good. Especially early in the morning, when she claimed it was like breathing in hot coffee steam while meditating. He'd decided to take her word on that. While working on this house, he'd thought how often marriages were a study in contrasts. Along with being a born nurturer, which had made her such a beloved nurse, Zoe had definitely been the more outgoing and talkative of the two of them. Even as she could be briskly efficient, she also wore her heart along with her combat patch on her uniform sleeve. One of his few positive takeaways from her deployment was how she would have made a bad situation better for any soldier who'd ended up in her care. Similarly, in contrast to Mai's serenity, Kylie was an extrovert, as bright as her red hair, perfect for keeping stressed-out brides and grooms from freaking out before the ceremony, while at the same time being empathetic enough to catch those special moments that showed, far better than any posed photos, expressions of love. Like the photos she'd taken for his and Zoe's wedding, which included one of Zoe's mother zipping up her wedding dress, another of his bride-to-be calling him one last time on her cell minutes before the ceremony to tell him how much she loved him. And one he hadn't realized Kylie had caught, of him pinning the rose boutonniere on the lapel of his father's seldom-worn, outdated suit. His father's expression had revealed a warmth of emotion Seth couldn't remember ever seeing before or since. Whenever he looked at that particular photo, Seth wondered if, just possibly, Ben Harper had been remembering his own wedding day to a woman as warm and open as he was distant. Zoe had always been the outgoing one of the two of them, Middle school was hard enough to figure out your way through, even when you'd known everyone in your class forever. Coming in as the new girl mid-year couldn't have been easy. But seemingly without any effort at all, she quickly began weaving herself into the fabric of the school. And by the time summer vacation rolled around, it was as if she'd been there all her life. All of his life. After steaming off over a century's layers of wallpaper, Seth's dad was now down to getting rid of the paint before repairing the walls with a mixture of lime putty, fine sand, and goat hair. Watching him, thinking back to that photo, Seth wondered, for the very first time, if as much as he'd loved Zoe, because he shared the same difficulty in articulating his feelings as his father, they might have ended up like his parents. At a point when their love might not have been strong enough to overcome years of what Zoe might someday come to view as indifference. Hell, and wasn't that a fun thought? Not that he'd ever get a chance to know. Or try to fix things if they had gone off course. Because Zoe was gone, and he was still here, with a job to get done, on budget and on schedule. Ben Harper might not be the easiest of men to live with, but no one could fault his attention to detail. The man was one of the last of a dying breed of craftsmen whose knowledge of building had been passed down through the generations. Although many of the kids Seth had grown up with couldn't wait to get out of their small, isolated hometown, Seth's roots had always been deeply set in the area's glacial, loamy soil. And he especially appreciated being part of a continual line of Harper males who'd built Honeymoon Harbor.
About time you showed up.
His father, thankfully unaware of Seth's earlier thoughts, muttered without turning around.
Late night? I stopped for fritters.
He didn't bother to share that he'd spent most of the night locked in the frequent nightmare of the suicide bomb blowing Zoe's hospital ward to smithereens. He put the box on top of a sheet of plywood being held up by two sawhorses, and could tell that he'd diverted his old man's interest in this morning's delay when the steamer paused. Fritters were Ben Harper's favorite, but apparently this morning they weren't enough to stop him from his work.
Humph.
The steamer began moving again.
Didn't realize Cops and Coffee had gone organic, given that's what you seem to be into these days.
They haven't. Since he'd only begun to make inroads in the oversized travel mug of coffee, it took a moment for his dad's meaning to click in. Obviously, he was talking about the newest organic place in town. Busted.
Word gets around,
Seth said casually. Not that there was anything casual about your parents' breakup. Whatever your age, he was discovering.
I was driving by and saw you going into Leaf after work. I remodeled the place. Makes sense I'd eat there from time to time. The mushroom meatloaf's pretty good.
Yet for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why so many things on the menu had appeared to be pretending to be meat. It wasn't like you'd ever go into the pub and find Jarl's beer-battered fried cod and chips pretending to be a salad. The older man grunted, then muttered something beneath his breath.
Like it makes sense for a son to turn traitor on his own flesh and blood? Okay, I had dinner with Mom. So what? You weren't eating with just your mother. You going to tell me you didn't know that she would be there with her new boyfriend, wearing a dress she sure as hell never wore out to dinner with me?
Seth was about to point out that he couldn't remember the last time his father had taken his mother out for so much as a burger at Dinah's Diner when the comment hit home.
Nobody told you she was at Leaf.
Gossip might always be swirling in Honeymoon Harbor's salty air, but he doubted anyone talking to his dad would bother to mention what his mom was wearing.
You saw her with Mannion. Like I said, I happened to be driving by. You said you saw me while driving by.
Seth jabbed a finger at him.
I was 10 minutes late because I stopped by the pub first.
Unless his dad had been driving up and down the street, the odds of him seeing both his wife and son arrive was not only unlikely, it was flat out impossible. Ben backed down the ladder, switched off the steamer, and put it onto the plywood next to the blue box.
I'll bet dollars to those donuts you brought with you that you stopped at the pub to have yourself a real dinner before eating the damn rabbit food they serve at Leaf.
Seth was going to neither confirm nor deny that guess.
I told you, the meatloaf was good, and the cornbread nearly as good as Mom makes. And trying to change the subject to a debate about vegetarian versus burgers isn't going to work. You were stalking Mom. Not stalking.
His face settling into hard lines, his father reached into the box, took out a fritter and bit into it with enough force to send powdered sugar flying around like snow in a blizzard.
I was just watching out for her. She's not used to being out on her own.
Even as he was annoyed by the stalking aspect, Seth knew that his father wasn't entirely lying. He'd always known Ben Harper loved his wife, in his way, which unfortunately hadn't ever been the least bit demonstrative, which caused a twinge of pain as he remembered the way Zoe would touch his arm, smooth a hand over his hair, nuzzle his neck while they were sitting and watching TV on the second-hand couch she'd unearthed at Treasure's antique shop.
I suspect she's felt as if she's been on her own for a long time,
he said, feeling his way across what was turning out to be a conversational minefield.
Given that you're not one for going out. A man puts in a hard day's work. He doesn't feel like getting all gussied up to stay out until all hours of the morning dancing,
his father said around a second mouthful of fritter.
Last I checked, movies only take a couple hours, and don't require either dressing up or dancing. Cheaper to stay at home and watch a show on the TV. Maybe, but did you ever think that attitude is what's got you living alone? Your mother will be back.
Seth knew he'd hit a sore spot when his father grabbed the steamer, went back up the ladder and switched it on.
It's been 3 months,
he said to Ben's back.
Took nearly that long to talk her into marrying me and staying here instead of going back east to that foo-foo art school.
He began methodically moving the steamer over the wall.
I can wait her out. I'm no expert on women, but I'm not sure that's the best option.
The steamer paused as his father stiffened. Shoulders, arms, legs.
You saying she's serious about some pansy artist?
Seth resisted rolling his eyes.
Did you ever think that Mom might prefer you not to talk like Archie Bunker? I like Archie,
Ben shot back.
It was good to see a regular guy on TV. So, is she involved with Mannion? I don't have any idea. All I know for sure is that she's taking classes from him in art.
And how weird did it feel playing this stupid high school game of does she like me or him best with his dad? Which, by the way, she's really good at.
He's probably just leading her on by telling her that. She gave me a watercolor. Believe me, she's good. If she wanted to paint, I wouldn't have stopped her. Hell, she could have helped out on the houses instead of just doing the businesses books and those drawings of the houses.
Seth opted against mentioning that creating an actual piece of art wasn't anywhere the same as painting a wall, but then wondered if, just possibly, she'd like to try a mural. With Kylie and Mai both being visual types, a mural of the harbor or snow-capped mountains might make a nice feature wall.
That wasn't my point. Whatever their relationship, Mike Mannion's not the only guy in town. Did you ever think that the longer she stays away, the more comfortable she might be with the new normal of single life?
Ben shot a look over his shoulder.
She's my wife. For the moment, though I feel the need to point out that you are legally separated.
Seth had been surprised when she'd gone all legal ass on his dad, having those separation papers served on him.
But just in case you missed the memo, the days of women being chattel are long gone. You don't own her.
Great. Now, not only was he eating veggie meatloaf, he was paraphrasing Beyoncé.
Never said I thought I did.
Ben's scowl deepened.
Your mother's always had a mind of her own. I used to call her my steel magnolia.
There was just a tinge of something that sounded like pride in Ben's tone. Which made sense because only a strong woman would have stuck around past the first anniversary. It wasn't that his father was a bad guy, but he was from another era. A hard-working, blue-collar guy who wasn't all that happy about a world that seemed to be moving too fast to keep up. And whereas some people might see the glass half filled, Ben Harper always seemed afraid someone was going to steal his.
Used to being the definitive phrase,
Seth pointed out, wondering yet again how he got into this damn situation.
Do you want her back?
That question had his father spinning around so fast, Seth feared he might fall off the ladder and break his stiff neck.
What the hell do you think?
I've no idea. You damn well should, he said.
Not only is she smart, kind, loving, and an all-around great woman, the one thing you and I have in common, along with the love of fixing up old homes, is that we both married above ourselves. Besides, living alone is the frigging pits.
Not that the way he spent his days was fully living. The truth was, he was fucking tired of being lonely. If he hadn't been able to lose himself in his work, he probably would have just taken his boat out the strait into the Pacific and jumped into the icy ocean where Coast Guard PSAs were always reminding boaters to wear their life jackets because a fit person could swim only 50 yards in 50-degree water, which just happened to be the summer temperature. Another grunt.
You should know, given that you've turned into a hermit monk,
his father said.
Hell, even I've played poker once a week for the last 20 or so years.
Which had always taken place at the Harper house, and which, Seth could have argued, wasn't exactly getting out.
It's not the same thing,
he insisted.
My wife died.
Zoe had been more than Seth's wife. She'd been his soulmate for over half his life. He'd lived for her weekend visits home while she'd been away at college, and it never would have occurred to him to so much as look at another woman while she'd been deployed, assuring him that she was in a well-guarded hospital and would be returning home to make a lot of babies, so he'd better be prepared to man up and do his part, which had totally worked for him.
That was 2 years ago,
Ben said. 2 years, 1 month, 2 weeks, and 3 days. But hell, who was counting? He was.
We were talking about you and Mom.
Seth felt the damn plaster walls closing in on him. Inside his head, bombs were exploding.
And what you're going to do to win her back. She'll be back, once she gets over this crazy hippie streak.
He went back to working on the wall.
Town used to be made up of regular folks. Loggers, fishermen, boat builders, people who made this place. Now it's being overrun with all sorts of writers, musicians, artists, and such, who wouldn't even know how to bait a hook, fell a tree, or hammer a nail into a wall.
Like most Harpers, Ben had a long streak of mule in him, while his mother, despite what Mike had referred to as her Southern Belle breeding, was indeed the steel magnolia his dad claimed she was to the core. Once the former Caroline Lockwood Harper made her mind up about something, she wasn't one to back down. Reminding himself that his parents were adults who didn't need their only son to play marriage counselor, Seth went down the hall into what was going to be the ensuite for a new master bedroom, where he vented his frustration with a crowbar, attacking the crappy 70s lime green and yellow daisy ceramic tile in the shower. Chapter 6. 1 week after quitting her job, Brianna was standing at the railing of a Washington State ferry, slowly chugging its way across Puget Sound. Although spring in the Pacific Northwest could be chilly, and she'd be warmer indoors, she enjoyed the briskness of the salt-tinged breeze ruffling her hair, which was no longer pulled back into its tight, tidy professional chignon that had always given her a headache. She'd lived life on a wildly spinning hamster wheel for so many years since leaving home
It took her a while to recognize the heady feeling that rushed through her as she drank in the sight of the shaggy Douglas firs spearing into the sky, the rugged white peaks of the Olympic Mountains in the distance, and seagulls noisily diving for fish in the water churned up by the gleaming white boat. As she sipped from a cardboard cup of coffee, the drink that famously kept the Pacific Northwest humming, a brown pelican flew by, the ungainly, awkward-looking bird surprisingly graceful in flight. More pelicans perched on wooden pilings. Freedom. For the first time since she'd left her family Christmas tree farm to go off to college, she had no demands from any calendars, clocks, hotel guests, and no one to answer to but herself. The idea was both thrilling and a little daunting at the same time. After all, ever since graduating from college, she'd always moved on from town to city, hotel to hotel, place to place, never looking back. Her life had been like that old country video where the heroine had ripped the rearview mirror off the side of her car and headed, hell-bent, for leather, out of Dodge. And now here she was, on a ferry getting closer and closer to land, drinking in the familiar sounds, the smells and pretty sights, and hoping that Thomas Wolfe had been wrong about never being able to go home again. This was a new chapter in her life, a new beginning, and despite the butterflies that had begun fluttering their wings in her stomach, she would make it work. Reminding herself that she'd always been a self-starter with strong organizational and people skills. Instead of worrying about any possible pitfalls in her plan, she concentrated on the vision of what she'd always thought of as her house turned into a warm and inviting bed and breakfast. The type of place she herself would want to stay in. Over the years, as she'd worked her way up the hospitality chain to the Midas, her surroundings had become more and more luxurious. And while each hotel offered additional amenities and increased pampering, they'd never been the type of place she would have preferred to stay herself. She wouldn't have chosen glitz and glamour, or bustling staff in crisp uniforms with shiny brass buttons and fringed epaulets that would make a Banana Republic general proud. Rather than a crowded dining room abuzz with conversation drowning out the pianist playing Gershwin on a shiny black baby grand, she'd rather spend an evening enveloped in an overstuffed chair in a room with well-read books lining the walls, and a fire crackling away in an old stone fireplace. Instead of shopping at designer boutiques with a platinum credit card, she'd rather stroll down tree-lined streets, dropping into small, quaint, locally owned shops that carried homemade fudge and desserts and whimsical, one-of-a-kind handmade pieces created by local artisans. And rather than being suffocated by ridiculously overpriced designer scents, she'd rather breathe in the tang of fir trees and salt air. The sky turned a tarnished silver hue, hinting at rain as Honeymoon Harbor came into view, the stone Victorian buildings climbing up the steep hill, the now automated white lighthouse at Pelican Point, and there, overlooking the harbor, was Herons Landing, unfortunately painted a Pepto-Bismol pink with purple trim and chartreuse shutters. Fishing and whale-watching boats bobbing in the water beside the sailboats, and beautiful wooden boats the town was known for, and what appeared to be a father and son stood on the pier, fishing lines dangling over the railing into the water, reminding her of childhood days when she'd done the same thing. Not that she'd been all that wild about fishing or crabbing, but if Seth was going to be out there with her brothers, she wasn't going to miss an opportunity to show him what a perfect girlfriend she'd be. The fact that he'd never experienced that hoped-for epiphany hadn't been for her lack of trying. The announcement to return to her car came over the speaker, and 5 minutes later, as she drove off the ferry onto the cobblestone street, created from the same stones as many of the town's buildings, she felt an internal click that told her she'd made the absolutely right decision. Pages from Captain George Vancouver's ship logs, housed under glass in the town historical museum, revealed his awe at the towering snow-capped mountains, deep green rainforests that came nearly to the water's edge, crystal rivers, tumbling waterfalls, beaches and sapphire water studded with emerald islands. By the late 1800s, the town had become a bustling seaport, banking on a rich future. A building boom gifted it with an abundance of ornate Victorian homes perched atop the green bluff overlooking the bay. A town built and populated by dreamers, its ports frequented by vessels from faraway places. The early economy had been built and supported by timber and shipping. Unfortunately, too much of what was now Honeymoon Harbor had been constructed on the shifting sands of speculation that it was primed to become the capital of Washington state. Dreams were dashed when the boom collapsed and the population had declined drastically. Although it never became the major shipping harbor people had hoped for, the royal trip that had resulted in the town's name change, along with the magnificent monument Franklin Roosevelt later designated as a national park, had created a renaissance that resulted in an influx of visitors who continued to arrive at the harbor's dock on gleaming white ferries like the one that had brought Brianna home. The town had been divided between residential and business. Most of the buildings along the water were commercial, designed to serve arriving and departing ships. Originally built of wood from the bustling timber trade, they'd been reduced to ashes during a devastating fire that had swept through the waterfront. Meanwhile, the homes, including the Victorians the town had become known for, had been built on the bluff overlooking the harbor, which had allowed them to escape the firestorm. Tempted as she was to drive out to the house, she reluctantly decided it made sense to go home, see her family, and get a good night's sleep before contacting the realtor in the morning. As much as Honeymoon Harbor looked much the same as it had when she'd been growing up here, there had been changes. An old warehouse had been turned into condos, the real estate sign out in front offering spacious, remodeled lofts. She dropped into a coffee shop by the ferry terminal that hadn't existed when she'd returned for Zoe's funeral 2 years ago, and stood in line to buy a salted, skinny caramel mocha latte from one of the owners, whom she learned from their brief conversation while he prepared her drink, was a former undercover Seattle vice detective, which she supposed explained the earring and the dreadlocks. There were other new businesses as well, including her Uncle Mike's art gallery, which would prove handy when it came to decorating her inn. Honeymoon Harborites preferred to buy local whenever possible, and in her case, it was even better when one of the businesses was owned by family. She came up to the wide, grassy green square that had always been the centerpiece of the town. A lacy white Victorian gazebo, built by a Harper for the royal visit, where the Mannion mayor had handed the Montaukwa king and queen the key to the city, had immediately proven popular with the honeymoon trade. Even today, Brianna's attention was drawn to a tall, familiar redhead snapping wedding photos of a smiling bride and groom. Growing up, Kylie Campbell and Zoe Robinson had been Brianna's best friends. They'd been inseparable, the self-named Three Musketeers, except for those times as they'd segued into their junior and senior years of high school, when Zoe had begun spending more and more time with Seth Harper. Pulling into a parking spot, Brianna sat in the car, watching as Kylie posed the couple in various ways while another woman set up reflector boards. They were apparently coming to the end of the shoot. After taking a few more photos next to the fountain bubbling away at one end of the green, Kylie exchanged a few words and hugs with the couple. Then as she turned to walk away, Brianna got out of the car. "Well, look who finally made it home," Kylie called out, emerald green skirt flowing around her ankles, revealing a pair of purple chucks as she ran across the parking lot toward Brianna. The other woman, who'd finished packing up the equipment, followed at a more sedate pace. "I was beginning to think we'd lost you to Sin City forever." Kylie threw her arms around Brianna and gave her an even more enthusiastic hug than she'd shared with the bride and groom. Wasn't going to happen. Before her sudden change in her career, Brianna's destination track after Vegas had always been New York, Her goal had been the Waldorf Astoria, currently under renovation, then London's Claridge's, before reaching her personal pinnacle, the Hotel Plaza Athénée, which might not be Paris's flashiest hotel, but to Brianna's mind was the most luxurious, romantic, and with its glorious views of the Eiffel Tower, iconic. Bygones.
Do I dare hope you'll be here for our wedding?
Kylie asked.
Believe it or not, Seth's mother is going to be the officiant.
Caroline Harper is a minister now?
She was ordained online about a year ago. She doesn't have an official church or anything, but has become very spiritual, in an Earth Mother, New Agey way. More and more people have been turning to her for their weddings. And not just the retro hippie crowd, but remarrying widowers or divorcees who want more celebration than signing papers at the courthouse, but also don't want to lock themselves into any established religious belief system.
Trust you to have a unique wedding. Caroline Harper had always been a creative thinker and, like Brianna's own mother, was actively involved in community service. Performing weddings sounded like just another step along her life's path. She did wonder how Mr. Harper, who'd never seemed that conducive to change, had taken to his wife's apparent midlife transformation.
Now I'm even more looking forward to being a part of your special day. So you're staying?
How could I not?
Oh, that's so great!
She pumped the hand, not still holding the camera, into the air.
I don't want to dump any guilt on you, but I'll admit to being disappointed when you said you had that big deal convention to deal with.
Magic Marketplace, the world's largest fashion show, which attracted nearly 100,000 visitors, many of whom had booked Midas 2 years in advance, had been going to keep her in Las Vegas. Missing her BFF's upcoming wedding had been on the top of Brianna's list of life regrets. Now, thinking how events turned out, she should be grateful for Dr. Dick turning her life not upside down, but right side up.
My priorities were screwed up, she admitted.
Hyatt had denied her request for time off when she'd asked 2 months ago, but she'd also known that if she'd put her foot down and made certain her duties were well covered, he would have let her get away for at least the day of the wedding. But her damn pride, believing that only she could handle such a large event, had outranked what would be so far the most important day of her remaining best friend's life. Which went right along with her recent thoughts about not having any true friends. Because in order to have a friend, you had to be one, something she'd failed at, miserably.
Don't even worry about it, I totally understood.
Kylie, who turned toward the woman who was, in appearance, her physical opposite. Where Kylie was tall, with wild masses of curly red hair that tumbled over her shoulders, her wife-to-be was petite, with an asymmetrical black bob.
I'm sorry, I was so excited to see you I got sidetracked. This is the grand love of my life. Brianna.
I've heard a lot about you. The other woman's smile was warm, including that you're what keeps Las Vegas's most glamorous resort humming along.
That's a major exaggeration, but it doesn't matter because I no longer work there.
No way. Kylie's green eyes widened.
We talked just last week and you didn't give me so much as a hint you were changing jobs.
It was sort of unexpected and sudden.
I guess so. So what new gig did you jump up to this time? Social secretary at the White House?
Ha, far from it.
I'm opening a B&B.
In Las Vegas? Mai asked. Her tone remained neutral, but a slight lift of her brow hinted at skepticism, which wasn't surprising since bed and breakfasts were rare in the city. Visitors tended to stay in the resort hotels, economy off-strip motels, or RV campgrounds as much as an hour outside the city. Although Airbnb had begun making inroads with budget travelers, hotels at Midas's level, where size always mattered, weren't the least bit concerned. As it turns out, I'm going to be doing it here. Brianna blew out a breath. This was the first time she'd said it out loud, and it sounded good. Good, but a little scary. Really? Wow! Kylie's face lit up like a sudden sunbreak during a long winter of gray days. And your timing's perfect, because Herons Landing is for sale. I saw it on the website the other night. Other than paint colors on the exterior, it looks in pretty good shape compared to the last time I was in town. That paint was the previous owner's idea. While those painted ladies may fit into San Francisco's street scene, the pink and purple look ridiculous with the wooded backdrop, and photographs can be deceiving, Kylie said. Especially in these days when everyone knows how to Photoshop. The sales photo exterior shots only look good because Seth spent the entire last year fixing up the outside. Then the couple who'd hired him broke up, and the place went into foreclosure. Which explained why the price had seemed lower than Brianna would have expected. The real estate ad hadn't mentioned that little detail. The inside is definitely a work in progress, Kylie said.
Which is a polite way of saying wreck, Mai murmured.
True, but so was our new place not that long ago, Kylie reminded her. Seth is a miracle worker, even though his father is a bit of a challenge.
He likes you, Mai said.
That's because the caterers always let me keep the leftover wedding desserts, which I take right over to the job. The man's got a serious sweet tooth, she confided to Brianna. In his case, my mom was right on the money about the way to a man's heart being through his stomach. You can never go wrong with cookies or donuts. I'm not sure I could have convinced him to put coffering on the ceiling were it not for the fritters from Cops and Coffee. Knowing how Ben Harper felt about her family, Brianna felt that even the entire contents of that towering glass case next to Cops and Coffee's takeout counter wouldn't be enough to win Seth's father over. Not that she was going to allow any negative behavior to dissuade her from hiring Harper Construction to create her dream. Anyway, Mai and I looked at Herons Landing while we were house hunting, but decided it was a lot more of a project than we wanted to deal with, and more rooms than we'd ever need, even now that we're planning a family. You are? That's wonderful. Brianna shot a hard look at her only remaining friend. Yet you accused me of holding back news? After, as you pointed out, we only talked last week. A conversation that had mostly been about the unexpected and ongoing trials with the folk Victorian that Harper Construction was remodeling for them. I didn't want to risk jinxing things. Kylie ran a hand through her curls. A few months ago, I photographed the wedding of a woman who works with state and private organizations matching potential parents with children who need families, which was when we decided to adopt. Meanwhile, our baby's birth mother isn't due for another month, and we're hoping to move into the house beforehand so we don't have to bring her home to the apartment. Then move again. It's not easy, but we're trying to stay patient.
Which is proving a bit easier for me than her,
Mai said with a laugh. What can I say? Kylie shrugged. We Scots have never been ones for red tape. I'd imagine there's quite a bit when it comes to adoption. Miles and miles of the damn stuff, Kylie agreed. And it's a risk, because the birth mother can always change her mind. However, despite some construction setbacks, like having to redo all the wiring in the place and getting rid of some asbestos, we're up for the challenge. The house is going to be perfect when Seth finishes. Speak of that handsome devil, she said as she saw a truck approaching. There he is now. She stepped out into the street to wave him down. Fortunately, the pickup had good brakes. He stopped on a dime, then pulled over next to the sidewalk. Brianna watched as the two exchanged a few words through the open driver's window. Then the door opened, and the man she'd spent her entire adolescence fantasizing about climbed out, looking like a cover model for Hot Construction Guy Monthly.
Over the years, partly in loyalty to her best friend and partly to keep her own hormones in check, she'd tried to convince herself that Seth Harper was just another guy. Okay, better looking than most, but still, it wasn't as if he were movie star handsome like Chris Evans or any of the other hot Chris's, Hemsworth, Pine, or Pratt. But she'd been wrong. As he strolled toward her across the street, she decided that just maybe he topped them all. He was tall, lean, and lanky, which only emphasized the intriguing ridges visible beneath the black t-shirt he was wearing under a flannel shirt. Brianna didn't think it was possible to have a 0 body fat ratio, but if it was, he was definitely pulling it off. A black ball cap, worn backward, covered his hair, but his eyes were that same melted chocolate brown she remembered, and above the hollows in his cheeks, his jaw bore a sexy scruff. Though, as he neared, she could detect lines fanning out from his eyes that hadn't been there 2 years ago. "Hey, you." She hugged him, just as she had Kylie. But this hug was different. Even as Brianna reminded herself that he was her best friend's widower, despite all those years of telling herself that the man was off limits, and not to even be fantasized about in her most secret moments, her breath caught in a way that could not be good.
Hey, you.
Was his voice deeper? Rougher? She wasn't sure, but it had definitely caused something inside her to jitter. He broke the brief hug off.
It's been a while.
It has. They'd been standing side by side at the love of his life's funeral. She'd had no jittering that day. No unsteady breath, just a deep aching pain that went all the way to the bone. I've been meaning to get back for ages, but somehow days flew by, then weeks, then months, then a year had passed, then 2, and... She slammed her mouth shut. Of course, he, of all people, would know how many days, weeks, months, and years had passed. That wretched day had to have been etched forever in his mind. And in no way that had anything to do with her. Anyway, I've quit my job and come home for a lifestyle change.
That's a surprise.
His cocked brow echoed Mai's.
Zoe always talked about how much you loved your work in the fast lane.
Well, you know how it is. Determined to appear casual, even as those butterflies in her stomach had turned into giant condors, she waved an airy hand. Or possibly you don't, not because Honeymoon Harbor isn't exactly in the fast lane. Terrific. Now she was implying Seth Harper was some small-town rube. Could Mount Baker please just erupt and cover her in ash and lava now before she made things worse? But you always knew exactly what you wanted to do. Hadn't he built the treehouse he and Zoe would hide out in with his own 2 hands? From wood reclaimed from Harper construction dumpsters? No, she was not going to think about what the 2 of them might have been doing in that house that Zoe had hung curtains in, because any thoughts of sex concerning this man were off limits. I mean, you were the only person I've ever met who probably knew the difference between Italianate, Gothic Revival, and Queen Anne styles of Victorians before the rest of us mastered long division. She remembered, while they'd been running wild in Herons Landing, he'd stop and point out architectural details one of his ancestors had originally installed. Her brothers, intent on adventure, had never paused to listen. But she had. Though, to be honest, back then she would have been more than happy to listen to him recite the tide tables. Her thoughts were spinning even faster than she was talking. Even Kylie was looking at her strangely. She was saved from making a total fool of herself when a huge brown and black dog leaped out of the truck's window and came bounding toward them. "Bandit!" Seth shouted. The dog's only response was to run faster, its tail wagging like a metronome. "Stay." Whether it was intending to obey or it had finally reached its target, The dog came skidding to a halt in front of Brianna and, in way of greeting, thrust his huge nose into the crotch of her jeans.
Hell.
Seth grabbed its collar and tugged.
I'm sorry. We're still working on manners.
That's okay. She reached down and rubbed his broad head, scratching behind its ear. Her family had always had dogs, which, needless to say, hadn't been possible for her once she'd left home. Even if she had found a small couch potato breed, her long working hours wouldn't have been fair to any animal. Aren't you a handsome boy? Moaning with canine ecstasy, he collapsed on the ground and rolled over for a tummy rub, exposing his male parts in all their proud glory.
Don't get him started,
Seth warned. He yanked off his cap and stuck it in his back pocket, revealing shaggy hair, streaked with the rich golden brown of big leaf maple leaves in fall.
Give him an inch and he'll take a mile.
And probably deserves it. Crouching down, she obliged as 80+ pounds of dog wiggled on its back, huge paws waving in the air, a picture of pure canine bliss. His name is Bandit?
Yeah, because he's a thief. I adopted him partly to stop him from swiping all the workers' lunches. And not just food. Shoes, socks, toothbrush, you name it, he'll take it. Last week he swallowed an entire dish towel, which involved a trip to the vet.
Ouch. Bree's going to buy Herons Landing, Kylie said, jumping into the conversation. The dark brow climbed again, practically disappearing beneath the strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead.
Seriously?
Seriously. And you sound skeptical. Now that they'd moved to talking about work, Brianna was back in her comfort zone, her mind returning to a more familiar organizing and planning mode. Kylie said you restored the exterior, which looks wonderful, by the way. She decided not to risk offending him by mentioning the exterior paint colors. At least from the ad on the website.
The rough edges on that ad were smoothed out by the real estate agent doing some Photoshop magic.
He confirmed what she'd already been told.
Though that part's close to being done. The interior, however, is definitely still a work in progress.
Which I've learned over the course of our job is contractor speak for it's going to take twice as long and 3 times the money, Kylie said.
Especially when clients keep bringing up new ideas they want,
Seth responded pointedly. Bandit, realizing that he'd gotten as much tummy rubbing as he was going to get right now, was sitting in front of Brianna, his brown eyes giving her an adoring look she guessed often worked to his advantage. I can't deny that, Kylie said with a laugh.
I keep telling her to step away from Hows and Pinterest,
Mai said.
But she's like an addict. Just one more picture, and the next thing you know, it's 2 a.m. and she's printed out a stack of photos and suggestions.
I'm not that bad, and fortunately, Seth knows how to do everything.
Far from everything. But having grown up on work sites, it's probably in my blood. I always knew I'd work to keep the town's old buildings from being turned into parking lots or strip malls.
He turned to Brianna.
The same way you knew you wanted to work in hospitality. Whether it was finding a family the perfect Christmas tree or creating a special hotel experience.
Brianna was surprised he'd listened to any of her grand plans when they'd all hung out together back in high school. Every atom in his body had always seemed to be honed in on Zoe. She stood back up and shrugged with a feigned casualness she was a long way from feeling. I did love my work, especially in the beginning, which she hadn't taken time to appreciate, being so focused on racing past each rung of the hospitality ladder. But after a while, it became more a case of be careful what you wish for.
It happens.
He didn't look at all that surprised. On the contrary, his eyes, which she now noticed had deep shadows beneath them, turned sad.
So what's your new plan?
She's turning it into a B&B.
Kylie answered before Brianna could. So why don't you take her over there and give her a professional opinion, so she'll know what she's getting into when and if she ends up negotiating a price?
That'd probably be best for her contractor to discuss with her.
I was hoping you'd take on the job, Brianna said, looking up at him in surprise. She'd never considered the possibility that anyone but Harper Construction would do the remodeling. He put both hands on his hips, his long, work-roughened fingers framing a part of his body that Brianna never allowed herself to even think about. Which was a lie. There'd been a time during her freshman year of high school when she'd first started having those feelings that she'd definitely imagined what Seth Harper was hiding beneath those 5 metal buttons. He glanced over at her car with its back seat loaded with luggage and boxes.
Did you just arrive today?
On the 4:00 ferry, she confirmed. I'm staying with my folks for the time being until I find a rental in town. But I'm sure you have better things to do right now, so perhaps we could set up an appointment, since Kylie's idea for me to find out what I'm in for before I buy the house is a good one. A silence hung between them. Everyone, including Bandit, whose gaze had begun going back and forth between them, seemed to be waiting for Seth's response.
I don't have anything else to do,
he said finally. A shadow had moved across those sad, dark eyes, like clouds drifting in from the coast before a storm.
If you don't need to get straight out to the farm, I'm up for showing you through the house.
He looked down at her, studying her, his face unreadable.
Though I've got to warn you, it's a long way from being livable enough to open for guests anytime soon.
It couldn't be any worse than back when we used to sneak in, she said.
Got a point there.
And then he almost smiled. At least that's what she thought that twitch in the corner of his lips might have meant to be. Though that could just be wishful thinking. I'll meet you there, she said.
Works for me.
All 3 women watched as he walked back to his truck.
I'm not into guys, but I've got to admit, that's one damn fine butt,
Mai said on a long sigh. It's all those squats, Kylie said. When Brianna shot her friend a look, she lifted her hands and said, Hey, he's working on our house. I'd have to be blind not to notice him picking up all that lumber and stuff.
And those back muscles when he's pounding nails,
Mai said on a sigh.
He's like a living work of art. You should shoot him, she told Kylie. In the nude.
I've thought about doing a calendar of Honeymoon Harbor hotties to raise money for the food bank. Not entirely nude, just suggestive enough for those of us with dirty minds. Kylie flashed a wicked grin. He'd definitely fit right in.
You could have a showing and auction of the photos at Mike Mannion's gallery, Mai said. It would boost interest in the calendar, especially if you had all the guys standing next to big blown-up photos of their months. The place would be packed with women from all over the peninsula, not counting our brother gays.
She shoots, she scores, and the crowd goes wild. Kylie, who'd played center for the town's high school hoops team, said with a laugh. I'd buy it in a heartbeat, Brianna said. It would be the closest she'd gotten to a naked man in too long to remember. And as much as this has been fun, I'd better get going. Just the thought of a nude builder McDreamy was raising her temperature. Good luck, Kylie said as Brianna opened the driver's door. Thanks, you know I've always loved that house. Oh yeah, the house. Her friend's knowing look reminded Brianna of all those times when they'd talked about her secret crush on the 3rd member of the 3 Musketeers' boyfriend. Good luck with that, too. Chapter 7. Driving over to Herons Landing, Seth passed 2 kids, about 9 years old, racing their bikes down the quiet street, lined with bright pink flowering plum trees, and waved back at Otto and Alma Carlson, who were sitting in rockers on their front porch. They'd celebrated their 60th anniversary in the town hall this past Valentine's Day. The party had originally been planned to take place in the Friendship Hall of the Swedish Seamen's Lutheran Church. But when so many townspeople wanted to join in the celebration, it had been moved to the larger venue. Turning left on Mountain View, the sight of Melly and Jake Johnson pushing their 2 toddlers in a double stroller had him rubbing his chest. If he and Zoe had been successful in their baby-making plan, their child would be about the same age as the Johnsons' twins. It also occurred to him that in a space of less than 3 minutes, he'd witnessed a circle of life, from the babies and their parents, to the preteens, to the elderly Carlsons. Although she might have arrived in Honeymoon Harbor from Astoria, Zoe's father's family, like Seth's own and the Manions, were early settlers. From time to time, he'd be dragged into pioneer celebrations, which he'd always enjoyed growing up, but the last few times had only made him all too aware that Zoe wasn't there with him. Putting that thought away in the mental lockbox where he kept all things Zoe, he made another turn that took him past the high wrought iron gates of the cemetery and along the water to the house in question. The Queen Anne-era Victorian boasted 3 stories, 4 fireplaces, a turret, and a curved porch with a view of both water and mountains. Back when it had been built by a timber baron in the late 1800s, at least 2 of the 5 acres it sat on had been gardens, which had long ago gone to weed. He was standing on temporary gravel that had been planned to be a stone paver driveway, hands on his hips, looking up at the new slate roof that had cost an arm and leg, but was historically accurate, when Brianna pulled up behind his truck. The first thing he noticed when she climbed out of the snazzy red convertible, which wasn't all that practical for the rainy Pacific Northwest, was how long her legs were. Why hadn't he ever noticed that before? She was wearing a pair of cropped skinny jeans and a shirt blooming with hibiscus blossoms open over a white tank top. Her turquoise flats had little bows on the toes like the ones he remembered on Zoe's ballet slippers during those years her mother had made her take dance lessons. Hopefully, Zoe had complained, with a roll of her expressive dark eyes to make her more girly so she'd give up any idea of being a soldier. Which, hadn't worked all that well since once Zoe Robinson got an idea in her head, it was impossible to shake it out. Still, those pale pink slippers with the lace-up ribbons and scuffed-up soles she was always having to clean were why those combat boots he'd last seen his wife wearing at her deployment ceremony at JBLM had always seemed so out of place. Seeing his new best human friend again, Bandit loped over and jumped up, putting his paws on Brianna's shoulders. At the same time, a cloud overhead started spitting rain, making her colorful Las Vegas-style outfit all the more impractical. Which, even as he yelled at his dog to get down, had Seth wondering if it would really be possible for a woman who'd harbored such glamorous big-city dreams to come home again. The sudden cloudburst had soaked her, revealing a lacy bra beneath the white tank clinging to her lean body. It had been nearly 3 years since he'd seen a woman's bra that wasn't on a commercial for the Victoria's Secret fashion show that'd pop up every year on ESPN. As an unbidden and entirely unwelcome feeling stirred, he snagged one of the emergency slickers he kept on hand for clients, usually Californians who didn't understand the concept of weather changing on a dime, from his truck's club cab back seat and held it out to her. "Thanks." She shrugged into it, covering up that see-through tank. "I remembered to put the top up on the car when I crossed the border into Oregon, but forgot the cardinal rule of never being without a rain jacket." The sleeves fell nearly over her hands, which were tipped in coral lacquered nails that matched the flowers on her shirt. Each ring fingernail had a tiny white blossom with rhinestone centers painted on it, which was something he couldn't remember ever seeing in Honeymoon Harbor.
"You probably didn't need a slicker all that much in Vegas,"
he said. "That would be true. I know people up here dream of retiring to the desert." And a lot do, if all those gray, blue, and purple-haired elderly ladies who'd camp out at the slots were any indication. But I never got the appeal. Natives would say there were 2 seasons, hot and hotter. I always thought there were 3. Hot, pizza oven hot, and hell. She lifted those colorful fingertips to her cheek. And the lack of humidity, while good for hair, was horrible on the skin. Her skin looked just fine to him. When he found himself wondering if her smooth cheek felt as silky as it looked, the resultant stab of guilt jerked his mind back to their reason for being here. "The color leaves a lot to be desired," she said, looking up at what Seth personally considered an abomination. But the previous buyers had been adamant about wanting their very own painted lady.
"It's undoubtedly visible from space,"
he said. "I would have gone with blue to echo the water, or perhaps yellow to brighten the winter days, with crisp white trim."
"Both of which I suggested."
"Great minds." She flashed him a smile that was like a ray of sun shining from the quilted gray sky, and momentarily warmed some cold, dark place inside him.
"You sure you don't want to come back another day, when it's drier?"
"The roof's new, right?" She glanced up at the randomly placed multicolored tiles and shades of blue and gray.
"It is, and not the fake stuff, but real slate formed by hand right here on the peninsula in Port Angeles. It'll last another 100 years.
"Then it won't leak on us."
Not even during a downpour.
Which this wasn't. "So there's nothing stopping us from going in?"
It's a mess.
"I heard."
"And you're not exactly dressed for climbing over boards and nails."
He looked down at the flats. "Good point." She glanced over at the car. "Hold on a minute." As he watched, she ran over to the convertible, Bandit right on her heels, popped the trunk, opened a suitcase, and pulled out a pair of yellow Keds with perky white daisies printed on the canvas. She sat down on the edge of the trunk and changed. The Keds weren't proper boots, but if she was careful and he could keep her from climbing any leftover scaffolding, they'd work. "Ready?" she said. Since she hadn't pulled out any rain gear, he guessed she hadn't been exaggerating when she'd said that she didn't own any. The snazzy car, along with the flowery blouse, which looked to be real silk and not the polyester Zoe had always bought at Target, suggested that she'd been well paid. But as 2 other owners in the last decade had proven, renovating a house like Herons Landing was neither easy nor inexpensive. And it also took time. He wondered if she ought to try staying in Honeymoon Harbor for a while before buying, just to be certain she found the town to be a good fit after all these years away. "I've been homesick for a while," she said, when he carefully brought the subject up. The idea had been simmering beneath the surface for some time, but I was too busy and distracted by work to recognize it. The minute I saw it was for sale, I felt the tug to come home. It was his turn to shrug. Hell, it was her problem and her money. If it was what she really wanted to do, he'd make it happen. Not just because he was the best guy in Washington to pull the job off. But other than himself, Brianna Mannion had been Zoe's best friend. He owed it to her.
"Some folks around here still claim it's haunted,"
he said, taking her arm as he led her up the steps to the front door. "Some folks also claim Bigfoot's out there roaming around in the woods," Brianna countered. "And if you believe the supermarket tabloids, actual sparkly vampires exist in Forks."
"True, but a couple who bought it 3 years ago believe the story's enough to hire a ghostbuster."
She looked up at him. "You're kidding."
"Nope. Not to get rid of her, but to connect on some ethereal plane. They wanted a self-proclaimed paranormal investigator to make sure she didn't mind them living in her space."
"I guess she told them that she did mind, since they didn't finish the project?"
I've no idea since I didn't ask, and they didn't tell.
I never really believed in her, Brianna said. Or more, I never saw any proof. But I never disbelieved, either.
Whichever, they were arrested for running a Ponzi scheme disguised as a hedge fund, and the property was seized by the government,
leaving his bank account to take a huge hit when he'd been forced to pay for the materials and subcontractors out of his own pocket.
Last summer it was bought at auction by a couple of doctors from the Bay Area who got tired of the San Francisco rat race and decided it would be fun to run a bed and breakfast. We'd barely started working on the interior when the docs realized what living in a construction zone would feel like. As their costs escalated, they got a divorce and bailed on the deal by declaring bankruptcy. We're far enough down the debtors list, I doubt we'll ever see a dime.
It sounds as if this place has turned into a money pit for you.
Enough that Dad decided the house may not be haunted, but it's definitely cursed.
Having to listen to his father's non-stop bitching about Seth letting them get shafted, not once but twice, had been the worst part of the deals. He'd have to remember to be outside when he told his old man about their new client, because Ben Harper was flat out going to hit the roof. He wondered how much he should tell her about his parents' separation, then decided what the hell. Since she'd undoubtedly hear about his family's domestic drama soon enough, he might as well let her know right off the bat.
There is one thing that might cause a problem, so if you're going to be around the house during work hours...
That would be my plan.
Then you need to know that my parents are currently separated.
Oh. She tilted her head. I'm sorry. That must be difficult for you, being in the middle.
It's not a walk in the park, but the reason I'm telling you up front is that it might concern you too.
Really, why?
Because my mom's dating again.
I guess that's a good thing? For her, anyway.
It seems to be. But here's what could be a problem. The guy she's seeing is your uncle.
Uncle Mike?
Yeah. I don't know how serious things have gotten between them, but I had dinner with them at Leaf, which is this new vegetarian place that's opened up since the last time you were here.
I saw the building, near the park. Did you do the work?
Yeah. They hired a designer for the interior decorator stuff, but I drew up the plans and did the construction part of the job.
You're awfully modest for a man who won an award for environmental historical renovation and remodeling.
Sounds like you really checked out the town's website.
As I said, I've been homesick. I saw your award. That's impressive. He shrugged.
There's a lot happening in the historical environmental field right now,
he said, shaking off the cloud that had returned to hang over them.
I enjoy attending seminars on the various views and options.
Not wanting her to think he was blowing his own horn, something his dad had taught him at an early age Harper's didn't do, he didn't tell her that he'd given a lot of those seminars himself. Just like they weren't that generous with compliments, Harper men weren't that good with accepting them. Another possible reason his mother seemed so attracted to Mike Mannion, who appeared to hand them out like penny candy. Once again, Seth was forced to consider the idea that his parents' separation could well become permanent. Then, once again, he reminded himself that they were adults, and their relationship, whatever the hell it was or wasn't these days, was none of his business.
Anyway, getting back to Dad, he might not be all that cooperative.
Believe me, she said on a laugh. In the hospitality business, you learn to deal with uncooperative people, many of whom are males. Her rich, warm laugh caused a tug of something he'd thought he'd never feel again. Something that was too close to desire for comfort. Which was why Seth immediately shut it down, even if he were looking for any kind of relationship, which he wasn't. Getting involved with his wife's best friend would just be too weird. Which made Brianna Mannion definitely off limits. As he used his key to open the lockbox on the door, Seth reminded himself that he'd be wise to remember that. Chapter 8. He hadn't been exaggerating. However, from what he and Kylie had told her, Brianna had expected the cobwebs, mouse droppings, and graffiti she remembered from those youthful days of breaking in. The graffiti was still there on the unfortunately ugly wallpapered foyer walls, but the only thing covering the floors was taped-down paper, sawdust, and a few scattered nails. Scaffolding and sawhorses supporting long pieces of sheetrock as tabletops took up much of the covered floors. The interior walls are all gone. That had been a spooky, but in a weird way, fun thing about the house. Going from parlor to parlor, never knowing what lurked around a corner, pipes and wires between studs were all that remained. Broad shoulders lifted and fell in what appeared to be a resigned shrug.
They thought open concept on the first floor would make for a communal experience.
I can't argue with that, especially when you're hosting a group that wants to spend time together. But they seem to have overdone the concept.
Again, we're in full agreement.
Could you put some walls back in?
Sure. We'll have to move some electrical and plumbing, and you'll probably need to change the HVAC. But it's doable. Were you thinking of going more back to the original layout?
A combination would be good. She'd decided that on the long drive home. Some small parlor rooms for more intimate conversations and even private meals, but I want a wide-open kitchen with plenty of room to serve breakfast. Attacking her research the same way she had in her previous occupation, she'd bought 2 audiobooks about the business of establishing and running a B&B that she'd listened to along the drive, pulling off at exits every so often to write down notes in the 3-ring binder she'd bought before leaving Las Vegas. She also had 3 more books on her Kindle waiting to be read. She looked a long way up. The mural is still there. Rather than depicting the mythological figures popular at the time the house was built, these were scenes of the peninsula, from the cliffs and crashing waves to the glaciers of Mount Olympus, standing tall over Hurricane Ridge, to the towering hemlock and Douglas firs, the fields of lavender farms, the strait leading to the Puget Sound cities of Seattle, Tacoma, and Olympia, the dazzling blue bay that Honeymoon Harbor had been built on. Scattered throughout the quadrants were the Native American original settlers, the ships, including Captain Vancouver's Discovery, fishermen and builders like Seth's family. Unsurprising, given that the house had been contracted by a timber baron, loggers claimed the center.
I had to fight to keep that,
he revealed.
The doctors wanted to paint over it and hang a massive chandelier they were bringing in from some old Italian chateau. Fortunately, the historical preservation folks stepped in to back me up since it turned out to have been painted by Whistler.
The Whistler? As in James McNeill Whistler?
The very same. The original owner of this place had seen one he'd painted on the dining room in the home of some wealthy Liverpool shop owner and wanted something like it for this house. The fact that he was an American pulled a lot of weight with the historical committee.
That makes it even more special. If I make a separate page for it on the website, it might even bring in historical art lovers wanting to stay here. Whistler's gotta have a following, right?
Could be,
Seth agreed.
The same way people go around the country searching out certain architects' work.
Though, of course, that alone might not cause them to stay more than a single night. Fortunately, with the national park and the proximity to the coast, and Victoria, BC, we've lots of other local things for visitors to do that will keep them here for at least a weekend or longer. I'm going to make a list and put together packages on the site.
You've thought this through if you've gotten to planning a website.
It's a 19-hour drive and a 2-hour ferry ride from Las Vegas to Honeymoon Harbor. That gave me a lot of time to think. And I can tell from the expression on your face that you think it's just a whim. But it's not. Maybe the idea sounds impulsive, but it's been percolating in the back of my mind for a long time. It just took an inciting incident to bring it to the surface. Seth thought about asking what incident that might be,
wondered if it had anything to do with a guy, then decided the less he knew about Brianna's personal life, the better.
Except for updating all the wiring in the place to keep the house from being a fire hazard, the second floor hasn't been touched,
he said as they walked toward the back stairs. Bandit usually took the opportunity to patrol the perimeter for renegade squirrels if no worker was around to mooch from. But today he seemed to have decided to tag along with the pretty new lady.
The circular stairway in the front entry is a showcase, but if it were the only one, the owners, who I guess would now be you, would have to keep running into guests.
Which he personally wouldn't enjoy. Then again, ever since his wife got blown up, no one would refer to him as Mr. Hospitality on his best day.
Good point, she said.
The third-story attic's been turned into a penthouse with its own kitchen. The previous owners intended to live there.
She shuddered.
I remember bats.
They're all gone, though there is a bat house at the far end of the property, not far from the pond. Not only are they good for pollinating plants, one little brown guy can eat 1,000 mosquitoes a night.
That's a plus, she allowed.
All the windows, including those in the attic dormers, have been reglazed, he assured her. That wavy glass was a better insulator back then, and hell, it just looks better.
Brianna paused on the landing leading up to what was once an attic crowded with junk and mice, and yes, bats. She'd gotten one tangled up in her hair one night, he recalled. He'd managed to free her, but not before she'd practically blown out his eardrums with her screeching. While Zoe had long, dark curls, Brianna's hair was the color of caramel, streaked with gold. As he got a whiff of its citrusy scent, he wondered if the streaks had been created by the blazing desert sun, or if she'd paid for them in some chi-chi salon. Not that he cared. It was just a random thought.
I can tell why you deserve to win that award, she said, thankfully unaware of his thoughts. You really care.
Harper's built most of these buildings, he said. It only makes sense that I'd want them to stay true to the original vision.
Yet with your credentials, you could work anywhere. You'd undoubtedly be in demand in lots of big cities where you could make more money.
I have all the money I need, and I like it here just fine. Though I have done a couple jobs for cost in Portland and Seattle for preservationists wanting to save them from the wrecking ball.
She gave him another slanted head look, as if working for free hadn't been a concept in her high-flying world, which he figured it probably hadn't been.
Let me show you the penthouse.
As he followed her up the stairs, it would have been impossible not to notice that she had a very fine ass filling out the back of those skinny jeans.
Off limits, he reminded himself firmly.
Chapter 9. Oh, wow.
Brianna stopped in the doorway of what she'd remembered as a spooky, cluttered bat attic.
This is an amazing space.
She walked in and turned around, arms outspread.
You could have the entire cast of Swan Lake dancing on these floors,
which were natural light maple coated to a soft sheen.
Different strokes. I pictured the trailblazers running up and down the court.
That's 'cause you're a guy.
A fact that as she felt herself drowning in 2 deep pools of hot fudge, she was all too aware of. She glanced a long way up.
I don't remember the ceiling being this high.
It wasn't. We raised the roof another 4 feet, which brought it to 12 feet.
I couldn't tell from the outside, but this makes it so bright and airy, especially with the open beams and skylights you've added to the original dormer windows.
She walked over to the window and looked out over the water, where a successful haul had a pair of fishing boats moving slowly and heavily into port. A gleaming bridal white and grass-green ferry chugged across the bay. In the distance, the wooded islands appeared like emeralds on a bed of sapphire silk. He gave her a brief tour, showing her the small 3/4 bath with a large shower with 2 walls glass and the other 2 subway tile with gray grout. There was also a long counter with double sinks. She would have liked a tub, but lounging in a tub probably wasn't something she'd have time for anyway. The walls had been painted a soft grayish sage that blended with the various shades of green outside the windows. A kitchen area with maple cabinets and a gray quartz counter ran along one wall, and a large island divided the living space. The new gas fireplace featured a surround created by vertical strips of marble in grays and whites. It's interesting that they chose such calming colors when the exterior is so discordant, she mused.
I figured they thought people would expect bright colors on a Queen Anne,
Seth said.
Or maybe they'd always dreamed of owning a painted lady of their own back home in San Francisco.
Whichever, paint can always be changed. Meanwhile, this space is lovely. You've almost made me forget the bats.
All the vent openings are well screened,
he assured her.
They can't get in.
That's good to know. She crossed the room and looked out the windows facing the opposite side of the house, toward the snow-capped mountains where blue and yellow wildflowers danced in the meadows. The heron nests are still there. The great blue heron was iconic to the Pacific Northwest, celebrated in art going back to the earliest Native Americans. The massive nests on this property had been built in towering Douglas firs over years of breeding seasons, with birds building new nests with sticks and twigs every year. Glancing out, she could count 5, though she remembered as many as a dozen at one time.
Lucky,
he said.
Now you won't have to change the name.
She glanced over her shoulder and realized he was standing close behind her, close enough for her to breathe in the brisk scent of his soap, like the towering fir trees blanketing the mountains, along with an undernote of working man musk that was clouding her mind. Lucky, she murmured, knowing that he was joking. Despite the town's long-ago name change, tradition was taken seriously in Honeymoon Harbor. Whoever owned the house, whatever it became, this would always be known as Heron's Landing. As much as I love my parents, I'd feel like a teenager living there all the time it's going to take to remodel, she said, moving out of the danger zone before turning around to face him again. I thought I'd rent in town for now, then eventually live in the carriage house for more privacy when I got up and running. But for now, this would be perfect.
And noisy,
he warned her.
Because you'd be living over a construction zone.
But it'd be convenient because I'd be on site instead of having to drive in from the farm every day.
You really do intend to be hands-on.
The tone was neutral, but she sensed that he was wary about that idea. Given the previous buyer's choice of exterior paint, she understood his caution. I have some ideas, she admitted. But you've been essentially living with the house through 2 earlier owners, and from what you've told me so far, you and I are on the same page. Though you're way ahead of me because I never in a million years would have thought of this. Obviously, you've drawn up plans.
Sure.
I'd like to see them.
Absolutely. I also have the originals, if you'd like to compare.
The originals? He might as well have told her he'd found the Holy Grail. Seriously?
They were in some dusty old filing cabinets. Harper Construction built the most iconic buildings in town, like the library, the city hall, the buildings where both your uncle and brother set up shop. We've always been proud of that.
As you should be, she agreed without hesitation. I just never expected them to still be around. What shape are they in?
A little yellowed, brown around the edges, but they're still readable, and apparently Jacob Harper, Nathaniel's older brother who built the place in 1894, had a sense of history or immortality, or if he was anything like Dad, worried about someone stealing them because he signed every page.
Oh, wow. Her heart began doing a happy samba at that news. I don't suppose you'd be willing to let me buy the pages with the layouts of the room and exterior? To frame?
Sorry, they're not for sale.
I understand. Which was true. Disappointing, but true. They might not be as famous as Captain Vancouver's ship logs, but they were a large part of Honeymoon Harbor's history. Why should he sell them off? Especially to a Mannion.
Though I can give them to you after I get them copied.
He'd been one of the nicest boys she'd known, which was saying something since she'd always found her brothers very special. It was also why, although there were times she'd admittedly been envious of Zoe, she'd never been jealous of her best friend for having Seth Harper fall in love with her. Apparently, despite the grief she could tell he was still experiencing, he hadn't changed. Now he was one of the nicest men she knew. Working with him, while not proving to be all that easy on her hormones, was going to be a pleasure. I'd love that, thank you. But since they're a Harper family heirloom, I'd be thrilled just to have the copies. She could already imagine them on the wall. Not in frames, she decided, but shadow boxes to honor them with the importance they deserved.
They're all yours.
An easy silence settled over them as they both looked around, imagining the house as it could be. It's going to be wonderful, she breathed. Since so many of the guests will be coming here for the outdoor activities, I want an easy, simple style they can feel comfortable in, where they don't have to worry about knocking over a gilt-rimmed vase, but I also want to celebrate the curves and quality of the time.
Dressing your Victorian dowager in flannel shirts, jeans, hiking boots, while keeping her good set of pearls.
He'd surprised her, until she thought about it a second. This house might be her dream, but in a way, the entire town was both Seth's family history and daily reality as he brought Harper-constructed buildings back to life. He was the one who dedicated his life to blending the disparate eras. I wonder if people realize how lucky they are that you decided to stay here in Honeymoon Harbor, she said. She had no doubt he could make a great deal more in most older cities in the country. He shrugged.
I never had any desire to go anywhere else. How about you drop by the office tomorrow?
He suggested.
About noon. We can go over the original blueprints and what I came up with, both before and after the lower floor walls came out, and you can give me your ideas.
I'd love that. I'll bring lunch.
You don't have to do that.
Tonight's my first night home in 2 years, she said, which means Mom's going to make way too much fried chicken and potato salad. Although her mother might not have allowed processed food in her home while Brianna had been growing up, Sarah Mannion's fried chicken, which had won awards at the county and state fairs, was a family favorite for special occasions. There'll be leftovers.
I'd never turn down your mom's chicken,
he said.
So moving on, how would you like to see an idea I had for the second-floor tower room? The previous owners turned it down, but I thought it wouldn't hurt to pitch it again.
I'd love to hear any ideas you have. After checking out Harper Construction's website, she'd been blown away by their portfolio. They left the large room and headed back down to the second floor, followed by Bandit, claws clicking on the wooden stairs. As he'd warned her, the second floor hadn't been touched except for all the open wall spaces where outdated electrical and plumbing had been replaced.
We also added air conditioning, he said, which didn't used to be needed here, but the past summers have had some hot spells, so it seemed prudent. There's a solar unit on the back side of the roof you can't see from the front that provides the power.
Does solar really make that much of a difference here? In Las Vegas, it made sense, but even here in the rain shadow so-called banana belt of Washington state, which received less rain than Seattle, winter days were still long and dark this far north.
True,
he said when she shared that thought.
But conversely, summers are sunny and clear and can stretch from a 5 a.m. sunrise to 10 p.m. sunset. That produces a lot of free, clean energy, which doesn't all get used because the temperatures, which are admittedly rising, are still fairly mild. And here's the best part. When you produce more solar energy than you need, it gets sent back to the utility grid. Net energy metering rewards you for producing electricity for your neighbors by paying you for the extra solar power.
Like spinning the meter backward?
Exactly.
His smile wasn't as intimate as the one she'd watched him bestowing on Zoe Robinson all during high school, but the warmest she'd seen since her arrival. Kylie might be right about food being the way to a man's heart, but just perhaps talking construction and energy conservation was the way to Seth's. But no, they were merely two old friends embarking on a joint project that would prove equally fulfilling and profitable. Reminding herself that she hadn't come back to Honeymoon Harbor to attempt to hook up with her best friend's widower, Brianna turned her mind back to their conversation.
The credits show up on your bill, and the law requires that you be reimbursed for every kilowatt hour of electricity you produce. At minimum, the power company has to pay you the same rate they charge you. So the summer credits add up for you to use in the winter, which, since we're doing a green renovation, with all the insulation and other stuff I don't want to bore you with until you're sure you really want to do this.
I'm sure. She'd thought it all through on the drive home and had convinced herself that she wasn't really acting on impulse. That returning home and buying Herons Landing was what she wanted to do with this next phase of her life. But admittedly, there'd been those nagging little thoughts of, do you really want to throw away all you've worked for? Then the moment she'd seen the heron nests, she'd been absolutely, positively certain. I'm not throwing anything away, she said. He glanced over at her. His expression revealed she'd spoken out loud. I suspect a lot of people in the position I'd reached would probably think I'm crazy to do this, she admitted. Make that most, if not all. I'd believed I was on the right track, but sometimes you can get so focused on moving forward, you miss whatever might be down a side road.
That happens in hiking,
he agreed.
I've been with people so busy looking at their Fitbits, counting their steps, or how long to their destination they never pause to take in the view. But this isn't exactly a side road. Some might view it as more of a reversal.
Or coming full circle. He nodded.
Point taken. And it's not that I'd ever doubt you when you put your mind to something. To be perfectly honest, after 2 jobs falling through, I have a vested interest in this one reaching completion, if only to save myself from having to listen to Dad bitch at me for the next 30 or 40 years.
A thought occurred to her. Is working for a Mannion going to prove a problem for you?
As long as I've been involved in the business, Harper Construction only turned down 1 job, and that was from a Los Angeles architect who wanted to tear down a cottage house and build an ultra-modern concrete and glass box that would block the views of 3 houses behind him.
Good for you. But did he get someone else to do it for him?
No. We were lucky in that case because, although the boundary lines could admittedly be contested, part of the lot appeared to be in the historic district. When every historical preservation group in the Pacific Northwest threatened to help ours fight it, he decided it wasn't worth the trouble, gave up the idea, and went back to California. And getting back to your question about us working for a Mannion, I did the pub for Quinn, as well as your uncle's gallery, and we built a new, larger barn out at your family's tree farm for various events your family's been holding there. Last summer, your mom turned it into a summer theater for local writers and actors to put on plays.
She wrote me about that. Having grown up attending plays at the theater in the Firs, which had always sold out early, Brianna had thought her parents' idea had been a brilliant addition to their revenue stream, along with strengthening brand loyalty since they definitely weren't the only Christmas tree farm in the state. But she hadn't made it home for a single performance. Even as she reminded herself that she wasn't the only one of her siblings to leave the peninsula, Brianna felt a pinprick of guilt. Mom's also a Harper. Brianna had heard stories of her parents' courtship, which often reminded her of Romeo and Juliet, or the star-crossed Tony and Maria in West Side Story.
Not the first case of our families marrying.
True. My mom's great-great-aunt married your father's 3 times great-grandfather, which makes my mom and your dad
third or fourth cousins, 3 or maybe 4 times removed. I never can remember how it goes, although Aunt Marion, who was into genealogy, once tried to explain her chart with dozens of connected boxes on it to me. I also have no idea what that makes us.
Kissing cousins?
Seth's out-of-the-blue question seemed to surprise him nearly as much as it did her. His shoulders and neck stiffened. Meanwhile, an image of him pulling her into his arms, ducking his head, his beautiful, hot, hungry mouth claiming hers, flashed through Brianna's mind. Before the unwelcome fantasy could turn X-rated, the long and 2 short warp and woofs of the ferry leaving the dock shattered a hush as deep as the coastal rainforest that had fallen over the room, saving them both. Well, anyway. She cleared her throat and tried, with less success, to clear her mind. Moving on from the logistics of our families commingling. This time, it was her very wrong word choice. She shut her mouth so fast and so hard she was surprised he couldn't hear the clang of her teeth. But the flare of heat in his eyes suggested he was thinking of more than the commingling of their families. When her rebellious mind conjured up another image of them lying together on a fluffy rug in front of the fireplace on a rainy winter night, every nerve ending in her body began to spark. Dragging her hand through her hair, she took a deep breath. Another thing that occurred to me during the long trip home was that all those years learning the hospitality business weren't wasted. When you only have an hour to find a doctor to come give a guest Botox.
You're kidding.
He seemed as relieved as she was at any excuse to change the topic from kissing and commingling. A provost for digital initiatives and dean of university libraries at a top Ivy League college were there to give a speech, and had just learned that she was going to win a major award that night. She wanted to look her best.
Makes sense to me.
Brianna knew that it didn't make a lick of sense to him, which was okay because there had been a time she would have found the request crazy too. If there's one thing the past years have taught me, it's that no matter how well-traveled a person is, there's always going to be times of stress, and different people have their own expectations of what will ease that stress. My job had been to make it happen, as she could have done with Dr. Dick, if given the chance. I doubt any guests at Herons Landing will have a sudden need for face fillers, she said. But unexpected things do come up. She told him about a less-than-positive experience when a guest had gotten furious enough to pick up a lobby chair and throw it at her after she'd attempted to explain that she couldn't arrange for a live tiger to walk into their suite during dessert, wearing a 10-carat engagement ring around his neck for his girlfriend. He was an heir to a fortune and claimed that his about-to-be fiancé's spirit animal was a tiger. So he'd wanted to make his proposal one she'd never forget.
She'd probably remember it a lot better if she weren't eaten, he suggested.
That's pretty much what I told him. With a little distance, Brianna could laugh at the incident. Those of us in hospitality share war stories, and I've come to realize there are very few problems I haven't faced. Bouncing around the country had also had her realizing how regional guests' needs tended to be. Here in Washington, she'd need to bone up on hiking trails and fishing location recommendations, as opposed to knowing who to call to score tickets to some big sold-out show.
So the past years have been like getting your PhD in hospitality.
She laughed. I like the way you think. The tower room's bay windows offered a view of the waterfront, harbor, and mist-draped islands that would allow her to charge more for it. But her takeaway from those audiobooks was that due to its size, it wasn't special enough to be a featured room.
Here's my idea,
he said.
Gut this space and the next 2 down the hall. Then open them up into one room that would give you both mountain and harbor views. Add grand double hardcore entry doors, along with extra insulation to add more soundproofing, which I imagine would appeal to honeymooners. Since all the chimneys in the place are sound, I had them checked out early on. You could stick with wood. But if it were my decision, I'd change it out to gas that can be operated with a remote. Then turn the 3 separate rooms into one large honeymoon suite. You can separate an ensuite bath with either pocket doors or even a sliding barn door.
She could envision it so clearly. I love the idea, especially the barn door, which brings in a trendy feature without breaking the bank. And although a crackling wood fire is romantic, gas would be better for the environment.
It'd also be better during red flag no burn days, he said. You wouldn't want to use a fireplace as a selling point, then have to tell guests they couldn't use it.
Good point. She turned from the view of a large red-sailed ship that looked a lot like it might have been commanded by Captain Jack Sparrow to look up at him. Why did those other owners turn your idea down?
Because they'd read a bunch of books that said the entire point of an inn was to have as many rooms and beds as possible. They were focused on the number of heads in beds.
That may be true for a highway off-ramp motel chain. During her college days, she'd worked nights at a couple of those herself, where room service didn't exist and the continental breakfast consisted of a plastic-wrapped pastry of unknown age and coffee guests poured themselves into cardboard cups from a huge stainless steel urn. But the one thing bed and breakfasts, country inns, and 5-star hotels have in common is that they're offering an experience, something special. And in a town that's literally named for a honeymoon suite seems like a no-brainer.
Thanks. That's what I thought too.
We'll need a statement bed. She slowly turned around in a circle, taking in the space, imagining the adjoining walls gone. This big bay window bump out would be a perfect place for a nice skirted table and chairs for private breakfast. And, of course, the room needs a Victorian fainting couch.
My mother has one of those, and I don't believe she's ever fainted a day in her life.
I suspect fainting was more common when women were all corseted up for hours a day. Body shapers are bad enough. I can't imagine being tied into whalebones. He skimmed a look over her. If he'd been anyone else, she'd think he was checking her out. But this was Seth, her best friend's husband. Well, widower. But still, any interest she might have thought she viewed in that dark gaze was undoubtedly born from whatever cooled ashes were lingering in her imagination from her youthful crush. She was no longer a teenage virgin with a wistful, yearning heart. She was a grown woman who'd slept with not all that many men, but enough to know her youthful dreams of Seth Harper had been both overly romanticized and unrealistic. Also, there's another theory, but she felt the color, the bane of her fair skin, rise in her cheeks. He tilted his head.
But?
That the couch was also used to keep women comfortable while they underwent a cure for female hysteria, which for a period of time apparently was common and often frequent.
And the cure was?
He'd already guessed it. She could tell from the slightest quirk of his mouth. A pelvic massage. She'd gone this far. She might as well go full out. Often with specialized equipment.
Well then,
he said, his tone remarkably matter-of-fact considering they were discussing vibrators, which was the only sex she'd had for far too long.
Sounds as if a fainting couch is a must for a honeymoon suite.
She slapped his arm, resisting the urge to feel up his brawny biceps. You're terrible.
You brought it up, he reminded her, and now you sound like Zoe.
And damn, there it was. The subject they'd both been avoiding, the dead wife in the room. I'm so sorry, she said. It was the same thing she'd said 2 years ago. She knew it hadn't made a damn bit of difference then, and doubted it did now either.
Me too,
he said, which was exactly the same thing he'd said. Thinking back, other than the required thank yous to all the people offering condolences, she doubted he'd said more than a dozen words the entire day. Brianna had dealt with this situation before. Often widows or widowers would return to special places they'd shared with their spouse. Many times, one of those places would be a hotel. At the Royal Hawaiian, a woman who'd stayed there for her honeymoon 60 years earlier had returned with her husband's ashes for their anniversary. Every day for a week, she'd take off in the morning carrying that urn. Every evening, she'd return to have dinner in her room with, in her mind, her husband. Many of the staff had thought it creepy. Brianna, on the other hand, could only hope that she could someday experience a love so long-lasting, faithful, and true. If she were going to be here only for a visit, she might not pick up this emotional conversational grenade. But because she was going to be staying, and because they'd be working together, but mostly because they'd been such close friends, she decided to face the situation now.
How are you doing, really?
Fine.
His tone was flat, the single word sounding like something he'd say to anyone, even a stranger on a plane were the subject to somehow come up.
I can't imagine experiencing such a terrible loss. But I do care. I loved Zoe too.
I have my work, which I enjoy. I eat 6 nights a week at the pub where Quinn feeds me the best burgers ever, and I have dinner once a week with my in-laws.
How about breaking with tradition and having dinner tonight with my family?
The invitation, while impulsive, sounded exactly right. It was obvious that he was still hurting, which wasn't unexpected considering how perfect a couple he and Zoe had been. What this Harper needed was to be surrounded by the exuberant Mannion clan.
I called Quinn from the ferry. He's bringing wings.
None better than his maple whiskey bacon wing sauce,
Seth agreed.
You can't go wrong with bacon, but I prefer the sweet chili lime.
He was making that back when we were kids. Burke used to bring them to team meetings.
I always thought Quinn would grow up to be a chef,
Brianna said. With 2 working parents, all the kids were expected to pull kitchen duty, but she and Quinn had been the 2 who'd enjoyed it. Quinn especially whenever it had to do with fire, which had made him the Mannion summer outdoor grill chef.
He did all the cooking himself the first year at the pub, before hiring Jarl.
I know, Mom told me. And now he's brewing beer, which also makes sense because it goes along with his pub food. What I've never been able to figure out was how he stood all those years working in that stuffy law firm.
Great minds. I wonder the same thing most nights I go in for my burger.
They were getting back on track. The tension that had stretched between them eased a bit.
Life in a city's fast lane can be a draw when you grow up in a place like this, she said.
For some,
Seth agreed.
One of the major things Zoe and I had in common was that neither one of us ever wanted to live anywhere else.
I know, and I'm belatedly realizing the same thing my brother must have. That sometimes you have to leave home to realize that it was where you belonged all along.
He glanced down at her keds, and this time his smile reached his eyes.
Those don't exactly look like ruby slippers.
She grinned back at him and clicked her heels.
Ah, but appearances can be deceiving. So, speaking of home, do you want to come home with me? Did I mention my mom's blue ribbon chicken?
I'd like to.
He seemed to mean it. Then his smile faded.
But I have plans for tonight.
From the way he'd almost cheered up just talking about Quinn and his wings and dinner, Brianna almost asked if he couldn't change whatever the plans were, then decided not to push. What if he had a date? Which didn't seem likely after how he'd talked about missing Zoe. But he wouldn't be the first guy to separate emotions from sex.
Another time, maybe,
she said mildly.
I'd like that. Meanwhile, I'll see you at noon tomorrow at the office. And if there are any wings left over from your welcome home dinner, I wouldn't turn them down.
I'll make sure there are, she promised.
And keep the jacket,
he said.
until you can go shopping. If you decide to stay after you sleep on the idea.
I'm staying. He hadn't made it sound like a challenge, but Brianna took it as one. She realized that he wouldn't be the only person to question her reasons for returning home. But she was determined to prove any doubters wrong. They made their way back to the main floor. The rain had stopped, and as he walked her to the car, Bandit bounding along beside her, Brianna watched the sun slowly sinking into the blue water, the golden ball tinging the sky with shades of scarlet and orange, and decided that in spite of the potential problem with her lingering attraction to Seth Harper, she'd made exactly the right decision. Chapter 10. Although he'd never admit it, it hadn't taken long for Seth to find his weekly dinners with his in-laws more and more difficult. Just as there was no way he'd ever stop loving his wife, there were days when he'd be shooting nails into window trim or laying hardwood floors when he'd realize that his shattered heart might have begun stitching itself back together again. It would never be the same. There'd always be rough patches like the one scarring the old Boy Scout tent he used to take camping. But sometimes he'd have to stop and force himself to remember Zoe's face, which had begun to fade in his mind, just a little. But then he'd be back looking at the scrapbooks and photo albums and listening to her mother sharing all the stories of his wife growing up, going back to her birth 3 weeks early. "That girl was always in such a hurry," his mother-in-law would say. And in his mind, he'd be back in that driveway, buffing the wax on her bright red Civic, watching the notification officers walking in slow motion toward him. He parked in the driveway, walking past the trees that Helen Robinson had tied with yellow roses during Zoe's deployment, past the flagpole where Dave had gone out on that horrible notification day and lowered the American flag to half-mast. A banner signaling that this was the home of a Gold Star family hung in the sidelight next to the blue door. Seth had never needed a banner to remind him that he'd lost his wife to war, but he hoped the symbol, like the folded flag they'd hung in a shadow box with her bronze star and purple heart over the fireplace, brought his in-laws some peace. "I'm so glad you came tonight," Helen said as she brought the dinner to the table in the formal dining room, where a blue and white Greek flag hung on a wall painted bright red. Helen had once told him the color reminded her of the bougainvillea that climbed the walls of her childhood home back on the volcanic island of Santorini. She'd made pasticcio, Zoe's favorite.
"I'm glad to be here."
It was Thursday night. Where else would he be? And yeah, that was additional proof his life had fallen into a rut. If he didn't have the daily challenges of crumbling foundations, uncovering mold behind a bathroom shower, or discovering that an entire house still had knob and tube wiring that would have to be entirely replaced, putting the project over budget, which would involve an unwelcome conversation with the homeowner, he'd be living his own version of that Groundhog Day movie, but without that happy ending.
"We have something to tell you,"
his father-in-law said as he passed Seth a basket of flatbread. "Now, Dave," Helen demurred, placing a plate of what Seth had always considered a really good mac and cheese with meat in front of him. "I thought we agreed to wait until dessert." As she served her husband, she flashed Seth a forced smile. "It's lucomades," another one of Zoe's favorites. Seth figured if Cops and Coffee got hold of his mother-in-law's recipe for the fritters with cinnamon and thyme honey syrup with nuts, there'd be lines around the block waiting for the place to open.
"Sounds great,"
Seth said, as he always did.
"Might as well get it over with,"
the older man said.
"Otherwise you'll be fidgeting all meal long, waiting for the right time to spill the beans."
They'd gotten Seth's attention.
"Is something wrong?"
He looked from one to the other, seeking any sign of illness. They were only in their mid-60s, but logging and a 3-pack-a-day cigarette habit had undoubtedly taken a toll on Zoe's father's health.
"Are you both okay?"
"Oh, we're right as rain," Helen assured him quickly. Too quickly.
as she shook out one of the cloth napkins she always got out for the weekly dinners and placed it on her lap. Seth noticed her hands were shaking just a little. "Aren't we, Dave?"
I will be as soon as I can eat. So are you going to tell him, or should I just pull the damn trigger?
Now Seth was beginning to get seriously worried. "Tell me what?" "It's nothing bad," Helen assured him. "In fact, it's a positive thing." She took a deep breath. "We're moving."
Okay.
If people never moved, Seth would be out of work. Maybe they thought he'd be upset about them leaving the house where Zoe had grown up, which wasn't that big a deal, even though he'd spent even more time here than he had at his own house all through high school.
Out of state.
Dave busied himself with slathering his flatbread with the olive tapenade sitting in the center of the table. Either he was hungry or didn't want to look his son-in-law in the face when he broke the news. Seth figured it was the latter.
Oh.
"You know I have family in Arizona," Helen said. "Tucson." Countless enthusiastic, talkative aunts, uncles, and cousins Seth had met at the wedding. Although Zoe had only spent a few weeks of her life visiting the desert, she'd talked about her mother's branch of the family often, filling him in on lives of people whose names he couldn't keep straight, and was always sending off stacks of birthday and Christmas cards. She had told him that she'd seen a certain beauty in the wide-open blue skies over a seemingly endless cactus-studded landscape. Yet it hadn't taken her long to miss the lush greenery of the Pacific Northwest. Yet more irony at her having been deployed to sun-drenched, dusty Afghanistan. "My niece and her husband have taken over my brother's restaurant," Helen explained, "which gives my brother and his wife more free time. Now that Dave's retired from logging and I'm taking early retirement from cooking at the high school, we thought it would be nice to spend our retirement with family." Her cheeks flamed. "Not that we don't consider you family, because despite not being Greek, you are just like a son to us, but—"
I get it,
Seth assured her. If her niece and husband cooked anything like this, the Greek restaurant he'd never taken time to visit would undoubtedly continue to be a success. "It's not like when my grandmother Statopoulos took to her bed when I married Dave," Helen continued. "In her old-fashioned view, any girl who hadn't married a good Greek boy and had her first child by 23 might as well be dead. We understand that the heart knows what the heart knows. And Zoe's heart knew from that very beginning when you were both so young that it belonged to you."
It was the same for me.
"I know. Which is another reason why you're like my own flesh and blood. But it's so hard to stay here." She pressed a plump hand over her heart as her eyes shone with tears. "In this town and this house, I thought it would be easier. They say it gets easier with time. But whenever I drive past the middle school, I remember worrying that by switching schools mid-year, she wouldn't have any friends."
Which didn't happen.
No one he'd ever met or would ever meet made friends as easily as his wife. That's what I assured her, but still she worried, and it's not just the school. If I go to a movie at the Olympic, I can see her doing pirouettes up on the stage when the dance studio would hold the recitals there every year. No one mentioned the argument Zoe and her mother would have about those recitals, but she kept on taking those lessons and dancing on that stage every spring, because not doing it would make her mother unhappy, and Zoe had never been one to make anyone unhappy, until she went and died on him.
We had to stop going to Friday night football games because she'd start bawling.
Dave volunteered.
"Because of her cheerleading days,"
Seth said. And wasn't that one of the memories stuck in his head? Because nobody could jump as high or wave her pom-poms as enthusiastically as Zoe Richardson. Some of the guys on his Sea Lions football team had envied his receiving skills, which honestly were more due to Berkmanion's mad, crazy QB talent that could make any receiver look good. It was hard not to break the school's all-time receiving record when the passer put the ball on your numbers. But every single one of them, even Burke, who'd been a year ahead of him and would go on to be a superstar NFL quarterback, had been envious that Seth had been the one Zoe slow danced with at the after-game dances in the gym. Whenever I walk by her room, I expect to hear her chatting away on the phone to you or Brianna or Kylie, her mother said. And many nights on the way to bed, I imagine a light shining from beneath the door because she's staying up too late reading. She was so special, Helen said, sniffling. Wasn't she? She was one of a kind. Broke the mold when they made my baby girl, Dave said, sounding suspiciously choked up himself. Anyway, Helen blew out another breath and wiped her eyes and nose with a tissue she'd pulled from her apron pocket. The counselor at the parents' grief group I go to helped me see that I'd gotten myself stuck in time, like those dinosaurs in Amber from Jurassic Park. Which is a fictional story, Dave pointed out. The story might be, she allowed with a flare of renewed spirit. But that doesn't mean the problem isn't real. She reached over to touch Seth's hand again. Greeks, he'd discovered, were touchers. Harper men were not. I know it sounds selfish, Seth, dear, but I have to move on. I'll never forget my daughter. How could I? But I can't stay in this place where everywhere I go and everything I do reminds me of how we lost her. I get it. Seth turned his hand and linked his fingers with hers. I really do. Not only did he admire her ability to reclaim her life, he was tempted to ask her secret. I think it's the absolutely right thing for you to do. She managed a smile, even as her dark eyes, so like her daughter's, glistened again. Thank you for understanding. And, of course, you're always welcome to visit. You'd like the desert, especially all that bright sun in the winter when you want to escape gray skies. Sounds like a plan. They both knew that wouldn't happen, that he was another of those painful memories she needed to move on from. Because with her daughter's widower still in her life, it would continue to be difficult to look back on their wedding and marriage without her heartbreaking. Your mother volunteered to take over the gardening at the cemetery. Growing up, having never had an up-close and personal encounter with death, Seth had never found the Harborview Cemetery a depressing place. It was pretty, with its tall trees and rolling lawns overlooking the water. Not that the residents could enjoy the view, but visitors could. He knew that along with planting dahlias at Zoe's grave, Zoe's mother would also add seasonal bedding plants and go out every Sunday after church and tidy things up. He knew because she told him, not because he ever went out there. He hadn't been to the cemetery since that day they'd handed him a folded flag that was a damn poor substitute for his wife. Mom's always liked gardening, he said mildly, and she loved Zoe, who Caroline Harper would always say was like a second daughter. Everyone loved Zoe, Helen said with another sniffle, this time dabbing her moist eyes with the corner of her napkin since she'd already shredded the tissue. Oh yeah, this was turning out to be a fun evening.
Okay, so I told you he'd be okay with it,
Dave told his wife.
Can we eat now?
Just one more thing. Seth's father-in-law didn't quite roll his eyes, but he came close. We're hoping to put the house up for sale next month, because our realtor says spring's a good time to sell. Since we'll be moving into a condo, we'll have less room. So if you wouldn't mind coming by when you have a little time to choose what you'd like to keep.
Sure,
The idea of dragging home even more than the stuff he'd spent the past 2 years of Thursdays looking through was less appealing than drilling an electric Phillips screwdriver through his eyeball.
"Why don't you choose first?" he suggested. "Then give me a call when you're ready for me to collect the rest of her things." "Great idea," Dave said, digging into his meal. "Now let's eat."
Ben Harper sat in what these days guys were calling a man cave, sipping Crown straight and watching the Mariners spank the Rockies at Seattle. It was potting soil night at the stadium.
"Only in the Pacific Northwest,"
he muttered, which might not be true, but it seemed everyone he knew went crazy this time of year, planning all sorts of stuff, while flowers were pretty much useless to his mind. At least the vegetables made sense, except those radical organic farm-to-table folks got on his last nerve. He glanced out the window at the garden, which was, after a long winter, a mess. By now, Caroline would have had him turn the soil for new plantings to go along with the azalea bushes and rhododendrons, which, luckily, seemed to care for themselves. At least they were beginning to bloom, no thanks to him. Although it grated, he had to admit that he hadn't noticed all she did around here. Not only had she taken over all the company's bookkeeping, she'd drawn those illustrations that she'd framed to hang in the public areas of the office. When she built a website, she put them up there too, and kept the social media pages going, which was a good thing since there was no way in hell he'd ever go chat with strangers on Facebook. But it had brought in business from all over the country, so hey, he couldn't complain. Except she wasn't here now to do that. He didn't know how to log on, but by clicking on the little square box on the website, he'd gone to the page this afternoon and noticed there'd been no new postings for a month. But since they were doing okay, he didn't see any reason for writing anything, even if he could think of anything to say. And God knows there was no way he wanted his down-in-the-dumps son posting. Hell, if that sandwich-stealing mutt Bandit could type, he'd probably be better than either one of them. The truth, which he'd never admit to anyone, especially his boy, was that he missed his wife. And not just her cooking and cleaning and bookkeeping and the flowers that had once filled the home he'd built for them when they'd married. But because she'd always been the bright and shining sun around which his entire life had revolved. Since that very first day, she'd always called their meeting kismet. Caroline talked that way, using words he'd have to look up. He'd called it luck, because it was, flat out, the damn luckiest day of his life. The second being when she'd agreed to marry him, followed by her telling him that he was going to be a father, which had scared the piss out of him, but he'd never felt more pride than when he'd stopped at the diner the next morning and told the guys chowing down on their early lumberjack specials before work, and casually, as if it were just any other day, of his impending fatherhood to everyone in the place. Dinah, who'd run the diner forever, had insisted the special occasion called for a breakfast on the house. She'd also planted a big kiss on his cheek, which had caused more hooting than he would have cared for. It had been summer when Caroline Lockwood had driven into Honeymoon Harbor with 3 girlfriends on a cross-country trip to explore various regional arts. He hadn't seen her arrival because he'd been working on building a set for a play put on by the Theater and the Furs group for the annual Harbor Days Festival. The work didn't pay much, but while he might admittedly not be the most sociable guy on the planet, Ben realized that if he wanted locals to hire him, he needed to be part of the community. The work, compared to remodeling 100-year-old houses, was easy, and he had to admit that the theater group, most of whom could have come from a different planet than the one he'd grown up on, were friendly. Although they often had to take up collections to pay for paint and other supplies, they never once missed paying him for the work. So he hadn't seen Caroline and her girlfriends drive off the ferry in that pink Cadillac. Nor had he been there when she'd checked into the Lighthouse View Hotel. But he had been working the lighting the night the 3 women had shown up to see a production of the story of the town's name change. Being a distant descendant of Nathaniel Harper, the one man who'd voted against the change, Ben wasn't enjoying the annual retelling of the story all that much. especially since the director had talked John Mannion, who'd just returned home from 2 years in the Peace Corps, which was having everyone treat him like a damn hero, although all he'd been doing was building gardens and planting trees, not fighting the enemy like Ben had done as a Marine, into playing the Teddy Roosevelt role. Sitting at the back of the action, Ben was able to watch Mannion and Sarah Harper huddled together in a cozy way that suggested they hadn't been talking about the weather. They'd been a couple for a while in high school. Then her parents had managed to break them up by sending her off to one of those fancy women's colleges back east. Not that they could afford it on Jerome Harper's fisherman's salary, but being super smart, she'd managed to get scholarships and a work-study program that took care of the costs. John's return had definitely put a monkey wrench in her parents' plans. He'd been thinking that Mannion was probably going to get lucky that night when the sight of a pretty blonde in a pair of sprayed-on purple jeans, a blinding pink top, and a multicolored flower jacket hit him like a sledgehammer. She was flirting with Mike Mannion, John's artist brother who'd painted some of the scenery. Like the Mannions didn't already have enough going for them. Not only was the family practically damn Honeymoon Harbor royalty, they had to get all the good-looking women too. He'd just decided the blonde and the artist would probably hook up for the night, when suddenly he got lucky. Although Caroline would later laughingly insist it was fate. A sudden downpour sent everyone running to wait the rain out in the building the theater company used to store equipment. The outdoor bleacher seats had all been filled, and the building wasn't that big, so Ben found himself squeezed into the back with the blonde in those purple jeans, whose voice had him imagining moonlight, magnolias, and mint juleps. Which he'd thought probably meant he'd been spending too much time around the theater people, because guys like him never dreamed of women in picture hats sitting on wicker chairs on southern verandas. But on this rainy night, Ben sure as hell did think of that, and a lot more. She'd been impressed when he'd told her he'd built the sets, and although he feared it might give Mannion more points, he told her that he hadn't painted those forest scenes. He'd just done the construction. "Without you, they wouldn't have had anything to paint," she said. "So you're indispensable." No one in his entire life had ever used that word to describe him. Ben had never been much of a talker, but bedazzled as he was, he could only mumble something incomprehensible. "And you do the lighting as well?" she asked, making him think she might have noticed him behind the bank of lights. "It's not that hard." He tried to shrug the compliment off, but his chest swelled with pride. Although he'd only graduated high school, he'd
Take this time to lean back, reflect, and let the melody calm your heart before we return to the story. This content is completely free. Thanks for spending time with us.
Memories fade as you leave us behind, out of your mind. You know where to find, I hope you remember the smile you call kind. You know where to find, I hope you remember the smile you call kind.
studied damn hard to get those working right. Until recently, you'd need different lights for different colors. Now they're automated. Yet you still need to know how to utilize color and varying levels of brightness to set the proper ambiance, she said. "Where did you study?" "I guess you could say I'm self-taught." Another shrug as he tried to untie his tongue. He could tell she was easy with conversation. Ben was not. "I restore old houses, so I've had to learn about electricity. When the theater company asked me a few years ago if I could do the lighting, I read up on it and realized I enjoy it." The same as he'd always enjoyed creating the proper lighting in the town's old Victorians. And weren't those the most words he'd strung together in a dog's age? It shows. I can tell when someone loves their work. Your lighting deepens the emotional experience. Ben had no answer to that. But it didn't matter because she continued on, as if not expecting a response. I'm a student at the South Carolina School of Art and Design, she said. Are you a theater major? She was damn well pretty enough to be a movie star. Her laugh was rich and warm and made the back of his neck sweat. Heavens, no. I'm already the black sheep in the family, she confessed, dimpling pretty in a way that reminded him of Vivian Lee charming the Tarleton twins. He wasn't much for that kind of movie. He was more a John Wayne guy himself. But his mother had made the family watch it once when it showed up as the Saturday night TV movie. Daddy's one of those respectable, she made air quotes with fingers tipped the same bright pink as her blouse, Southern lawyers. Mama comes from a long line of famous belles, and if I ever considered acting, she'd undoubtedly swoon from the vapors. Bad enough I decided that I wanted a career, but I managed to win them over by choosing to major in interior design. I'm certain they both believe that once I get married and start having babies, I can dabble in designing pretty living rooms and nurseries for my friends.
But you have other plans.
He could hear the steel beneath her soft Carolina drawl. She bobbed her blonde head, squared slender shoulders in that pretty flowered jacket. I most certainly do. Oh, I'll probably get married someday, she allowed. Because I do want to be a mother. But it would have to be a man who considered me an equal, and not some decorative arm candy. I'll probably go to Atlanta, or maybe even New York City. Then once I get established, I'll start looking for a man who ticks all my boxes. Despite his lack of social graces and not being a high and mighty manion, Ben had never had trouble getting women. He knew he was good-looking, but except for when he was shaving, wasn't one to spend any time looking in a mirror, because in his business you could probably look like Sasquatch and still get work if you knew what you were doing. Which he did. But he'd never, ever met a female who had him feeling so undermatched. Which was why, once the rain had stopped and everyone began leaving the barn, he was amazed when she'd put her hand on his arm. Are you doing anything later? She asked, looking up at him with eyes as clear and blue as Lake Crescent, the jewel of the Olympics, where years in the future their son would get married. Later? The warmth of her touch on his bare skin had tied his tongue up in knots again. After the play, her stroking fingers were as light as thistledown, but still made his head start spinning like he was out of control on the tilt-a-whirl at the county fair. I thought maybe you'd be hungry after working all day.
Are you asking me out to dinner?
Well, since I had the feeling you weren't going to ask me, the answer to that question would be yes. Her smile brightened her big blue eyes. Ben could tell that she was teasing him, and the thing was, he didn't give a rat's ass, just as long as she kept talking. I realize that convention requires me to wait on you to make the first move, but I told you, I'm the family's black sheep. She swept a long, considering look over him, from his boots to the top of his head, then back again, as if he were a sofa she was considering buying for one of her girlfriend's living rooms. I like the cut of you, Ben Harper. And unless all my feminine instincts have gone on the blink, I believe that you're interested in me too. He gulped, then managed to admit, I am. Well then, why don't you pick me up at the Lighthouse View Hotel? About 8? Surely there's some place on this peninsula where we can find a late supper.
What about your friends?
She laughed again. Damn, he could get hooked on that soft musical sound.
They can find their own men. She hadn't gone to bed with him that night. Although she might be a black sheep, she'd told him that she never slept with a gentleman their first night together. But she had let him kiss her at the door of the inn, a long, deep kiss that had tasted like honey and left him going home with aching balls. It had been a small price to pay when the next night, on a blanket on the bank of Mirror Lake, beneath a slice of crescent moon, she'd given him her virginity, which had come as one hell of a surprise because he would have figured that a fancy, worldly woman like Caroline Lockwood would have had her share of admirers. Which she had, she'd assured him when he'd cautiously brought that up afterward as they lay on a blanket on the deck, bare arms and legs entwined, while shooting stars streaked across the midnight sky. But she'd been waiting for the right man. She'd kissed him again, turned into him, breast to chest. "My forever man," she'd said, as she'd taken his hand and let it down to those silky blonde curls between her legs. They'd made love 3 times that night, even though he'd been no virgin. He'd never done that before. But this sweet-talking Southern belle had been doing a lot of things he'd never done before, the most important of which had been to fall in love. She'd been his forever woman, and as far as he was concerned, she still was. "She'll come back," Ben reassured himself as he turned off the TV, poured himself another glass of Crown, tossed it back, feeling the burn go straight to the gut, then headed off to the king-size bed that these days seemed even larger, colder, and a hell of a lot lonelier. It's just menopause craziness. She'll be back. Because although he'd throw himself off Mount Olympus before admitting it, the simple truth was that Ben had no freaking clue how the hell he could survive without her. Chapter 11. The Mannion Christmas tree farm was located about 35 minutes out of town on a road that twisted in sharp switchbacks. The evergreens lining the edge of the road created a green tunnel, and the road was striped with rays of stuttering sun that managed to slip through the bank of trees and clouds. Every so often, the trees would open up to a waving green meadow where white Sitka valerian bobbed like sailboats riding the harbor tides, and ferns were uncurling new frothy green fronds. Because it had been so long since Brianna had experienced the absolute, total silence that could be found here on the far northwest corner of the country, she didn't listen to any of her audiobooks. Nor did she try to search out a radio station. Instead, as she continued through the trees, around tree-fringed jetties and past tumbling creeks, the only sound was the hiss of the tires on the wet pavement and the swish-swish of the wipers clearing the splash of raindrops from the windshield. She slowed for a herd of magnificent Roosevelt elk, some just calves that had emerged from the screen of trees. As many places as she'd been, nothing could ever replace these sights and sounds of home. And while waiting for the elk, who were taking their own sweet time to cross in front of her, Brianna felt like Dorothy waking up back home in Kansas from bright and glittery Oz. She passed a farm, its acres of colorful flowers and freshly tilled dark brown earth, dotted with young spring-green plants surrounding the blue clapboard house that had given Blue House Farm its name. Just beyond the farm, she took a fork in the road and passed the old abandoned logging skid road, seemingly endless acres of conical blue-green fir. Bright pine and spruce trees came into view. Rising up from the center of the trees was a bright red barn with Mannion's family Christmas trees, established 1983, written on the side with white paint. Below that was delivery or cut and carry. Although it was still raining, she cracked open her window to breathe in the familiar pungent scent of fir and earth, along with a faint tinge of salt riding in from the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The road dead-ended at a pair of red gates leading to the farm.
The fact that they were open suggested her parents were waiting for her, a fact proven out as soon as she'd reached the end of the road leading to the white 2-story farmhouse with ruffled, fiery red and yellow tulips blooming in front of the wide, wraparound front porch. The apple-red door opened and her mother, wearing jeans, sneakers, and a black t-shirt stating, "I'm not Superwoman, but I am a high school principal, so close enough," came running out. Her smiling face was framed with a wild cloud of coppery curls, brightened with strands of silver. Brianna, whose hair was as straight as Washington rain, had often envied her mother those curls. At the same time, Sarah Mannion had always said that Brianna was the lucky one to have that golden slide of hair that didn't frizz up like little orphan Annie's at the least provocation. "You're finally here." She gathered Brianna into her arms for a huge hug that she hadn't even realized she'd needed until now. "I told you when I called that I ran into Kylie and Mai," she said. "We're so excited about their wedding," Sarah said. "Jim Olsen, you remember him, he was a few years behind you in school, is providing the flowers from Blue House Farm next door. He started out with organic vegetables, but recently added flowers for the wedding business." She waved toward the tulips. "These bulbs are from his farm. They're stunning, aren't they? They're called flaming parrots. As soon as Kylie saw them, she decided she had to have them for her bouquet. They're perfect. As bright and colorful as the bride who'd be carrying them." "That's the same thing I said. So are you going to be able to come back home for the wedding?" "I am. I also have something else I want to talk with you all about." Brianna had held off telling anyone that she was returning home for good, because she hadn't wanted to get her mother's hopes up. There'd always been a chance, she'd considered, that once she was on that ferry, she'd suffer doubts and perhaps even change her mind. Before her mother could ask what was up, Brianna turned to her father. "Hi, Dad."
"Hi, daughter."
The lines extending from John Mannion's blue eyes, which had provided the gene for her own, crinkled at the corners as he gave her a slow, easy smile. He'd always been the calm to her mother's seemingly unrelenting energy.
"It's about time you found your way back home."
He gathered her into his arms, and although she knew it was silly, Brianna felt her eyes sheen. How many times had those strong arms held and comforted her? Too many times to count. She'd always felt safe here, which she realized as the thought hit like a lightning bolt from a clear blue sky, was why she'd had to leave. Even when she'd come home from college during vacations, going on and on and on about her big plans, she'd understood that just as her parents had provided the anchor for her life, they'd also encouraged her to spread her wings, which she had. And now, like the swallows returning every year, those same wings had flown her back to Honeymoon Harbor. 2 rescued Australian shepherd mixes, Mulder and Scully, came racing out of the house, circling around the group, herding their family like they were cattle they'd been bred to gather. She'd always had dogs growing up, and now as she crouched down to pet these, she wondered if getting a dog of her own would put off potential guests. A moment later, Brianna decided she didn't care. The entire point of buying Herons Landing was to finally design a life she loved. To follow her heart and not her head. And if anyone was put off by sharing space with a dog, well, she could survive without their business. Her mother glanced over at the car with its back seat piled with suitcases and boxes. "Are you moving again?" "Good guess." She also wondered what it said about the rootlessness of her life that all her possessions fit into the back seat and trunk of a car. She'd always been prepared to move at a moment's notice. Now, by buying the landmark Victorian house, she'd made a 180-degree lifestyle change. "John, start bringing Brianna's things in," her mother instructed her husband. "I'll send Quinn out to help." "Just the 2 suitcases," Brianna said. "I can deal with the rest later." In the next day or so, when she moved into Herons Landing. "So where are you off to this time?" Sarah asked as she linked her arm through Brianna's and walked toward the house, the dogs close on their heels, noses nearly pressed against the back of her leg. If she attempted to break away, they were ready to circle and bring her back into the fold. Chicago? Maybe your dream of New York? Even London? Nope. She paused, waiting for a tinge of regret, and felt none. At all. And I'm not dodging the question, but I'd rather share the news with everyone at once, she said. You know I hate suspense, her mother said. I bite my nails to the quick every election night. Yet Dad always wins. He'd been mayor of Honeymoon Harbor nearly all of Brianna's life. He always joked that he was stuck in the job because no one else would take it, but everyone knew that he loved the position. The house she'd grown up in was both the same and different. The rooms, which had once all been different colors, were now painted in neutrals that provided a perfect backdrop for paintings she recognized as her Uncle Mike's work. The heavy bark brown leather Chesterfield couch, with its thick rolled arms and high, deeply tufted back that had held up to 5 children, had been replaced by a more modern but still comfortable-looking sloped-arm, pillow-backed sectional. It, too, was leather, but in a red shade lighter than rust, but not as bright as a fire engine. Instead of the brown tweed rug that had easily handled puppies and rambunctious boys, the couch sat upon a lightly looped rug in shades of oatmeal, brown, and taupe, the design reminding Brianna of Persian tiles. All the old heavy hand-me-down furniture her parents had inherited when they'd married had been updated to lighter pieces that made the rooms she passed through look larger. I love what you've done. Caroline Harper talked me into taking a design class at Clearwater CC, her mother revealed. You know she studied at the South Carolina School of Art and Design. I remember hearing that. Well, she says that I have a natural talent I owe it to myself to pursue. And I'll have to admit that I've always enjoyed puttering around the projects on the house. It's mostly online, with a weekly Saturday morning in the classroom. I'll be retiring after this school year, and since so many friends have asked me to help them with their decorating, I thought I'd try hanging out a shingle. For as long as Brianna could remember, her mother had taken classes at the local community college, covering a range of topics from archaeology to art history, all while working as an English teacher at Honeymoon Harbor High School, taking extra summer courses at UW as she worked her way up to principal, running a lot of the farm business, planning the Christmas tree seasonal celebration, and raising 5 children. Why would anyone have expected her to sit home and knit once she retired? I think that's a wonderful idea. Brianna followed her mother into the kitchen and watched as she took a platter of breaded chicken from the wide Sub-Zero refrigerator and turned on the 6-burner gas range. When Brianna had been younger, there had been 1 refrigerator in the kitchen, and 2 additional ones out in the garage in order to keep enough food on hand to feed all the growing Mannion boys. Despite her mother's protests, Burke had insisted on using a portion of his NFL signing bonus to remodel the kitchen. I've worked at some hotels that paid big bucks for designers who didn't do half as good a job as you could have. Brianna was grateful her mother had never taken her up on an offer to visit the Midas. Although a part of her had wanted to show off how far she'd come, she'd also been concerned that the amount of gilding might have put her into cardiac arrest before she'd gotten across the lobby. Seth told me his parents are separated. Are you and Caroline going into business together? Oh, no. She's hoping to travel, if she can talk Ben into retiring. I was there the night they met, and remember how hard he fell for her. I hope they work things out. I hope so, too. Personally, now that she was home again, Brianna would be happy to stay right here in Honeymoon Harbor forever. On the other hand, except for a short trip to Disneyland, she couldn't remember Seth's family ever going anywhere, so she suspected Ben Harper wasn't all that big on the traveling plan. Can I help? No, everything's done but the chicken. I wanted to wait to begin cooking until you arrived. She took out another platter and a bottle of wine. You can pour us both a glass. Sure. The wine, which she recognized as a very good label, was from one of the Oregon wineries, going to Screwtops. She twisted it open and poured it into the glasses she retrieved from the open shelves. Will Dad want one? No, he'll be having one of Quinn's beers. The Jack Sparrow Rum Ale won a medal at a national craft brewery competition last month. She said it with the same pride she'd always shown for her children's accomplishments. And her students. Although there had been times growing up when it hadn't been easy having your mother as school principal, Brianna couldn't think of anyone more suited to the job. I'll admit I was surprised when I heard Quinn making such a drastic career change. He's happy as a clam. Oil sizzled as the chicken thighs and drumsticks entered the pan. Confidentially, although I never said anything because your lives were your own business, I always suspected of all my children, you and he would be the ones of my chicks who'd return home. But I suppose if I'd given a great deal of thought to it, I would have expected him to set up a small-town law practice. I guess he wasn't into property disputes, divorces, and defending teenage mailbox bashers, which is pretty much what legal life exists of here. As ideal as it may seem from the outside, like any other community, it has its problems. I see students who are obviously not getting enough to eat, and others who are taken from unstable homes due to neglect or abuse. And although it's less common than the larger cities, there's a fair amount of bullying. Which has always occurred, Brianna said, thinking back on Jolene Wells, a girl in her class who'd earned an undeserved reputation only because she'd grown up in a trailer outside of town, with an alcoholic dad who'd been convicted of theft and a mother who was rumored to be a prostitute. Although Jolene hadn't been one of Brianna's closest friends, they were friendly, and once Gloria Wells, Jolene's beautician mom, had insisted on giving her a free cut and blow dry after she'd invited Jolene to her 15th birthday party. Being that the Manions were unofficially Honeymoon Harbor's first family, that had shut down the gossip. For a time. She'd heard Jolene, who'd left town before high school graduation, was living in L.A. doing makeup for movie stars, which was yet more proof that you could probably never predict anyone's future. Well, at any rate, it's cool my brother's going back to the family's roots.
You talking to me?
Brianna spun around at the sound of the deep voice, her face breaking into a huge smile as she viewed her older brother standing in the doorway, a suitcase under his arm. We were, she said. All complimentary, their mother assured him.
That's good to hear.
He shot Brianna a look.
Why don't you come up and see what Mom's done to your room?
He suggested in a mild tone that didn't fool her for a minute. While everyone might consider Quinn the easiest going of the Manion brothers, he was also the best at getting you to talk about things you'd rather not, which undoubtedly had made him an excellent lawyer and probably served him well when he was working behind the bar of his brew pub. So, she said brightly as they headed upstairs lined with photos of first communions, school photos, graduations, sports, Christmas festivals, and all the other family events that she'd never properly appreciated while they were happening. Mom tells me your new beer is winning medals.
No point in doing something if you don't do your best. Can I take from all that stuff you've got crammed into that shiny red car that you're not here for a short stay?
Aiden's supposed to be the interrogator in the family, she complained. Her brother, a former Marine, was the last she'd heard, an undercover cop in Los Angeles. Especially now that you've given up cross-examining people for a living.
That doesn't mean I don't still enjoy it from time to time, and you're dodging the question.
Okay. She blew out a breath. I wanted to talk to you alone anyway, about my plans. She stopped in the doorway. The honey pine furniture was still there,
but the walls had gone from pink and white striped wallpaper that had been on the walls since her freshman year of high school to the blue-green color of beach glass. The crazy Leonardo DiCaprio, Luke Perry, and NSYNC collage that had taken up an entire wall behind the bed had been replaced with an oversized scenic photo of the Sequim lavender farms overtop an eggshell-color shiplap. The bedding was no longer a riot of colorful flowers, but an inviting mix of white, ivory, and cream. "Oh, wow, I am so stealing this idea for one of my rooms," she said, more to herself than her brother. It was the perfect retreat, giving off a calming aura that would encourage guests to relax as soon as they walked in the door.
Your rooms?
He put the suitcases down on the wide, planked wood floor. "That's what I wanted to talk about. But first, I have a question. Was it hard moving back home?"
Not at all.
He arched a brow and gave her that same stern big brother look he'd shot her back when she'd been 15 and he'd caught her climbing up the apple tree to her bedroom window. She'd been coming home from a party she and Kylie sneaked out to at a sprawling waterfront house. The rich boy who lived there had put out the word that he was throwing a bash while his parents were away in Hawaii. Fortunately, they'd decided to leave before the police showed up after a noise complaint, so she'd gotten busted only by her brother. At 18, Quinn had pretty much been allowed to come and go as he wanted.
Is that what you're doing? Coming home?
Yep. Each time she said the plan out loud, it sounded more real. And after going through the house, both exciting and a bit daunting. Okay, more than a bit, a lot. "I'm buying Herons Landing and turning it into a B&B. "Huh." He rubbed his jaw as he considered that idea.
You may want to talk to Seth Harper about that.
"I already have. He showed me through the house before I came here."
You don't waste any time.
Seeing him wasn't planned. I spotted Kylie and Mai at the park and stopped to talk with them, and he drove by. When Kylie spilled the beans, he agreed to give me a tour.
Did he mention that 2 other owners gave up on the place?
Well, the first ones were arrested, so I'm not sure they gave up by choice, she said. And it's possible the ghost scared off the other. Quinn literally rolled his eyes.
Yeah, that's undoubtedly the reason.
Skeptic. She conveniently ignored the fact that she didn't believe in the ghost either, though the supposedly widowed fisherman's wife could be an attractive marketing aspect. She'd have to give that some thought. Anyway, as you already know, he's done amazing things to the exterior.
You always did have a thing for that house. Did it live up to your memories?
It did. Except for a new paint job, it looks as if all the outside needs are some sod, trees, and gardens.
That's probably the easy part. From what I hear, the inside is a wreck.
The first floor is a work in progress, Brianna admitted. But it's not that bad. The second will be a challenge, but Seth had some wonderful ideas for that. I'm meeting with him tomorrow to go over the plans.
Definitely moving fast,
he murmured.
Like mother, like daughter.
She wasn't going to argue that. Mom was a great role model. I loved the idea that she's starting her own business.
She's never let any moss grow beneath her feet, that's for sure. Having watched fun, loving married friends turn into frazzled, overworked parents, I have no idea how she managed 5 kids of her own, as well as an entire school of teenagers, while helping run the farm and keep the house going. So, getting back to your formerly crumbling old house.
The third floor is amazing.
I remember bats, including one who tried to nest in your hair.
It wasn't nesting. She didn't think, but that didn't stop the memory from giving her shivers again. It accidentally flew into me while trying to get out of the attic, but Seth assures me that the bats are gone. They now have their own house outside. And it's an amazing space for a penthouse. I'm going to move in as soon as I round up some basic furniture pieces.
You're going to live there during the remodeling?
That's the plan.
You know, I had Harper Construction do the pub and the brewery. And as much as I like living over the place now, I'm not sure I'd recommend you living there while the work's being done.
Are you suggesting I'm not as tough as you?
No, I'm merely saying I'm a guy, so being surrounded by guys didn't bother me.
I grew up surrounded by brothers who happen to be guys, she reminded him. I'm sure I'll manage just fine. Besides, it occurred to me that if I'm on site, I may be able to save money by doing some sweat labor. Not that she needed the money, but she liked the idea of taking part in bringing the house back to its former glory.
When was the last time you took down a wall?
Smartass. Probably the last time you did. She shot back, but with a smile in her tone. That doesn't mean I can't paint. Maybe hammer some baseboard or work on the yard. We certainly got enough practice with that growing up, including trimming the trees every spring so they'd grow in their traditional Christmas pyramid shapes.
Aiden always accused Mom and Pop of having 5 kids for the free labor.
He remembered with a smile. To which Dad told him to be grateful he hadn't grown up on a potato farm. Her mother had grown potatoes in her kitchen garden, and digging the crop up every year would leave Brianna's fingernails dirt-stained for days. And those bags got heavy fast. And now that we've settled that, it's your turn to answer my question about whether or not you had any adjustments, besides construction noise.
Yeah, sure.
His broad shoulders stretched the seams of his Mannion's Pub and Brewery t-shirt when he shrugged.
There were adjustments. Outside my own legal circles, I could be anonymous in the city. At the gym, going into a Starbucks, even when I asked a woman out. The only history she might have on me is what she could dig up on Google. Here, folks have known me all my life. And not only do they know my history, they probably know that I bought 2 glazed crullers at Cops and Coffee for breakfast this morning.
I gained 10 pounds from the aroma alone just walking in the door today. And admittedly, I haven't given a lot of thought to the lack of privacy. Even though that had been precisely why she hadn't chosen to live on site at the Midas.
It's a fishbowl. A well-meaning one, but a fishbowl just the same.
A grin creased his cheeks. Their brother Burke had inherited the same creases from their father, but he'd also lucked out with a pair of killer dimples.
After an unfortunate too-personal encounter with Mildred Marshall in the market, I learned to buy condoms online.
She laughed. Given that she's at least 70 and been married 4 times, I suspect she's familiar with that particular item, but thanks for the heads up.
No problem. On the other hand,
says the star of the high school debating club,
as I was saying, while this town is a fishbowl, everyone will jump in to support their own, like they've tried to do with Seth Harper, who's pretty much become a hermit since losing Zoe.
Understandable. They'd been a couple forever. He looked up at the ceiling, dragged his hand through his hair.
Okay, I'm uncomfortable with this, but family probably outweighs the guy code, so I'm going to warn you that he's in a dark place and it could be risky for you working with him.
Surely you're not suggesting he's dangerous?
No, not in any go whacked out crazy with a nail gun way. But if you're thinking of trying to fix him,
that didn't even occur to me.
Maybe not yet, but it will. Because that's what you do. You're like Mom. You fix things. It's probably the reason you were so good at your job. Same as my debating made me a good lawyer. But it's a rocky road that could end up bad. For you and probably for him too. Because he's a good guy who'd beat himself up for breaking your heart.
How could he break my heart?
Because you were sweet on him for years.
He never, not once, looked my way.
Doesn't matter. The heart wants what the heart wants.
Now you're quoting Emily Dickinson?
No, I think I'm quoting some country song. The thing is, you had a thing for him. Maybe you still do.
I don't. Seth and Zoe had been the happiest couple Brianna had ever met. Their love, laughter, and affection had always been absolutely genuine, and later she'd often thought that they could have been naturals to play themselves in a Hallmark movie.
Maybe it could come back, like the chicken pox, once you're together every day. Which brings me to my point that he could hurt you, even though he'd never mean to.
Well, she blew out a breath. Thanks for the advice, counselor. But I'm an adult who's had my heart bruised from time to time. I know the pitfalls and how to avoid them.
Can't say I didn't try.
He shrugged again.
It's your life.
Exactly.
So, putting that in the never-again-to-be-discussed category, the bottom line is that Honeymoon Harbor's glacial pace can be good for fresh starts, and for rebooting your life.
Thank you. I bow to your wisdom. She could smell the chicken frying, like the salt air and tang of fir trees. It, too, smelled like home. We'd better go down before Mom sends Dad to look for us. She says you're doing some interesting things at the brewery.
The Captain Jack Sparrow,
he said.
Yeah, it took a few tries to get the alcohol bitterness from the rum barrel out of the beer, but we found that cutting the aging time, then blending it with the same blend that hadn't been in barrels, solved the problem. We've had a couple big breweries sniffing around to license it.
Which you didn't do.
I came home because I wanted out of the rat race, he pointed out. No point in jumping back in with a new set of rats.
I couldn't agree more, Brianna said, thinking of one Dr. Rat in particular. It's going to work, she said. I'll make it work. He tousled her hair, the same way he had when she'd been 7 and fallen off her bike while going too fast downhill from the lake and scraped her knee on a rock. The cut had taken 7 stitches and she still had the faint scar.
I have not a single doubt.
Thanks. And although we have a lot of time before it opens, I'd love to talk to you about adding brewery tours to my local attractions list. I noticed you weren't offering them.
Because it's a working brewery.
True, but just give it a thought. We'd work around your schedule, and just think, after the tour, people would drop into the pub for a meal. It'd be a win-win for both of us.
He laughed. That's quite a persuasive argument. Maybe you should have been the lawyer.
Absolutely not. One of the things she'd loved about her job was trying to help people avoid conflict. The law seemed to thrive on it. Besides, it sounds as if we're both exactly where we belong, doing what we were meant to do.
Just keep that in mind when the tile saw is still screeching in your sleep.
Oh, ye of little faith. Weighing the idea of hammers and tile saws on one hand, and spending the rest of her working years putting up with rude, narcissistic guests like Dr. Dick on the other, the choice was a no-brainer. You'll see I'll make it work, and it'll be wonderful.
If it's what you really want to do,
it is.
Then I've not a single doubt you'll pull it off.
She leaned up and kissed his creased cheek. Thank you. Don't tell the others, but you've always been my favorite brother.
Which is exactly what you tell the others.
Because it was true, Brianna laughed. Chapter 12. As usual for a Mannion family dinner, the long wooden table was laden with enough food for an army battalion. Over her mother's famous fried chicken, potato and pasta salads, along with dressed tossed greens from the garden, mac and cheese, grill-roasted corn on the cob, and obligatory deviled eggs from Caroline Harper's Southern family recipe, Brianna was filled in on all the local gossip about who'd married whom, who'd had babies, who'd broken up, who'd started businesses, and who'd closed them. Her Uncle Mike had shown up, thankfully without Seth's mother, which could have made the evening a bit strange. Now, at a break in the conversation, Brianna took a sip of wine for liquid courage and prepared to break the news, which she hoped, since it meant she'd be returning home, surely everyone would take positively, so there wasn't any reason to be nervous. Maybe because once she shared her plans out loud with everyone, she'd definitely crossed that burning bridge from her old life to new. I have news.
You've come back to marry that Harper boy,
her grandfather Harper guessed.
Jerome!
Harriet snapped at her husband. Dad? Her mother said at the same time. Her father merely exchanged a look with Quinn and shrugged. No, Brianna said. That never crossed my mind. Why would you think that?
Maybe because it was as plain as the nose on your face that you had a thing for him ever since you were knee-high to a toadstool.
You'll have to forgive your grandfather, her grandmother told her. The filter between his head and his mouth isn't all it should be these days.
I'm fine, he shot back. I just believe in speaking my mind.
When the others exchanged looks, Brianna sensed something was going on, something they were keeping from her. "What aren't you telling me?" she asked. "It's nothing that serious," Sarah said, not sounding convinced herself.
"Which is what I keep telling you all,"
her grandfather said, folding his arms across his broad chest. He'd spiffed up for her welcome home dinner in his dress overalls, she noticed. They were the original dark denim, showing little wear and sharp creases.
"It was just a glitch,"
he said.
"Everyone made a big fuss about it. Even had me flown to Harbor View in Seattle."
"You were in the hospital? And no one thought to tell me?"
"It wasn't any big deal,"
he insisted as the others exchanged looks.
"I didn't want to worry everyone. Hell, Quinn's the only one of you kids who knew, only because he was living here at the time."
Brianna shot her brother a look even sharper than that her grandmother had speared her grandfather with.
"Hey,"
he lifted his hands.
"Gramps swore me to secrecy."
"It wasn't a little glitch," Brianna's grandmother said firmly. "It was a stroke." A stroke? Her own head felt on the verge of exploding. "A TIA," her mother broke in. "Transient ischemic attack."
"Transient being the key word,"
her grandfather pointed out.
"As in temporary."
"I know about TIAs," Brianna said. "A guest once had one during dinner at the hotel in Hawaii. I also know that it's impossible to tell whether it's a TIA or a major stroke because the symptoms are the same." She'd personally driven the man's 60-something wife to Honolulu's Queens Medical Center and stayed with her for hours. She'd learned that night that TIAs were often labeled mini strokes because although they didn't leave permanent damage, warning stroke was more appropriate given that they could indicate the likelihood of a coming major stroke. Which had her worried about her grandfather, but she knew not to push. Not now, during her homecoming dinner.
"The point I was trying to make before everyone got on my case about a stupid little head thing, which may or may not have even been a TIA. Since I'm not forgetful enough to know that those don't show lasting damage, and I sure as heck don't remember having one."
"Which proves our point," Brianna's mother pointed out.
"Getting back to what I was saying," the older man forged on, "I wouldn't mind another Harper joining this family."
"It's not that way, Gramps. Seth is only an old friend."
"You say that now,"
he allowed, gentling his tone.
"But you're a pretty girl, Bree, and as smart as a whip. A boy would be a blame fool not to snatch you up, especially one who's been moping around as down in the dumps as a rooster in an empty chicken coop." "Great simile, Gramps,"
Quinn murmured.
"It's the truth,"
Jerome Harper said.
"I realize it's got to be hard losing his wife, especially the way he did. But life moves on. I sure as hell missed my Bonnie when I lost her."
The story of the tree limb falling on the house where he'd lived as a young man with his new bride was archived in the museum as one of the tragedies of a historic massive winter storm that had swept in from the Pacific, picking up power and ice as it roared over the Olympics.
"But if I'd let myself turn hermit like Seth Harper has, I never would have met your grandmother, who gave me a wonderful daughter, your mother, who in turn gave us you. When you get to be my age,"
he said, using his accumulated years to bolster his argument, despite having always been more likely to dismiss them,
"you can look back and see that life's a chain, with every event and every person just another link."
He winked at her.
and you, my beautiful, bright granddaughter, are one of the golden ones."
She smiled, despite her continued concern, not to mention her discomfort with the renewed topic of any relationship with Seth Harper, other than her contractor and, hopefully, still friend.
"Now that you're back home again, maybe you and that boy are meant to be each other's next links."
Her mother suddenly stood up. "Who'd like pie? I picked the rhubarb fresh this morning." Everyone at the table immediately agreed. "Can I help?" Brianna asked, looking for a means of escape. "Thank you, darling, but I've got everything under control. This is your night after all. John, why don't you clear?" The warning look Sarah shot her father before leaving the room slid off him like water off the back of a trumpeter swan. "And you, Dad, please behave yourself."
"I remember when I was the one telling that girl what to do,"
Jerome harumphed.
"The pecking order gets all mixed around when you get old. I'm not real fond of that."
"Being old's better than the alternative," Brianna's grandmother reminded him.
"Got a point there, honey bun."
Proving that his short-term memory hadn't been affected, he returned to the topic.
"So you think you and Harper might be forever after links?"
"I'm not planning to be anyone's link right now," Brianna said mildly.
"Life happens when you're making plans,"
he said, causing her to wonder if this man's genes were where her brother's debating skills might have come from. He'd always been up for an argument, but this was one of the few very times when Brianna had found herself in the crosshairs.
"Just ask your mom and dad."
According to family lore, her mother's parents had done everything to keep them apart, but in the end, love had won out. "I came back home with plans I hope you'll all be excited about." Over the pie, which was the perfect blend of tart and sweet, with a golden, flaky crust, Brianna told everyone what she'd told her brother upstairs.
"That's great,"
her Uncle Mike said.
"If you need some art for the walls, say some scenery and maybe some industry fishing, lumbering like in the foyer mural, I'd be happy to pitch in."
"I'd want to pay." Thinking of what his work commanded, inside Brianna went pale, but her concierge calm during all storms smile stayed put.
"In the first place, you couldn't afford me,"
he said on a laugh, echoing her thoughts.
"In the second place, you're family, and it'll be cool to have my work hanging in a historical house we all grew up breaking into."
She laughed. "And here I thought we were the first kids to do that." He winked.
"Who did you think broke the windows in the first place?"
"Truly, that would be wonderful," she said, imagining his paintings hanging on the walls. They'd be perfect. "Of course, I'll have your gallery business cards to hand out." Another idea occurred to her. "Would you maybe, just possibly, consider doing a monthly wine painting class during the summer months? I could add it to the events calendar."
"I don't have to think about it. I've considered the idea before, but haven't gotten around to doing anything about it. Sounds like fun, and anything that brings people into the gallery goes right back into the hands of local artists, which supports the town. Win-win."
"Thank you." Brianna felt the sheen burning in her eyes and wondered how she could have stayed away so long. She was so fortunate to have been born into such a supportive, loving family, which had her thinking of Seth and his father's always difficult relationship and hoping that she wasn't going to make it worse. While they all seemed enthusiastic, with even Quinn seeming to have gotten on board, she thought she viewed seeds of worry in her mother's hazel eyes. As the men worked in the kitchen, Brianna sat with her mother and grandmother on the front porch, watching the stars wink in a midnight blue sky. "I'd forgotten how many stars there are," she said, as one went streaking across the sky over the snow-capped mountains that gleamed in the slanting silver light of the moon. "You don't see anything like this in the city, that's for sure," Sarah agreed. "I missed it when I was away at college." "I thought I wanted bright lights," Brianna murmured as much to herself as to her mother. "That's why I left." "Is it?" Her mother's quiet question surprised her. Since changing her mind her final year of college, she'd probably bored everyone past tears with her talk of bright lights and big cities. How could her mother not remember that?
Of course, why did you think I left?
I doubt there's ever just one reason any of us do anything. In your case, I think it was to explore new territory, to test yourself to see if you were up to the challenges without the support of your family and friends. Her mother took a sip of her wine. Small towns can be wonderfully safe places to grow up, but there comes a time when most of us need to test ourselves. Or, as your grandfather would say, test our mettle.
That's it exactly,
Brianna said. And now that she'd proven herself to herself, she was ready for the next chapter in her life. And you've succeeded spectacularly. Sarah ran a tender hand over the top of Brianna's head. But I also always thought another reason you took off to parts unknown had something to do with Seth and Zoe. What? You changed your life plans shortly after their engagement, I guess. She thought back to the timeline. But it wasn't because of that. It was simply triggered by what I'd learned in school, opening up my mind. Which is what college is supposed to do. But did you ever consider that you didn't want to have to see them together every time you came home? To have to stand by watching them build the life you'd once dreamed of?
I was a young girl when I had those dreams.
As was I when I fell in love with your father.
But he refused to let your relationship get serious for years because of the Mannion-Harper feud.
People like to tell the story that way. Her grandmother, who'd been quietly rocking, seeming to only half listen, jumped in. But I wouldn't call it a feud, at least not in our branch of the family. Though I will admit that Jerome and I weren't real happy about our girl falling in love with your father. Because you worried he'd keep me here, Sarah said. I'm not sure either of you ever understood what a big responsibility it was being the first Harper to go to college. She looked down into her wine, as if it were a window into the past. The family had so much invested in my succeeding. We did and we didn't, Harriet said. You did more than your part, mostly paying your own way and getting all those scholarships and work study at that fancy school back east and even on to Oxford. But your father and I wanted you to do better than we had, which is what all parents want for their children. Your great-great-grandfather was a fisherman who risked his life much of the year in the Bering Sea. Her mother picked up the story Brianna knew by heart. A sea that took his life and left his wife Ida, a widow with a 6-month-old boy his father had never seen, along with a toddler daughter and 4-year-old son. Ida Harper had lost her daughter at age 8 to the Spanish flu, and the older son would be killed in the Japanese bombing of Alaska's Dutch Harbor. The youngest, Jacob, Brianna's great-grandfather, who'd also taken to the sea, had passed away in his sleep at the ripe old age of 103. But Jacob's son, Jerome, with constant pressure from his parents, had raised the family's lot a notch by owning not just one, but a fleet of 3 wooden fishing boats. While life had gotten considerably better for that branch of the Harpers, both Brianna's grandfather and grandmother had still wanted more for their only child. Brianna had heard the story how, having lost 3 children to miscarriages and another to stillbirth, Sarah had been Harriet and Jerome's miracle daughter. Thus the expectations to succeed that Brianna suspected her mother had carried on her shoulders most of her life, which might be why she'd never pressured any of her own children. Your grandfather didn't have anything against your father personally, Harriet stressed. I didn't have any problem with him being a Mannion either, which, like I said, is an over-exaggerated disagreement that didn't start because of that vote on the town's name, like most people think, but like most foolishness concerning men over a woman. Really? That's what I was always told, Sarah said. That Nathaniel Harper and Gabriel Mannion were both courting the same woman, Edna Mae Klein, who chose the Mannion boy. And while I can attest to the fact that some of the Harpers have long memories, your grandparents believed that I was like you turned out to be, destined to live in big cities doing important things.
Well, we were wrong about that, Harriet allowed. What you're doing here in your hometown is just as important as heading up some English department in a big Ivy League university. Sarah smiled. Thank you, Mother. I like to think so. Do you know the most important thing I did last week? Brianna asked, then answered her own rhetorical question. Arranged and attended a mid-six-figure high society wedding. Well, although I don't understand when or why weddings became such major productions, I suppose it was important to the bride, Harriet said. It's hard to tell since she wasn't talking, being a dog, though she did take a nip at the groom when he tried to mount the bridesmaid. Her mother, who'd just taken a sip from her glass, spit out wine. It wasn't easy to rattle Sarah Mannion. Brianna felt a spark of pride that she'd come up with a first for her. Well, she bit her lip, obviously trying to keep from laughing. It's okay, you can laugh, Brianna said. It was a circus, or a zoo. But my point is that I was merely catering to rich people who didn't have anything better to do than throw their money around to prove their importance. I'm sure some of them must have supported charities and done good things with their money, her mother said diplomatically. There was a family, the Johnsons, outside of Port Angeles, we bought our pork from when growing up, Harriet volunteered. When I was just a girl, about 10, maybe 11, they had themselves a big barn dance to celebrate breeding their prize hog with a blue ribbon sow they'd trucked in all the way from Iowa. Guess your dog wedding party doesn't sound all that different. The ham dinner they served all the guests ended up worthy of that shindig. This was why she'd come home. Not the scenery, which was famous, nor the quaint, familiar town, nor the local history, but to be with her family. Most of all, these two women who could always look on the bright side and find good in anyone, even probably Dr. Dick. She leaned over and kissed first her grandmother's cheek, then her mother's. I love you both. And I love you, her grandmother said. Warmth flooding from Sarah's hazel eyes went straight into Brianna's heart. I love you too, darling. I know it's old-fashioned, especially coming from someone who's taught feminist literature and believed every word, but a part of me hopes that you'll settle in back here, be loved by a wonderful man, and give me grandchildren to spoil. You never spoiled any of us, but oh, how her mother had loved each and every one of them, encouraging her 4 sons and daughter to seek their own destinies. It's different with grandchildren, Harriet said with the authority of age. Dinah Foster, you remember her, she owns Dinah's Diner, once told me that the reason grandparents and grandchildren get along so well is that they have a common enemy. Brianna laughed and felt a tug she hadn't felt since Zoe had emailed her from Afghanistan, telling her all about her plans to start making babies with Seth as soon as she got home. She hadn't given all that much thought to children. In her profession, former profession, she corrected herself, it hadn't seemed practical. Plus, there was always the pesky little detail of needing a guy to make a baby, and again, with her long hours and changing cities every few years, anytime a casual relationship looked as if it might turn serious, she'd break it off. Better to end early than face a divorce down the road. Sorry, Mom, but you're going to have to talk to one of your sons, because I'm going to be too busy getting Herons Landing B&B going to take time out to even date, let alone procreate. I'm not going to push, but she held up a hand to forestall any objection. If you still have feelings for Seth, if I were you, I wouldn't wait too long to act on them. Seriously? My mother wants me to jump the widower of my best friend? Well, I wouldn't put it that way. But your grandfather did have a point. It was obvious to everyone except probably Seth and Zoe, who only had eyes for each other, that you had a crush on Seth. Like I said, I was a girl. Yet, as her mother had pointed out, she had decided against returning to Shelter Bay about the time Zoe and Seth had gotten engaged. Could she have been avoiding watching the two people she loved most, outside her family, build their perfect picket fence, 2.5 children, married life together? But Seth and I are just friends. Your father and I are proof that friends to lovers to life mates can be a real thing, her mother reminded her. Just saying. Then, having said her piece, Sarah switched gears. Now tell me all about your plans for the B&B. I do hope you'll let me help. Grateful for the change in subject, Brianna polished off her wine. Believe me, I'm counting on it. Chapter 13. Harper Construction was located in a standalone building at the end of Old Fort Road, right before the jetty that housed the lighthouse. Unlike many in the main part of town, the two-story building had been built with western cedar siding milled on the site. Over the years, it had expanded, but while the Harpers might be a bit difficult to deal with from time to time, at least if you were a Mannion, they were artisans who'd built the additions to look as if they were part of the original structure. The porch was wider than when Brianna had left town, and the siding, which had been a faded brown, had been restained a soft gray with toned-down blue trim. The door was a deeper burgundy red than her parents' bright one, and green landscape bushes had been added at the foundation. The Harper Construction sign hung on a black wrought iron frame topped with a pelican on a post. An old-fashioned ship's bell rang as she opened the door, which wasn't needed since the receptionist was seated behind a desk facing the front door. Well, if it isn't Brianna Mannion, a pleasingly plump elderly woman with a cloud of pink cotton candy-hued hair accented with purple streaks, jumped up and ran over to practically smother Brianna in a huge bear hug. I heard you were in town and was hoping to see you before you headed off again so soon like last time. Not that I'd blame you for leaving, since that was such a sad time and your mama said you were as busy as a beaver down there in Vegas. It's good to be home. Brianna's words were muffled by her face being buried in Ethel Young's pillowy bosom. Home's where the heart is, that's for sure. Ethel backed away, put her hands on Brianna's shoulders, and gave her a long look, from the top of her head down to her feet and back up again. You brought all that desert sunshine with you. I need to go shopping. Brianna had decided that all her Las Vegas casual clothes, like today's red, orange, and hot pink paisley leggings and hot pink tunic, were not going to work if she was planning to spend every day at Herons Landing while it was being remodeled. Well, you're just in luck. Doris and Dottie Anderson have the cutest dress shop, the Dancing Deer. They're identical twin sisters who originally had a shop in Coldwater Cove, but then they retired when they got an offer to sell the store to some Seattle software mogul who wanted to escape city life. To hear them tell it, after 6 weeks of watching daytime TV and puttering around in their gardens, they realized they'd made a big mistake. So they moved down to Oregon, started over, and were doing well when a tidal wave took out their shop and the greedy owner refused to renew their lease. So, looking for a new place and being originally from Washington, they decided to settle here. They're a hoot. She laughed. You're going to love them. They're probably in their 90s now and still going strong. We should all hope to live as long. That's a great story, except for the tidal wave, Brianna said when Ethel, whom she guessed to be in her 80s herself, paused to take a breath. I was going to order some things from the internet, but I'll start there. Oh, Doris and Dottie will fix you right up. She ran a plump hand laden with jewelry over the front of her purple shirt, which featured a red hat with Red Hot Grandma spelled out in red rhinestones. It's where I got this. For my Red Hat Club outings. She patted Brianna's arm. But don't worry, they've got lots of clothes for a pretty young thing like you. She paused for another breath, then said, I guess you're here to see Seth. I am. We have an appointment. Brianna lifted the small insulated cooler she'd brought with her. And lunch. Do you happen to have your mama's chicken in there? Yep. and her potato salad, my brother's wings, and rhubarb pie. Ethel nodded her approval. Best way to a man's heart is through his stomach. She repeated what Kylie had said. Before Brianna could clarify that their meeting was strictly business, she'd turned and walked across the room to a double door. I'll just go fetch him. She wasn't after Seth Harper's heart, Brianna assured herself. But that didn't stop her own from taking a little jump when he came out of the office. The heck with lunch. The man looked delicious enough to eat up with a spoon. The good news was that Seth hadn't suffered any nightmares last night. The bad news was that was probably because he hadn't slept long enough to get into REM mode. His mind had gone round and round like a hamster on a wheel, spinning between the dread of taking all Zoe's stuff home from his in-laws to Bree being back in town. One thing he never would have admitted to anyone, especially his wife, was that he'd started to notice Brianna Mannion. All through their childhood, she'd just been that girl who palled around with her brothers and him. She'd also been gutsier than any girl he'd ever met. Hell, Seth had known guys too chicken to go into that ramshackle old house. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. She'd quoted the Ghostbusters movie that first time, before squaring her skinny shoulders and marching right into the door that had lost its padlock, long before Seth had started exploring all the nooks and crannies. While her brothers were acting like fools, leaping out of dark hallways and rooms trying to scare the shit out of each other. Except for that little encounter with the bat, she'd ignored the dust, the cobwebs, the signs of rats nesting in the gnawed-up upholstery. Instead, she'd talk to the house like it was a person sympathizing with its neglect, assuring it that someday she'd come back and save it and it would be beautiful again. Although he hadn't realized it then, they'd bonded over Herons Landing. While her affection for the place seemed to be mostly emotional, he'd been drawn to the workmanship, pointing out things that no one else was willing to listen to him talk about. Then one day, she'd come to the school Christmas party wearing a fuzzy red sweater and a perky green and red plaid pleated skirt that had showed off her surprisingly long legs. And yeah, he'd noticed her in a different way. A way that didn't have anything to do with coffered ceiling, dado rails, and plaster molding. He'd spent the entire Christmas break thinking about what those suddenly budding breasts might look like beneath the stoplight red sweater. At the same time, feeling guilty because a guy wasn't supposed to think about a friend that way. Fortunately, his family didn't interact with hers, so he wasn't in danger of screwing things up by acting weird around her before he could figure out what he was thinking. And more importantly, what he was feeling. Even if she turned out to be thinking the same stuff about him, there was make that 4 problems looming on the horizon. Her brothers. Which not only meant he was outnumbered, but if he had a sister and there was a boy even thinking about what he was thinking about Bree, he'd probably have no choice but to take the dirty-minded kid out to that icy bay and toss him overboard for fish bait. But then they'd gone back to school after the Christmas break, and suddenly a new girl from Astoria had shown up in class. Just looking at Zoe Harper was like gazing at the northern lights. He'd fallen right then and there, and neither his heart nor his body had ever wavered. Until last night. When, during that brief time he had managed to sleep, he'd had an X-rated dream about Brianna with a red spritz can of whipped cream and chocolate sauce, neither of which involved anything to do with an ice cream sundae. And now, after about a gallon of coffee and 3 glazed donuts, all he'd done was make himself as jittery as an alcoholic coming off a bender, and listening to Ethel's nonstop chatter on the other side of the door was about enough to have him slam his head into the wall. And then he'd walked into the outer office, and the bane of his long, restless night was standing there, backlit by sun, which seemed to be casting a halo around her blonde head.
Hey, good to see you.
Smooth, Harper. Real smooth. She blinked. A small frown etched its way between her brows, as if wondering why he sounded surprised that she'd come to the office. I brought lunch. She held up a cooler. Because we were going to talk about Herons Landing?
Yeah, we were. Sorry, my mind was somewhere else.
No way was he going to share what he'd been doing with that whipped cream. I know the feeling, she said, bending down to pat Bandit, who, having probably gotten a sniff of the contents of that cooler with his superpower canine sense of smell, had followed him into the reception room. Don't worry, she told the dog, who was literally prancing back on his hind legs into the office client conference room. I brought enough for everyone, including you. The dog dropped down to all fours, drooling on the wooden floor as he followed her over to the wall, where Seth had hung colored pencil drawings next to a matching photo of jobs Harper Construction had completed over the years, which only had him noticing how those leggings clung like a second skin, and had him remembering how in his dream her legs had been wrapped around his waist while he'd taken her against the wall beneath the Whistler mural. These are wonderful, she said.
I only took the photos. Mom did the drawings.
But you turned those drawings into reality, creating homes and businesses like Quinn's Brewery and Pub. That's so special. My work was ephemeral. A situation would arise, I'd take care of it, then move on to the next one. Guests would come and go, and it was just a constant stream of people and situations. But this, she stopped in front of the library that had earned him the award, is permanent. Your work is something people will enjoy for generations, something your children and grandchildren will be proud of. When he didn't respond to that comment, which he knew was well-meaning, she suddenly flushed. Damn, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
Don't worry about it.
He slammed the mental door to the nursery that was still sitting there with the crib, rocker, and Orca's mobile.
I get your meaning, and thanks.
Because she looked so distressed, he walked to stand beside her, and he couldn't lie. Did experience a sense of pride in the work he'd done.
There have been times over the years when I've taken classes or attended seminars on historical reconstruction that I've thought maybe I should have gone to architectural school.
You'd have gone crazy stuck inside at a drawing board all day, she said.
You know me well.
Maybe too well.
Anyway, Mom's the artistic one in the family. She's always done these illustrations from the architect's renderings. But now that she's been taking classes from your uncle, she's apparently moving on to watercolors.
He pointed to the painting of the forest she'd given him at the dinner at Leaf. Fortunately, his dad didn't come into the office often enough to have seen it yet. That's lovely. She paused. Uncle Mike came to dinner last night.
Did he bring a guest?
Seth asked with careful casualness. Your mother wasn't there, she assured him. He did insist on providing some original paintings for the house.
That would be cool, and make it even more of a personal experience for your guests.
That was my thinking. I'm sorry if our family's situation is complicating your life.
All 3 people involved are adults. They'll work things out.
He hoped.
And speaking of work, I got out the original blueprints and the plans. So why don't we sit down and see what you think?
Great idea. She went over to the long conference table at the far end of the room and began taking plates, glasses, forks, and knives from the cooler. Though I'm apologizing in advance if I get distracted. It's been a very long time since I had a working lunch with a lighthouse view. She laid out the blue, yellow, and white striped cloth napkins.
This is quite a step up from my usual sub from Mike's on the Bay,
he said. Rather than being recycled brown paper, cloth napkins matched the yellow plates and deep cobalt blue glasses. Mom's taking a design class these days. She dished up the food, cutting up a kitchen thigh and putting it on a plate, which she then set on the floor. Unsurprisingly, Bandit finished it off in a gulp and turned his big brown begging eyes on her. But having grown up with dogs herself, she managed to ignore him, for now. She's designing a color palette for Herons Landing for her end-of-semester project.
You're definitely keeping it in the family.
Which is what I came home for.
Lucky you for the paintings and the palette. Lucky me for the lunch.
over Sarah Mannion's award-winning chicken and Quinn's wings, with sides as good as anything he'd ever had anywhere in Honeymoon Harbor or even Seattle, topped off with a thick slab of rhubarb pie that could make the angels sing. They went over every square foot of the house. Unlike the last owners, Brianna was on board with every one of his ideas. More than on board. Her genuine excitement stirred cold, dead ashes of his own enthusiasm, which he hadn't felt for a very long time. After the initial devastation of losing Zoe had worn off, he'd fallen into his pattern of work, dinner at Mannion's, some TV that he'd watch without paying all that much attention to, and what had come to pass as sleep, but was in no way restful. It wasn't that he didn't feel good about Kylie and Mai's house, because he did. If he hadn't been able to give them his very best work, he would have passed on the project. But satisfaction at the end of the day wasn't the same thing as pleasure, or even, as he'd once occasionally felt, joy. As you can see from the original blueprints, the kitchen was really small and tucked away in the back of the house. He tapped on the space, which must have been difficult for a staff to move around in. Like I said, the owners before you wanted a full open concept, so we tore it out.
I like opening up from the small individual rooms, Brianna said. And one of the best things about a B&B is having a kitchen large enough to have guests in with you while you cook. Although he'd been moving things around on the computer screen, she'd picked up a blown glass paperweight shaped like an orca and placed it on the blueprint. What if we kept the kitchen here? Then, she continued, positioning his letter opener. We can put a dining room over here for guests who want a quieter space. Her brow furrowed again as he took her suggestions and moved the templates to where she'd put them on the screen. I also want to maintain the cozy feel of guests being able to go downstairs in the night to get a snack, like they would in their own homes. Or, if they're going out hiking early in the morning, be able to heat up some oatmeal and coffee. The rooms will have coffee makers, a microwave, and a mini fridge, but that's not enough.
How about a butler's pantry?
He moved his mouse over to a space near the bottom of the stairs.
This used to be a lady's sitting room. If you put in a fridge, a counter, microwave, and one of those do-it-yourself coffee espresso machines, along with either some cupboards or a small pantry, they could get the basics themselves whenever they wanted. And maybe a place to eat so they don't have to carry it back to their room.
He moved in a template of a round table and chairs near the small kitchenette, then a love seat, coffee table, and 2 armchairs on the other side of the small room.
I love it.
She crossed her hands over her heart, which, damn it, drew his attention to those breasts he'd dreamed of having in his mouth last night. What are you, 13? No, just horny. I interned at a small hotel in Spokane during the semester between my junior and senior years, she said. It didn't have a restaurant, but it did have a desk in the lobby with fresh-baked cookies for guests. And there was also another little room on each floor near the soft drink machines where people could get those same cookies, and in the morning, a local baker would deliver fresh-baked muffins and pastries. It added a homey touch to something that could have, under other management, felt like just another chain motel.
If you don't want to do all the muffins and pastries yourself, you can probably contract out to Ovenly. It's a new place where Fran's Bakery used to be. Mom and Caroline bought pastries for a brunch out at the farm to raise money for new runs at the animal shelter.
I'll check that out, thanks. Rather than make a note on her phone, she wrote it in an old-fashioned paper day planner, a lot like the one his mother used. But his mother had decorated hers with all sorts of colored ink and stickers that tended to make it look as if every month was filled with holidays. I'll also want to make breakfast available in the garden in the summer, and before you point it out, I do realize that the gardens are currently overgrown with weeds, trash trees, and scotch broom, but I have plans for that.
Actual plans, or just a vague plan to somehow restore them?
The latter, she admitted. That's why landscapers were invented.
That's why I asked. You might want to try Amanda Barrow. She's a landscape architect who still occasionally consults from San Francisco to Seattle, but moved to town and opened up a garden place not far from here. She can do it all. Design, plants, hardscape, water features, whatever you want. Kylie and Mai are having her do their garden for the wedding.
Sounds good. She took the card he handed her. Wheel and Barrow?
With her name, what would you choose?
Good point. I think I like her already.
I know you will. So, we're good for now?
For now. Her smile reminded him of an auditorium of lighters flicking during a rock concert. Not that anyone used lighters anymore, but still. Of course, I'll undoubtedly come up with changes down the road.
Everyone always does.
Though he doubted she could top Kylie.
The sooner you start looking at finishes and appliances, the sooner I can nail down a bid price.
Super. I'm eager to get started, so I'll shop today for things that aren't dependent on color while Mom works on the design palette. Can you give me a list of suppliers you've worked with who are dependable and won't jack up the price because I'm a woman?
Sure. And you'll get the contractor discount. But again, none of this is going to be cheap.
She shook her head, and this time her smile was indulgent. It's only because you've been left holding the bag twice before that I'm going to tell you that I have more money than I'll need.
Either you hit the jackpot in Vegas or you've taken to robbing banks.
No, I inherited a bundle. He knew his surprise showed on his face when she laughed. Not from my family, who, while being comfortable, could in no way be considered wealthy. There was this couple who I'd often work for during my vacations. Despite being rich enough to buy this entire town, they were lovely people, and because of them, I was able to travel to places I'd never have seen otherwise. They weren't young when I met them, and although they quit wandering the globe, they continued to hire me to do special events like charity dinners, family reunions, and a big party in the Caribbean when their grandson graduated from Georgetown Law. Sadly, the husband died recently. There was no way I was going to miss his funeral, because he'd become, in a way, sort of another grandfather. But I'd never expected that he was going to leave me anything.
I'm not going to ask how much.
But he wouldn't deny that he was curious. She shrugged. If anyone has the right to know, I suppose you do. And I trust you'll keep it confidential. Only my family knows.
My lips are sealed.
Which was a moot point, since he didn't talk to all that many people anyway. A bit shy of $1 million.
Wow. The guy must have been mega rich.
Obviously, I knew they had a great deal of money, but I didn't realize how many billions he had until I read his obituary, she admitted. His wife assured me that my inheritance wasn't that much in the grand scheme of things, so I should accept it in the spirit in which it was given.
Nice folks.
They were. Her lips curved at what he assumed were fond memories. And truthfully, most of the people I worked with were lovely. It's the others who tend to stick in my mind.
Tell me about it.
It didn't help that his dad wouldn't let him forget. I donated some of it to a Las Vegas food bank, a refugee resettlement program, and Doctors Without Borders. But in addition, I've also saved a lot of my salary because I wore a uniform at work and either lived in the hotels where I worked or received a housing allowance as part of my employment package. So you needn't worry about me going broke on you.
Unless you decide to go with gold fixtures.
Believe me, having just escaped a place called Midas, I've been surrounded by more gold than anyone should have to live with in a lifetime, Brianna said with a laugh that got the attention of Bandit, who'd given up his begging stare and settled back down on the rug. A wine that Seth had come to know well got him the leftovers on a plastic plate.
Okay, so I'll put in for the permits. By now, the county's used to me coming in with paperwork for that property, so it shouldn't take long. I'll start calling subs while you go shopping.
He opened a folder and took out a list of subcontractors and suppliers he kept on hand for clients.
You can get some stuff like the paint locally at other towns on the peninsula. For the bigger, more pricey items, you'll probably have to go over to Seattle.
As much as I believe in supporting local businesses, I'd already figured that out.
Since you're determined to go through with this, let me give you a key so you and your mom can walk through the place while you're waiting for the permits.
Is that allowed? I haven't even been to the realtor yet, and have put my years of breaking and entering behind me.
It is, if the owner allows it.
She paused in the act of putting away the picnic dishes. Are you saying you're the owner?
I bought it at a short sale, which made it affordable. The bank mostly just wanted to get rid of it, and there weren't a lot of prospective buyers. Like, none.
She frowned. I can't take your house.
You're not taking it. I have it up for sale. You're buying it.
Don't you want to live there?
It's got 8 bedrooms, he pointed out. When it's done, it'll have 10 bathrooms. What's a single guy like me going to do with all that? Besides, I have a house.
So you bought it to flip it? He could tell she was somewhat disappointed by that.
No, I bought it to keep anyone else from screwing it up.
He paused, then decided, what the hell. She wasn't like one of her brothers who'd rag him for his sentimentality.
Besides, you weren't the only one who developed a strong emotional connection for it back when we were breaking into the place.
Her troubled eyes cleared. The smile returned like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. This is going to work, she said.
We'll make it work.
Seth agreed. Ignoring Ethel's knowing look, he walked Brianna to the outer door, watching as she headed to her car parked out in front. How had he forgotten those legs? Chapter 14. Because her mother was still in school, doing her principal thing, Brianna decided to enjoy her first day off in years and stroll around the town, checking out both the familiar and the new. Olympic Mountain Paints was still there, next to Dinah's Diner, which looked like a frozen photo from the 1950s. Around the corner was the Big Dipper, making Brianna wonder if kids still hung out there after movies at the Art Deco-style Olympic Theater. Though these days, they'd probably be drinking frozen lattes instead of chocolate shakes. What she remembered to be Fran's Bakery had been given a facelift, and as Seth had told her, was now called Ovenly. From the display of elaborate pastries in the window, the new owner catered to a different clientele than cops and coffee. Since she'd need to know how much the house was going to cut into her savings before she could fully come up with a detailed business plan, she decided against going in to talk with the owner right now. But she did think that contracting out the pastries could be a good plan. The Quilter's Garden was new. Across the street, Rain or Shine Books, its hanging sign featuring a smiling sun peeking out from behind a gray umbrella, had moved into a store that had, when Brianna was younger, housed a camera shop. These windows were decorated for spring, with brightly covered romances depicting happy couples in meadows dotted with wildflowers and kissing beneath umbrellas in English gardens, along with tartan kilt-clad men wielding swords and kick-ass futuristic heroines wearing leather boots while wielding swords of their own as cityscapes smoldered behind them. There were also children's books featuring flowers and bunnies, spring cozy mysteries, and a display of cookbooks with spring meal themes arranged next to a coffee table photography book by, coincidentally, local author Mai, titled A Pilgrimage with Tutu. The cover showed an elderly Hawaiian woman placing a lei on an aged white tombstone. While Brianna paused in front of the inviting store, thinking of all the to-be-read books already on her e-reader, but unable to pass a bookstore without going in, Kylie and Mai came out with bright white bags bearing the store's logo. "There you are!" Kylie greeted her with her trademark hug that suggested she was a natural at calming stressed-out brides and grooms, along with soothing any demanding mother of the bride that might threaten to cast a pall on the couple's special day. "I was just about to call you and see if you wanted to come have tea at the Mad Hatter with us." "I just finished lunch," Brianna said. "With Seth Harper, we know." Already? How? It had been scarcely 20 minutes since she'd left Harper Construction. The Honeymoon Harbor grapevine had definitely gotten faster during her years away. We were at the Dancing Deer, which, by the way, is the coolest place to buy clothes on the peninsula, when Ethel called Dottie and Doris to tell her you'd show up at the construction company with a cooler. So, you're already doing the picnic thing?
Good ploy, Mai said. I snagged Kylie with a picnic in the French countryside the day after we met.
Kylie shook her head. That was my idea.
You thought it was your idea,
Mai corrected her.
Which was my even more brilliant idea to have you think it, since you like to be the one running everything.
Flame hair fanned out as Kylie shook her head. I do not.
Mai just tilted her head, crossed her arms, and waited.
Okay, Kylie caved. I may just be a bit of a control freak, but excuse me, pot, kettle.
She turned back to Brianna, who'd hoped that the subject had moved away from her.
We had cheese, amazing chocolate, and wine. What food of seduction did you use on Seth?
There was no food of seduction, no picnic. We ate in his office. It was a working lunch. Mom made extra chicken and potato salad for my welcome home dinner, so I brought some to eat while we went over plans for Herons Landing.
Was there pie?
Mai asked.
Rhubarb. Your mother makes the best pie ever. We were at the farm last week for a fundraiser for the animal shelter, and her key lime nearly made me change plans from having cake to pie for our wedding supper,
Kylie said.
But we've already ordered a dynamite cake from the place that took over Fran's bakery.
I saw that it had changed. Seth recommended the pastries.
They're to die for. Fran retired to Palm Desert to spend her last years letting the California sun bake 60-plus years of damp out of her bones, and she sold the place to this marvelous baker from New Orleans, Desiree Marchand. She changed the name to Ovenly, updated the design with help from your famously talented mom, and updated the menu, including adding a great selection of gluten-free pastries and cakes that taste like the real thing.
Our cake is going to be gluten-free,
Mai said.
And I swear you won't be able to tell the difference. Better yet, she didn't even balk when we ordered a pair of Wonder Women for the topper.
I can't wait to see it, Brianna laughed.
We have photos of what it's going to look like.
Kylie waved her phone.
Come to tea, even if you don't want to eat anything, and we'll show you. And plan what you're going to wear at the bachelorette party, which, as maid of honor, you're technically in charge of, but don't worry. Mai and I will give you a list of our ideas, and we can work it all out together.
After nearly missing her friend's wedding because of misguided priorities, there was no way Brianna was going to turn down a bachelorette party, even though there were ones she'd arranged at hotels over the years that still gave her nightmares to remember.
Tell me there won't be strippers.
Not a one, Kylie assured her. We're remodeling a home and adopting a child, Mai said. Strippers have no place in that agenda. And we're not going to get drunk and throw up all over the back seat of a limo, right? Absolutely not. We're adulting, Mai said firmly. So we're just thinking of spending the weekend at this new spa resort on the coast.
Where we can be massaged, buffed, polished, and pampered in the style to which we're entitled, Kylie said. It'll be a weekend of good food, good conversation, and girlfriends, along with a reasonable amount of adult beverages to get us tipsy enough to share secrets.
I have trouble believing you have any secrets. Of the three of them, Kylie had always been the most extroverted.
That's what you know. I didn't come out until I was in college.
Zoe and I knew by the end of middle school.
You did not.
Did too, Brianna shot back, then laughed when she realized they sounded as if they were back in middle school.
How did you know?
I guess I always knew, without knowing what I was knowing. But what nailed it for me, figuratively speaking, was when you never joined into the Team Dawson versus Team Pacey Dawson's Creek debates. Even girls who mistakenly went with Dawson early on would swoon whenever Pacey would smile right into Joey's eyes.
I may have already been leaning towards swimming in the girl pond,
Mai said.
But
Even my heart melted when Pacey painted that wall for Joey. Kylie let out a bright peal of laughter. Okay, that was romantic, she admitted. But when they took off on the boat, I was fantasizing sailing off into the sunset with her, not him.
Katie Holmes is still hot.
Mai agreed. Even I can't argue with that, Brianna said. As for the party, it sounds as if you've already got it all figured out.
We pretty much do,
Mai admitted.
but we're open to ideas.
A coast sleepover sounds great. Super. I hope you don't mind, but since I didn't think you were coming back home, we added a couple attendants who will be joining us.
Of course I wouldn't mind. Anyone I know?
Do you remember Chelsea Prescott?
Sure, she was a year behind us. She had a sister who died, right? Brianna's memory was vague, given that Chelsea had always been one of those kids who stayed beneath the radar.
She hung out in the library a lot.
And had never shown up at any of the games or dances, or worked on homecoming floats like the kids Brianna and Kylie had hung out with.
Her parents got divorced.
That part stuck out because Kylie and Chelsea Prescott had both ended up being raised by single moms, which, despite Honeymoon Harbor not exactly being the Pacific Northwest's Mayberry, still hadn't been all that common.
That's her. And all those hours in the library must have had an influence on her because now she's the head librarian.
Mrs. Henderson retired? The woman had been a fixture at the library for all Brianna's life.
Well, she is in her 70s,
Kylie said.
But according to Chelsea, she still stops by at least once a week to make sure the place hasn't fallen apart without her guiding hand.
They shared a laugh.
I also asked Amanda Barrow.
The landscape architect who's doing your yard?
That's her, Wheel and Barrow,
Mai confirmed. We've become friends. She's super talented and nice.
And the only attendant who's married, Kylie said. Her husband used to work for a tech company somewhere in Silicon Valley, but now he's gone freelance developing games. They moved here because apparently he thought he could be more creative away from the pressures of the tech world of incubators, beehives, and, in his word, sucking dick for funding.
Brianna heard the odd edge to her tone.
You don't like him?
Her friend shrugged.
I don't really know him. He just seems sort of off.
He's a techie, Mai said. Those guys are all from a different planet.
That's probably it, Kylie agreed. You'll meet him at the wedding. I'll be interested in your take on him.
Sure. There was more there that Kylie wasn't saying, but knowing she'd never been one to gossip, especially about her friends, Brianna didn't push.
I'd love a chance to pick her brain about the landscaping. She's brilliant. Wait until you see the wisteria arbor she's created in back where we'll say our vows.
It sounds lovely.
Doesn't it? We can work out all the details over tea, Kylie said. So, do you have time to catch up?
Being with Kylie again caused another familiar click of being home. And going to the Mad Hatter reminded her of when they used to hang out at the Big Dipper and made her all too aware of Zoe's absence, which, in turn, had her wondering if it was this way for Seth. That he'd just be slipping into a good time and suddenly, out of the blue, the loss would hit. Of course it would. And how much worse would it be for him?
Tea it is.
It wasn't as if she had anything else to do at the moment, which was a strange feeling and gave her a sense of how her mother must view retirement.
I don't think I've been to the Mad Hatter since my 16th birthday. With Zoe and me, Kylie said.
There was a brief moment of silence as her brilliant smile faded.
I really, really miss her.
Her wide eyes glistened.
It's not right that she's not here for my wedding. I went to hers. We all pinky swore that whatever we were doing, wherever we were, we'd show up to take part in each other's weddings.
I know, and it's not fair. Kylie's passionate words also had Brianna feeling even more guilty for having been about to blow off this wedding for work.
But she'll be with us in spirit.
Which sounded lame, but she hoped the others would realize it was heartfelt.
Before tea, I want to run in and buy Mai's book so she can sign it.
You don't have to do that,
Mai said.
I'll give you a copy.
You have a baby coming. You can't afford to give away books. Why don't you guys go on ahead and I'll catch up? All right, Kylie said, spearing her with a stern "you'd better not flake out on us" look. Because I'm going to grill you about what you plan to do with Seth. What Seth and I plan to do with Heron's Landing, you mean? Brianna clarified. Kylie flashed her cover girl grin and laughed. That too. The place was looking good as Seth worked his way through the final punch list on Kylie and Mai's house. For some reason, his dad hadn't shown up, so he didn't have to listen to him gripe about the state of the world or try to dodge veiled questions about what his mom was doing. Not that he'd tell if he knew, which, thank God, he didn't. Life was weird, he mused, as he took out a screwdriver and lined up all the screw slots on the wall switch plates to a perfect vertical, because anything off-center made him itchy. Watching his mom with Mike Mannion had him realizing how both sets of parents had openly worried about his and Zoe's behavior. Especially that last summer after she'd graduated high school. He knew her parents had worried that he'd get her pregnant, and from the safe sex lectures his mom had doubled down on, he knew the Robinsons weren't alone. They needn't have bothered, because Zoe had her, and therefore his, life all planned out. The military would fund her nursing degree, and she'd pay the government back with her service. Then, once she'd settled that debt, she and Seth would start their family while he restored houses for other families. Families she would take care of at Honeymoon Harbor General Hospital. Seth's masculinity hadn't been threatened that she was the one making all those plans, because they'd sounded great to him. Unfortunately, life had turned out to be a lot like restoring a 100-year-old house. You could do all the damn planning, spreadsheets, and blueprints you wanted, but something unexpected was bound to prove the old saying about God laughing while people planned. Brianna had always been a planner, too. Although she'd talked only in generalities about her previous gig, he suspected that something unexpected had popped up to throw a monkey wrench into her life's plan. Why else would she suddenly come back to Honeymoon Harbor without letting either her parents or Quinn know until she arrived that she was returning to stay? Not that it was any of his business. All he had to do was remember that she was, first and foremost, a client. Seth? He was in the master bathroom, checking out faucet flow when he heard his mother call.
Just a minute, he called back. I'll be right out.
Stay there, she said. I'll find you. Since the cottage was small, it didn't take long. Wow. Caroline Harper stood in the doorway and stared up at the crystal chandelier, designed to look like water flowing down one of the waterfalls that were so prevalent in the Pacific Northwest.
Mai wanted a spa look, he said. Kylie wanted bling. This was the compromise.
The gray-veined white granite, white cabinets, and gray wood-look floor said spa, as did the sea-glass-hued tile backsplash behind the double sinks that he'd also installed, as an accent design in the shower's gray-grouted white subway tile. The deep freestanding soaker tub was admittedly a modernistic anachronism to the Victorian age, but it was one of the few things the two women had immediately agreed on. Kylie had found it romantic, whereas its clean, curved lines appealed to Mai's aesthetics. And while it did have an old-fashioned floor-standing tub filler, both women had been chosen a model without the period claw legs, which would have made cleaning the floor more difficult. I love it. She stepped inside. I especially like that the shower door doesn't have a frame. It makes the two walls appear almost invisible.
Kylie had to give up the second shower head for that end glass wall, but she agreed Mai was right not to tile it in.
Absolutely. It makes the room look so much bigger.
Always a plus when you're dealing with a house where the historical committee makes you keep the same footprint.
Well, it's perfect. I know the girls are going to be so happy here. And soon they'll be decorating that nursery across the hall. She cringed as her words sank in. I'm sorry. It was the second time this week Seth had heard that apology, making him realize that he was getting as sick of people still tiptoeing around the subject of Zoe's death as he'd been with their earlier condolences.
It's okay.
Which was true. He didn't feel that familiar stab to his heart at the mention of the room 2 women from the clean team had been keeping dust-free since he'd first closed the door.
Really? So, what brings you here?
I thought I'd let you know that I dropped by the office with this month's accounts. Which she could have emailed, but his dad had been old school, insisting on keeping the books in an old green-papered accounting ledger. The subterfuge was that his mother, who'd been handling the business end of Harper Construction, had moved over to Quicken years ago and only duplicated the numbers on paper to keep the peace.
Thanks.
Something in her voice had him eyeing her more carefully. There were shadows beneath her eyes that hadn't been there when they'd had dinner at Leaf, and her bright enthusiasm seemed to have deflated.
Are you okay?
Of course. I'm just a little tired. She put her hand on her chest and coughed. I think it's from spring allergies.
Probably.
With all the Scotch broom blooming wild all over town, the explanation made sense. Even Bandit had been sneezing. Or it could be hot flashes.
Jesus. I think that falls under TMI, Mom.
Unfortunately, it's part of female biology, she said. And considering that same biology had me spending hours pushing you out of my body, you don't have any right to squirm with embarrassment. Having no response to that, he decided to accept the hot flash explanation, which was preferable to the idea of those shadows having come from still hot Mike Mannion keeping her up all night. I'm not sleeping with Michael, she said.
Did I say anything?
No, but I am your mother. You should know by now you can't hide anything from me. Along with eyes in the back of our heads, mothers can also read minds, as she'd just done his. And you certainly wouldn't be the first person to wonder. She held up a hand when he opened his mouth to argue. Oh, I've heard the rumors. But despite having moved out of the house and served your father with those separation papers, I'm still a married woman. I take those vows I made at the altar seriously. I'd never break them.
Okay.
And could this be any more uncomfortable? The same promise you made when you married Zoe in that lovely ceremony at Crescent Lake. It had always been one of their favorite places. They'd always planned to return, and never had. Yet more opportunities lost.
Why did you leave, Dad?
The question came out unfiltered, but it had been on his mind a lot.
Sorry.
He held up a hand.
Again, none of my business.
We're your parents. If you were a child, we'd have to give you some reason. I was thinking this morning that we hadn't granted you that same consideration, which is why, when Ethel told me you were over here, I decided to drop by and let you know that whatever happens, you'll always be our son, and we love you.
Now, that sounds exactly like what a mom would say to a 6-year-old.
She laughed, then wheezed.
Damn pollen,
she muttered, echoing his earlier thought. But I apologize for talking to you as if you were a boy, even if you'll always be my child. Long story short is that your father and I cut a bargain years ago when I accepted his proposal. I'd make my life here in Washington if he promised that someday we'd take time to travel. Just like the Robinsons. What the hell was it with his parents' generation? Had they all received some memo that after spending their lives creating suburbia, it was now time to hit the road like a roaming band of boomer gypsies?
Dad hates traveling.
They'd taken a trip to Disneyland when he was 8. The plan had been to stay in Southern California for a week, visiting other amusement parks and going to the beach. By the 3rd day, as Seth had been riding the small waves on the new boogie board his parents had bought him at a Huntington Beach surf shop, Ben had gotten antsy and begun to worry about work that wasn't getting done. Declaring the vacation over, he'd called Seth out of the water, and they'd all piled into the car and gone back to their motel. They'd packed up and headed home to Washington in the dark.
He always says he doesn't want to sleep in some bed total strangers have slept in,
Seth reminded her. I don't share that aversion, but I'm willing to accept it's a thing with him, like me and spiders. So the deal was that when he retired, we'd buy a brand new, never-been-slept-in-before motorhome and drive around to all the national parks. Sounds like fun. Living at the edge of one of those parks, Seth thought it sounded great. A bit of a cliché, but he wouldn't mind doing it himself someday. Him and Bandit, like Steinbeck's Travels with Charlie. Doesn't it? When we were younger, I was thinking more along the lines of adventures to Paris, Rome, and Barcelona. But life changes, and exploring my own country has grown more and more appealing.
What's stopping you?
Have you happened to see a motorhome in the driveway?
No.
He insists that he's still working. Only part-time. Great. Now he was throwing his dad under the bus. Could this situation get any more complicated?
And while he's great at his work, he's not the only guy in the Pacific Northwest who can do plaster.
That's exactly what I told him. I've also reminded him that Brian Murphy, over in Gig Harbor, filled in for him after his appendectomy put him in the hospital 10 years ago. Refusing to give in to the pain, his father had continued working after it had burst, finally causing him to pass out. Fortunately, he hadn't been on a ladder at the time. And it would be one thing if he was moping around the house, having retirement depression like I've read about. But all near retirement seems to have done is give him more time for those damn poker games and fishing. She folded her arms as a bit more color came into her cheeks. Do you have any idea how it feels to come in second fiddle to a salmon? Or those ridiculous-looking gooey ducks? Seth rubbed a hand down his face.
Have you told him that?
Of course. Several times. You know your father. He only hears what he wants to hear. Another statement he wasn't touching.
Brianna Mannion's back,
he said in an attempt to change the topic. So I hear. That must be nice for you. The frustrated lines in her face eased. There was a time when you played together as children. I hoped she'd be my daughter-in-law, until you fell head over heels for Zoe, who quickly grew to be the daughter I never had.
She always knew that. There were times that she said it was like having two moms.
That's nice, knowing she felt that way. Heaven knows mothers-in-law don't exactly get the best press.
Not all mothers-in-law are you.
Her laugh was quick and delighted and took some of the fatigue from her eyes. If only your father had your silver tongue. Not wanting to get into comparisons with his father, Seth opted against pointing out that no one ever had described him that way. In that respect, he took more after his dad than his mother. Although there'd been a time when his thoughts had been a hell of a lot more positive. It wasn't as if he'd taken on his father's negativity. More that he'd just gone numb. When you didn't have anything to say, what was the point in trying to come up with any inane conversational filler?
The reason I brought up Brianna is that she's planning to restore Herons Landing,
he said. I heard that as well, and it's partly why I'm here. Okay. Having nothing to say to that either, he waited, hoping she wasn't going to suggest that he might want to do something about there still being a chance that she could be Brianna's mother-in-law. I need you to do me a very big favor.
Sure.
When I say big, I mean seriously big, as in life-changing. She took a deep breath. I want you to fire your father.
What?
At first, he thought she must be kidding, but her expression was as serious as a heart attack.
You're not joking.
It's not a joking matter. I'm fed up with living in limbo, she said. I thought erroneously that my moving out and serving those papers on him would get his attention, but apparently I was wrong.
It's gotten his attention.
How the hell had he landed in the middle of all this damn marital drama? And more to the point, how did he get out?
He's convinced you're coming back.
Stubborn old goat, she muttered. Well, he may just discover that he's wrong. My point, and I do have one, is that it's bound to take months to complete that old house.
Several weeks, he said. Maybe months, depending on how long it takes Brianna to pick out the finishes.
She and her mother are in Seattle today, doing exactly that. Something he didn't know.
Well then, if they find everything they need, we could be done in 6 weeks, he said. Now that this place is finished up, I can concentrate on Herons Landing. So maybe 8 weeks, allowing for inspection delays.
That's 6 to 8 more weeks of my life I'll never get back, she said. I can't continue to live this way. Opting not to mention that she hadn't exactly seemed to be suffering over dinner at Leaf, Seth swiped a hand through his hair and wished he could beam himself to anywhere but here.
Don't you have a woman friend to talk about this with?
Yes. She's currently in Seattle shopping for toilets and bathtubs with her daughter. But Sarah agrees with me that I've been patient long enough, and if I leave it the way it is, Ben will just keep playing cards, fishing, letting the dishes pile up and the house go to ruin, all the time having convinced himself that I'm merely having a menopausal female snit.
The dishes aren't piling up, and the house won't go to ruin because the clean team comes in every Friday.
Your father has hired a maid. He wasn't surprised, she was surprised. With the exception of a tackle box of fishing lures, Ben Harper never spent any money he didn't absolutely have to. He could, in fact, make Scrooge look like a spendthrift. Seth had always thought it was because he'd carried the heavy weight of not being the Harper that had allowed the family business to go under. But the truth was that the business was booming, as it had even during the recession, when people were all fixing up their old homes rather than buying new. It had been his dad who'd focused the company on strictly remodel and restoration work because he'd figured out that people were always either modernizing a house they were living in or updating one they'd just bought. New construction was riskier and more dependent on the fluctuating marketplace.
Dad didn't hire them, I did.
Her mouth drew into an uncharacteristically firm line as she folded her arms across the front of today's flowing tunic. And thus enabled him. Geez, Mom. I'm sorry, but he's a grown man and should be able to take care of himself. Seth considered falling back on the old dog's new tricks cliché, but kept that idea to himself because he couldn't disagree with her point.
Would you rather the health department condemn the place?
No, I'd rather he realizes that he needs me for more than cooking, cleaning, and keeping the damn books. She closed her eyes, drew in a ragged breath as she put her hand to her heart as if to quiet it, which was out of character because she'd always been the one to soothe everyone else, and not just in the family. Anytime anyone in the town needed something, she'd be there with her BFF, Sarah Mannion. The two of them had been best friends for longer than Seth had been born. They'd met that night at the theater in the Firs, the same night she'd met his father. Their long friendship was undoubtedly another reason he and Bree had always been so close. Due to daycare not being an industry business back then, like in larger cities, they'd both been dragged by their mothers to more civic events than he could count. I'm not going over to the house because I'll get pulled back in, she said, more to herself than to him, as if deciding out loud. I never could resist the man when he turns on the charm. There were many descriptions that Seth could imagine being applied to his father. Charming had never been one of them. Her lips quirked in a half-smile. I know, you don't see it. That's because you're a male, but believe me, I had to fight my way through a crowd of local women who were buzzing around him like honeybees around a lavender bush to get to your father. He was considered quite a catch back in the day. And not just because he happened to own his own business, she said, once again demonstrating the ability to read the thought that had just popped into his mind. I was used to Southern men whose never-ending compliments were as smooth as butter. A strong, silent Western alpha male was as rare to me as a unicorn. Though, she said as an afterthought, I'd prefer you keep that information to yourself. Your secret's safe with me.